Complaints, right? 121, 119L, work on the draft pick, and Isaiah Collier, Ace Bailey, Cody Williams. You get to see something from those guys.
Oh, I got major complaints, my good friend. Major
brace yourself. All right, what do you got?
This is the worst trade the Jazz ever made, getting rid of Jock. I mean, he took it. He had so much anger at the Jazz. I'll show you. You let me go. I could have been one of your all-timers, but you wouldn't give me a chance. You didn't believe in me. You jettisoned me. And then he came back with a roaring vengeance. That's what I love. I love vengeance. And my man, Jock. Don't dock the Jock. That's what I kept thinking throughout the entire game. Do not dock the Jock.
Well, he's just one of those superstars they were afraid wouldn't resign here, PK.
Again, and I got to say this, man. I know it hurts, and I'll take some abuse, but never, under any circumstances, trust an Australian.
Nice. Nice shot at Joe, wherever he is.
Exactly. In the great beyond.
The great
which
beyond.
Is now known.
Is the Eastern Conference?
Is now known as Minnesota.
Oh, okay. All right. He is in the West now. Why can I not figure that out? Why is Minnesota in the West? Shouldn't Minnesota be in the East? Geography.
Some may ask why it's in the U.S., but that's another
question. I've heard that. Trading Minnesota for, is it Alberta? There's something about that. Whatever.
I'd go Toronto.
Seriously, this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. 48 minutes for Isaiah Collier. Now, the 25 points and 11 assists is going to be a little bloated because of 48 minutes. You used to complain about the per 48 minutes. Like, that doesn't tell me anything because people don't play 48 minutes. Sure enough, now it's per 36 minutes. Somebody figured that out. You were ahead of the analytics MIT people.
One time I was looking at Oscar Robertson's career stats, and there was I think it was a playoffs run, which was extended. He averaged 48.5. So it can be done. I mean, basically, I have no problem calling Isaiah Collier instead of the Big O, the Big I.
There it is. 25 points, 11 assists, 7 rebounds. He nearly matched Yusuf Nurkic there and put a triple-double in the book. Nearly. Didn't quite get there, but impressive.
Yusuf who?
DNP, coach's decision. Keontae George, DNP, left ankle. Kevin Love.
Yeah, and then they sat Collier.
Yeah. DNP illness. And Markkanen sitting down in the third quarter. Whoa, we might win this game. Get that guy out of there. So he gets 18 points in 23 minutes. He had it going.
Yeah, and obviously they want to lose now. It becomes even more imperative, and get your thoughts in the following segments on the trade because they can't afford to win these games, clearly, especially when they got a schedule that's going to go up against a bunch of other teams. I think now with the trade deadline come and gone, we have increased the number of teams who want to tank.
Yes.
Not decreased.
Agreed.
And so that just adds to the pressure to lose games, because if you can add and get lucky in the lottery, man, all of a sudden, wow, look at what you got next year. And so the good thing is, and we can get to this later, obviously, that is we know that the rest of the season, the tanking can be more easily stomached, I guess, or digested, because we know as soon as the last game ends in the 82-game season, it is over.
We suspected it. We expected competition next year, and Tim Lacombe came on and expected real competition next year. But for the people who didn't believe us, you got to believe now with the trade. I mean, it's clearly on. There's nothing left to argue about. And if anything, it's trying to anticipate what moves come next and what will the lineup look like next year. There are scenarios where the competition for minutes at some of these positions could be intense, and it'll just make it imperative that the young guys have a big summer. Exactly. And I thought about some of the lineups that they could have, and there's still moving parts, so who knows. But you look at where they could be headed here, and it just reminded me of old Steve Cleveland line when he was rebuilding the team. I don't have subs, and all the starters know it. And you're not going to have bench eye. And you only want that to a little degree. You don't want a big degree so that it erodes your confidence. But you want to know if you got to do it right. And if you're having a bad night, they're going to give somebody else a chance, because there's a bunch of guys over there who might be able to do it. And that's the advantage Will Hardy should have next year, barring something catastrophic it looks like he's going to have that next year.
Yeah, you want to have a competitive training camp. You want to have,
Yep.
particularly at the college level, because you have more practices. You want to have a competitive practice each day, because obviously that's going to make players try their very best at all times, and that's how they're going to improve.
Yep.
It's the same thing at the pro level.
Orlando is over 500. That's the Jazz' next opponent. They are scrambling for a postseason position. Where will they land? I suppose they could fall out if things really went poorly, but it doesn't seem to be how things are heading for them. So expect Jazz to be missing a lot of players, and we'll see what they do tomorrow at 5 with a pregame at 4. The Jazz did officially waive Lonzo Ball and Chris Boucher, so, whatever, okay. Adding second-round picks, you guys go find a spot wherever you want to be. Thanks for playing. There you go. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
All right, here you go, PK. Right back to what you were just saying. It is clear that there are more teams that are no longer prioritizing this season. The Clippers, and we knew obviously they made the one trade there as they sent James Harden on the way. Now they sent Zubac on the way. Zubac and Kobe Brown to the Pacers for Bennedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, 2 first-round picks. The 2026 pick Indiana is sending over is top 4 protected, and 2029 is unprotected. So that suggests the Clippers don't think they're going to be in a long rebuild, but they're going to be in a rebuild here. A team the Jazz might be moving past next year. Let's see what they do.
Okay, yeah.
Have you heard anything? You've heard a little bit. There's obviously a little bit of speculation about a suspension because the salary cap rules may not have been followed by the Clippers. And so if they end up sitting, their best player, have to sit, if the NBA sits him for them and Kawhi Leonard's gone for a while, then how bad will they get? And will it go into next season, which obviously could impact, a team the Jazz might be moving past? We'll have to see. I wonder. I didn't know if you'd heard anything about if the suspension was going to come down this season, if it was going to go into next season.
Just that it's possible, and it's still obviously being investigated, so we'll have to see. The way I look at it for next season, the Clippers are not even a factor in the Jazz mind. I'm expecting the Jazz to be better than them.
Yep.
It's how good. It's not are the Jazz going to be good, it's how good.
Yes. I can see why you're thinking that. I can see why a lot of people are thinking that right now. The Bucks did decide to hold on to Giannis Antetokounmpo. I was in San Francisco the last couple of days, surrounded by Warrior fans. One of my college roommates in particular goes to a bunch of games and is way into it. And, what does this trade mean? It means the rebuild is on. The coach's deal is up this year. He doesn't seem to be coming back. The star player's deal is up next year. It's rebuild time. And the whole thought was when they made the trade, they'd given up on Giannis. Like, Giannis isn't going. And there were stories there that, hey, the Warriors don't think they're going to move him. So I don't know what it was, 18 or 24 hours before the deadline, whenever they pulled the deal on the move they made. And sure enough, they're right. The Bucks hold on to Giannis Antetokounmpo past the deadline. So expecting a summer of intrigue. Where will Giannis go? Who gets Giannis Antetokounmpo? And what is the price tag?
Hashtag.
Memphis couldn't move Ja Morant either, and we know about his off-court issues, and we know about his injuries, and we know about his massive contract. So not surprising they couldn't find a taker for him. Seemed to be a lot of things working against a deal there. Also, Luka Doncic suffering a left hamstring injury in the second quarter. Now the Jazz gave up the Laker pick, but you do wonder next year, assuming LeBron retires, if Doncic gets hurt or sits out a bunch of games, what will that Laker pick look like? Well, it looked like something for somebody else now. The Jazz went all in on Jaren Jackson Jr. But you do wonder. But again, there's a team. Man, they could be in front of all 4 California teams next year, depending on how things break, PK. That doesn't take a lot of imagination.
I can buy that. We got to see.
We got to see how it works out. Yeah. DJ and PK.
College basketball.
Man, I saw this story while I was gone, and I want to make some phone calls on this. UVU's not paying the WAC $1 million to leave. Is that because they think, hey, the WAC's breaking up and we're not giving you money? No. In the Pac-12 that broke up, and there are only 2 teams left, but those 2 teams wanted their money, and they went to the mat to get it. UVU, not paying the money. They got a $1 million buyout to move to the Big West next year. So the WAC has said you can't play in the conference tournament. You can't have the automatic bid to the NCAA basketball tournament. And now, because you're not a member in good standing, you can't even be on ESPN+. Taking away the streaming deal from them, PK. Take that.
So are they getting disfellowshipped or excommunicated?
I would say originally I would have categorized it as disfellowshipped when you can't go to the conference tournament. But excommunicated, you can't be on ESPN Plus. Taking away the streaming platform, man, that's another step.
Suppose they go to the conference tournament, what's going to happen?
They're not going to let them play.
Well, they can still go.
They're not going to let them play. I guess you could go.
Still go.
You want to go and buy a ticket? Okay, they'll take your money. I'm sure they'll take their money. They did beat Abilene Christian 68-55 here as they apparently play out the season.
Yeah, the dearly departed Jazz twin brother, I believe, Taylor Hendricks' brother, had a big game.
A lineup of games. If you want to watch local college basketball teams, the games are spread out. It starts with Utah at number 11, Kansas at 12:30 on Fox. Kansas finding themselves, PK. That could be rough.
I would suspect it would be, yes.
Yeah. UT Arlington is at UVU at 2 o'clock. That Ute game is on Big Fox. Utah State's at Wyoming at 6 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network. I wonder how long before the Aggies go back to Laramie with those two in different leagues going forward.
Never.
Coverage on 1280 begins with Scotty G's pregame show, 5:30. Tip-off at 6. CBS Sports Network has the TV. And then 8:30 ESPN, number 8 Houston at number 16 BYU. Well, we talked about it. They lost at Oklahoma State, and the pressure just grows. So, they lost at Oklahoma State, and here we are. How long will the streak stretch out?
The offensive onslaught by two teams that have played BYU, and we had the offensive chance continue.
Yep.
Now I want to see something defensive. I've had enough of offensive. Now I want to see defensive, because Houston is going to guard you like crazy, and if you don't return the favor, they could potentially smoke you like they've been doing.
Yeah, so in the last 5 games, BYU's given up 80 points or more 4 times, and they've lost 4 games. Guess which 4? You can pretty much figure that out.
2 in a row over 90.
Yep. DJ and PK.
#NFL.
Matthew Stafford named the NFL MVP. No surprise there. The coach of the year goes to New England. Mike Vrabel, plus 10 in the win column. Ties the NFL record. They are playing more games, but nonetheless, an impressive turnaround. I think there were other coaches who had really good years, but they didn't come from as far up the track. Horse racing reference for UPK. They didn't come from as far up the track as New England, so Mike Vrabel gets the coach of the year.
Understandable.
Yep. Super Bowl kicks off Sunday, 4:30, NBC. Seattle favored by 4.5. I'm sure we'll get to this coming up as well and spend more time on this, PK. But Seattle is the favorite. I get it. I don't know many people who think New England is going to win unless they have a New England tie. I'll pick Seattle, but I don't know why people are quite so down on New England. It seems like either team could turn the ball over a few times and the game could go the other way. So if nothing else, that's sitting out there.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm just about the halftime performance.
No one believes that, PK, but thanks for saying it out loud, even though it's not true. Thought you were about truth.
I find it it's junior high in me, but I find it that the 66-year-old commissioner has to tell us and use the phrase "Bad Bunny." For whatever reason, I find that humorous.
To see grown-ups saying "Bad Bunny."
Yeah.
That's a bad bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Let's welcome Bad Bunny.
Why can't you be Good Bunny?
The NFL Hall of Fame class for 2026. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, Roger Craig. Brees and Fitzgerald were in their first year of eligibility. Sure enough, Roger Craig on that senior ballot list sneaks in, even though the coach and the owner on the ballot didn't. The Patriots guys, Bill Belichick and Kraft, they didn't get in, but one of the 5 in the group did, and it's Roger Craig, who was a 3-time champ and had 1,000 yards rushing and 1,000 yards receiving in the same year. So there you go. He's in.
Worm well.
Larry Fitzgerald, you can attest to it. Arizona, the whole state loves him, as does the whole city of Pittsburgh because he played his college ball at Pitt.
Yeah, absolutely, man. He's a Valley favorite, no question about it. I went to the World Series, and there he was sitting right over to my left. He's everywhere. He was at the Phoenix Open. He was a buddy of John McCain's, and he just seemed to be someone that gets along with everyone. And obviously, he was a phenomenal player. And plus, I saw a list of the quarterbacks he had to play with. And my gosh, it is not Steve Young and Joe Montana by any stretch.
No, it's a much longer list for starters. Certainly not as accomplished either. The Dallas Cowboys going to open the season in Rio, in Brazil. How about that? The Rams and Niners are going to Melbourne, and because of the travel, everyone expects that's week 1. Do they get a bye week 2 to come back? I mean, they get an extra day. They usually play on a Friday. So, jet lag.
I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, play those guys next. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
$1 billion. The SEC distributing $1 billion to 16 schools for the 2024-2025 fiscal year, which ended last August. The total jumped more than $200 million from the previous year. Obviously, they added Texas and Oklahoma. $72.4 million per school, up $18.6 million. So you got more money. Now spend it wisely. Good luck with that. The LA Bowl is shutting down after 5 editions of the game at SoFi Stadium. Nobody really wants to go to SoFi for a bowl game. I guess you couldn't get big enough teams to really entertain LA. So there you go. All over. That one's going away. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Scuba wins, Tigers lose. Landmark arbitration case, $32 million. Tariq Skubal hits it big, PK.
Yeah, Yak and I were talking about this yesterday. They signed Detroit signed the Houston left-hander Valdez to something that was slightly more. And so we were talking about this, that once we saw that, there was no doubt in either of our minds that
how this was going to go.
The kid from Kingman, Arizona, was going to win the arbitration case. I think now with this money, he could buy 2 houses in Kingman, Arizona. You could buy probably 500 houses in Kingman, Arizona.
You could buy all of Kingman, Arizona.
Yeah, he's a heck of a player, so cash in while you can, man. Why not?
Yeah, you never know with the arm problems and all of that. Now, arbitration, this is just a 1-year deal. You figure,
right.
Does he end up a Dodger, a Met, or a Yankee?
Well, I think it's clear he wants to pitch for his home state team, so we know where that's going to end up.
Aha, but he also rooted for the Oakland Athletics because he was born in Hayward before he grew up in Kingman, so he's going to want to pitch for the Athletics in Vegas, so they're going to be paying money.
Actually, that would not be that far away. Kingman, having made that trip many, many times, is about 100 miles from downtown Vegas. So that would be his hometown team in terms of closest association.
Yeah. Indicted Guardians pitcher Emmanuel Clase is accused of throwing suspicious pitches to benefit bettors in at least 48 games over 2 years, significantly more than initially revealed by federal prosecutors. And he was good, PK. He had a chance to make big money. There's no way he could be getting what he could have made in a contract. It doesn't make any sense, but here we are.
Yeah, we see bad decisions sometimes.
Yeah.
This is when you weigh risk reward, and obviously that stuff is illegal anyway. So you shouldn't be doing it no matter what, under any circumstance. But if you look at it, consequence and reward, it's so far imbalanced that it really makes no sense, because yes, he was an outstanding pitcher, and now I would assume that he's going to go the Trevor Bauer route, and we'll never hear from him again in the MLB.
Yeah. It made me wonder, sitting in an airport killing time with nothing to do, did he make one small $5 bet and then they had him and pulled him in, and he hated every second of it, but he figured he was compromised and busted after one small bet? And don't even start. He's trying to think of plausible ways that could escalate it, and maybe there is nothing to it. Maybe he just did it. Who knows?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't either.
The line of thinking there.
Yeah. DJ and PK. The Milan Cortina Winter Olympic Games. Oh, we got the opening ceremonies coming up, right? But the hockey, due to a number of games and rinks and availability and all that, hockey has already started. USA women's hockey beats we call it Czechia now, not the Czech Republic.
They go by Czechia.
Czechia gets hammered 5-1 by Team USA women's hockey. So there you go. Starting off the games with a W.
Czechia Rama?
Sure. Olympic opening ceremonies later tonight. Gear up. If you love parades, this is about as big a parade as you get right here. The whole Parade of Nations to kick things off. Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Coming up, Kevin Graham talking Super Bowl, 8 o'clock. David Locke talking Jazz at 8:30. DJ and PK, we're talking Jazz next. That is the question of the day. A week long full of Jazz activity and NBA activity. We will get to it all right after the break. But first, John is here from J. Brooks Jewelers. And I suppose it's just pure coincidence that today is February 6th and Valentine's Day is February 14th, and you would be here in 8 days in advance of Valentine's Day.
I'm trying to help us out.
There it is. Help guys out. Don't have any ideas? Jewelry's always an idea, guys.
Well, you know, it's a big holiday for us not to mess up. Our sweethearts are expecting us to do something. Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to do something just for our daughters. And when I have 3 daughters, and now I have a couple of granddaughters, they're all expecting a little something from Dad. So we do a little something like that. But the most important person, of course, is your wife or your girlfriend or whoever that might be. Maybe you don't have one of those, so it's your mom. Whatever it is, we have something at J. Brooks that we have curated a collection that makes it for every different price point, whether you want to spend, $75 to $100 on something fun for the girls, or you want to spend something that's a once-in-a-lifetime gift for your wife or girlfriend. We have those things also. And when you jump on the website at jbrooksjewelers.com, you just get a kind of a quick little insight, any specials that we have. And we have a new corner there that's what we call Into Collection Corner. Mm-hmm. So if you're looking for something that's real value, and I don't know if you've been paying attention to gold prices, but gold prices
I've heard they're up.
They're a little crazy. Last week, they jumped all the way to $5,700. When I got married, they were $250, just to give us an idea. Mm-hmm. So we have a lot of things that are sitting there that were bought at $1,500, $2,000, $2,500 gold that are now marked down in a collection and marked down at 40, 50, 60% off. So there's also some really great values. So whatever the situation, wherever you are in life, and of course, a lot of guys, this is a great week to get engaged. And so for the guys who are getting engaged, even if you want to do something, if we get together today and tomorrow, there's still time to do some degree of customizing.
All right.
If we want to do something special that way too. So whatever your situation, J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray, Lehigh, and check us out at jbrooksjewelers.com. I think you'll find something that makes it really easy for you to be the hero. And don't mess this holiday up, as I've said many years. This is a great holiday to get right.
J. Brooks Jewelers. Check them out. Murray and Lehigh. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
So trying to open Mountain View Corridor northbound at 7800 South. Delays are stretching back all the way to 90th South at this moment because of that accident earlier this morning. Also, no other major slowdowns this morning along the major freeways. Still a little slow through the construction zone at Lake Point and Tooele, though. This update is brought to you by Go Pave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, Go Pave Utah is your blacktop covered at gopavutah.com. That's gopavutah.com. Call them today or visit gopavutah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at SLCfatloss.com. That's SLCfatloss.com. Results may vary.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose to the Hawks. 121-119. Jock Landale, 26 points, 11 rebounds. Isaiah Collier, 25 points, 11 assists, 7 boards. Ace Bailey had 20 points with family watching in the stands.
I mean, I got both homes. I mean, Chattanooga and Atlanta, but I'm from Chattanooga, so I love it. So both of them came out and showed support, and it was much love. I mean, it gave me energy. Hearing everybody just say where they from while I was running back and forth on the court, just saying Chattanooga's here, Atlanta's here. It was fun doing that.
This Jazz at 30 update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week, KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. PK, The Utah Jazz had a busy week. Players coming, players going. You got the question up at Facebook. What is your evaluation of the Jazz moves this week? I thought, Steve, I like the way he started. First two words, like them, exclamation point. I would go with like them, not love them, but the exclamation point is because I really do like them. I just feel like there's a lot of moving parts still to play out before I declare I love this, but I could easily see it working out that way. But what I really care about is what's that lineup going to look like on opening night, and how is it going to stack up with everybody else? And there's just so many question marks in that area. This move was clearly made not with this season in mind, but with next season. But I think this is a big step in the right direction. And, I mean, we've talked basketball for a long time, and I remember you saying once, we had it was when who's better, Magic or Stockton was a thing. I were in a room, and you pointed at me, and you go, he's always going to pick the bigger guy. And I looked at you, and I was like, yeah, that's going to be true 99 times out of 100. I mean, I'll pick Steph Curry. I'm not a moron. So, okay, he's the exception. But, yeah, I'm going to pick the bigger basketball team. Now, they haven't re-signed Kessler yet, and we can get into that. We'll just set that aside for a second and get back to that. But the fact that they could have Kessler out there and Jackson out there and Morkinen out there, and you're going to sub. You could always have 2 7-footers on the court. And then if you're playing Ace Bailey or if you're playing Cody in there, you got another long, athletic guy who might be swooping in from behind and blocking shots while you're trying to negotiate a 7-footer in front of you. The only time I've seen a team really run out 3 7-footers and play them big minutes together was when the Lakers beat the Jazz in the playoffs 3 times in 4 years in the Darren Williams, Carlos Boozer era. That size, that was a very skilled Jazz basketball team, but it wasn't the biggest or most athletic. And the Lakers were. And you saw what that size and athleticism did. And I think those 3 guys are not only big, I think they're athletic. So the thought that could be the starting line, we got to see how it plays out, I know. Contract negotiations and restricted free agency and all of that. But the fact that they went out there and that's what they value and that's what they were able to go get, man, I really like that. And you know from talking to me for 20 years what I was going to say. He's going to go for the bigger guy. He better not reject that 7-foot lineup now.
Yeah, the Lakers had another guy. I think it was Kobe Bryant too. So
they did.
He was pretty good.
Yeah, right.
So you can have you can have 8-footers as long as you got Kobe Bryant. You got a shot to win. I think that this move is a 10 out of 10.
There it is.
I'm going Bo Derek. As Bill Frieder's assistant said, if you think Bo Derek is a 10, you should see this guy. And Frieder, who was one-minded type guy, said, forget about this guy. Go recruit me Bo Derek. He thought Bo Derek was a man. So it's a great line back
Bo
in the
Derek,
day.
Bo Jackson, right? He must be a player. I haven't seen the kid, but he must be a player.
Bo Bichette for the
another Bo. Nice, yes.
Now. Yeah, so the reason why I think it's a 10 out of 10, it's not, I want to say, has nothing to do with Jaren Jackson, because obviously he's the centerpiece and the moves that they made, everything is around him, right?
Yep.
The reason why I'm ecstatic about this is because we've endured 4 on purpose losing seasons.
Yep.
And now we are done with that. Now we still got 30, 29 games, whatever it is to go now. But that's fine. They have sent the message. A new pope has been elected. Smoke signals went up. And now we're done. We will be winning as much as we possibly can. So the overriding message that is being sent supersedes to me the individual players who have come, players who have gone, draft choices who were acquired in prior years, draft choices who were used to be acquired players this year that have left the organization as far as having that asset or those assets available to them are all done. And this is Austin Age being extremely aggressive and going for the opportunity to win. If you are a fan, and the majority of our listeners are to one degree or another fans, or else you probably wouldn't be listening. You want your team to try to win. That is the essence, whether it be high school and you can go into little league and all that stuff. You want to win. The intoxication of winning is a drug that cannot be purchased, but yet we've all experienced it at various levels, whether it's through individual hitting a good golf shot, or being, even if you're on a rec softball team, whatever it is. The intoxication of winning is universal, and the Jazz fans have not had that for 4 years. Once you become a sports fan, you are guaranteeing yourself heartbreak. But it's like getting a dog. You know the dog is going to live 10 years. That dog is going to love you in a manner that you have never experienced before. And every single day is a great day to the dog when he sees the people that love him. And then at the end of the 10 years, it will be an awful state of departure. So you buy into that. And the Jazz, they have not been able to buy into the good times, Jazz fans I'm speaking to. Now, going forward, I don't know to what extent the good times are going to happen in 26, 27. None of us do. But we do know from heretofore, as they say in gobbledygook language, that at this point on, this team is trying to win. Every move is going to be dictated with the premise of winning. And when winning now. That's why I elevate this to a 10 out of 10 under the circumstances. If you would have said that this was a good team before the Boozer and Williams era when they were good, and even most recently with the guys that they brought in Bogdanovich. Okay, well, on his own, Bogdanovich was a decent player and he fit in well. I wouldn't have said that was a 10 out of 10. No, he helped them and he was a good player. Good, made the team better, but we didn't go crazy. The reason why I want to go crazy is it goes beyond Jaren Jackson Jr.'s playing ability, which is substantial. We have issues with his rebounding. I have issues with his salary. He's going to be a $50 million a year player, so you have to get that type of production. But I just like the signaling that it sends is that we're done, people, and from here on out, we're going to strive to have good times. And I care about the fans, right? I'm not going to have Hatbacks kind of money. I'm not going to have these players kind of money. I'm not going to have the coaches kind of money. I don't understand how that would work. I can't comprehend having no financial worries at any point now going forward. That's what they've got. Good for them. My contention and representation is from the fan base, and the fan base now can feel good about the franchise trying to win again.
I think they're going to pass some teams in the standings next year. How many remains to be seen. That'll be part of the fun next year. But, man, some of them are definitely in the rearview mirror. A bunch of them are probably in the rearview mirror. I'm expecting a big step forward. The only disappointment in this is that all that debate about we could have had about whether I'm shooting too high with 40 wins or Tim's shooting too high with 45, we're all going to have to recalibrate. This roster looks like it's going to be a lot better next year. And we got to figure out what the West looks like before we get too crazy about this. But the arrow is way up. If you want an old school song for this, PK, because I know you love to have songs and themes and all that, Dylan, the times they are a-changing. But if you want something more recent, something the kids are listening to, I don't want to go with the song that's hitting the charts from Gunna featuring Burna Boy. I don't really want to get into that. Yock probably knows all about that. Yock's rolling his eyes like, you're not really going there, are you, DJ? No, I'm going to Morgan Wallen. I'm going country for PK. Doesn't he have a song out? I Got Better. The Jazz just got better.
To me, all my music is wrapped up in one artist, and of course that is Billie Eilish. That's the one that I am excited about.
Okay.
And for the Jazz, they can, if they got to go over the cap now, everything that's involved in winning, and we know the parameters for winning, right? They're all out there, right? We understand what winning teams do as far as the finances and all, and what is required to win, right? We have a basic idea, the premise of winning teams, what it costs, and the investment that you will make. And now they're going to do all of that.
I know.
I'm not saying they're going to win the West or any of that. This
can't
is
know
a
that yet.
process that's going to be developed, and we'll see about the draft pick and some other moves.
Yep.
Austin Ainge did not come here to lose. He just didn't, right? And, I had some communication with him, and he's talking about how busy everything is. And once he told me that the word was swamped, I knew something's coming down. I didn't know what. Certainly not intimating that, boy, I knew Jaren Jackson was on the table and the Jazz were going to get him. I did not. But I knew that, all right, this is an aggressive, young, basically, I don't know what his title is. I just call him general managers. He's a young, aggressive guy, and he is a brilliant basketball mind. I can speak to that through discussions in locker rooms and on the court and on the phone and at airports back when he was in his early 20s. And so this guy is not going to try to take a backseat to anything, anyone. And so I knew something was coming down, and multiple things have come down. And they gave up these draft picks, which were so precious to them, rightly so. And they realized, and they knew this all along, it's not that they needed to some come to Jesus moment. They already knew it. Hey, that's why we've got these draft picks. The likelihood of drafting everybody with these picks was unlikely. And they knew that those are big time assets, and it can help them get better and improve. So they parted with them. It's every sign that I see in the last 48 to 72 hours shows we're in. The Vegas push the chips in. And for me as a sports fan, that's exactly what I want to hear, what I want to see. And we got it. Now we get to see how it is. And then next year when we come in and the Jazz lose 121 to 119 to the Hawks, or win 121 to 119, we can evaluate it legitimately.
Right.
It's pointless to evaluate last night's game when Nurkic doesn't play. Markkanen's a cheerleader in the fourth quarter. It's basically an exhibition game. We get that. Well, next year, we're done. They're going to sit some guys. Not everybody's going to play 82. I understand that. But the idea is they're going to win. And I would venture to say, going forward, now, there's 3 reasons why Markkanen wouldn't play in the fourth quarter. 1, he's hurt. 1, they're killing a team. Or 1, they're getting slaughtered. I can't think of any other reason. And as a fan, that's what I want to see. I'm a fan of competition. Now, we had competition last night. I'm not saying we didn't. All those guys on both teams were balling as hard as they could. So that was plenty fine for me. But I can't speak to what Atlanta's trying to do because I don't know and I don't care. But for the Jazz, we know what they're trying to do. And we know my Markkanen was over there not playing. Well, that's over, man. That leads me to have so much excitement that I'm eagerly underline that, anticipating the 26-27 season.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. More on the Utah Jazz and their future with David Locke at 8:30. We're talking Super Bowl. Kevin Graham is here at the top of the hour, 15 minutes away, right here on the Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
They've just opened all the lanes northbound Mountain View corridor at 7800 south due to an earlier accident, but the leftover delays in the area will continue all the way back to 90 to south, 2100 north in Lehigh. You try to get over to I-15. It's trying to get a bit more crowded there, but there's no other major trouble spots along the major thoroughfares along the Wasatch Front. This update is brought to you by The Roof, now serving lunch and dinner. Enjoy new ambiance, city views, and favorites. Bacon, fig, flatbread, steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Reservations and the menu can be found at theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. Joining us on the program right now for Jazz Daily, he is the coach, Tim Lacombe. You can hear him, of course, pre-half and post on your radio dial right here, the radio home of the Utah Jazz.
When you just look at it at face value, you're adding a 2-time All-Star, Defensive Player of the Year, a guy that is on 5 attempts per night from 3, shooting 36%. Wow. Rebounding is low. It's always kind of been low. I'm hoping maybe Will can get to him like he got to Colin on tempo. It would have, a guy that was voted Defensive Player of the Year. He's blocking 3 shots a game. game back then. That alongside what I think is probably one of the up-and-coming dominant rim protectors. If Walker and the Jazz find common ground, you look at a team that's really big, but you also look at a team that's very long. This move allows Lowry to go to the 3, and he is an absolute cheat code at 3. It's pretty exciting to think about.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, T.C. Christensen here. I'm thrilled to announce our new movie, Stand Out, the Ben Care story. My son Tanner and I have waited a long time for the right time to share this true story. Watch the trailer at standoutfilm.com.
Stand Out, now playing. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth and the entire NHL have begun a 3-week break for the Olympic Games. Clayton Keller, Olimata, Karel Vemelka, J.J. Peterka, 4 Mammoth players, Olympics bound to represent their home countries. Andre Tourney, the head coach, on what the Olympians are looking like.
I think he's been on a good stretch.
played a lot of hockey. He's going at the Olympics. You never know how those guys who's going at the Olympics after will be able to stay in the present. And I will say the three who played, they were rock solid today. JJ was really good. Kels was really good. And Veg was really good. So
there's your Mammoth at 50 update.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G today, noon to 3 at the Grill, 2264 South Main Street in Nephi. I was talking to him about that. He goes, yep, the freezer's getting empty. So he's down at Bar WB. If you can join him today, noon to 3. PK, big game Saturday night. BYU and Houston, number 8, number 16. Momentum can change quickly in college basketball. The Cougars had it. They were rolling. They were flying. They've lost 3 in a row, and 4 out of 5, 3 of them to ranked teams. I know it doesn't feel very good right now, but it can turn around if they can defend, because defending has been a problem the last couple weeks.
Well, sure. I mean, you could say that about every team. They can turn it around if this or that, whatever the particular ailment is. It's a question of will it? Can it? You know, it's, you can if it all you want, but is it in their ability? Do they have what it takes to be that at least some form of resistance? And the early part of the game against Oklahoma State was an embarrassment of just soft, extremely soft turnovers. Come on. You can clean that up at least. And that will help your defense, because anytime you have turnovers in the open court, you're obviously far more susceptible to giving up high percentage shots from the opponent, as opposed to turnovers that are out of bounds. Say you charge and that's considered a turnover, but you allow your defense to get set. So eliminate those or reduce those as much as possible. Don't be so careless. Be strong with the ball. Steve Cleveland used to talk about conference play versus non-conference play. And in non-conference play, you know, you're a little looser and you have opportunities to make up for any error or deficiency earlier in the game. In conference play, he would talk about possessions, and literally each possession has to be valued at a high level, because the intensity in conference play goes up dramatically. Oklahoma State had a chance to really turn the corner on its season by beating BYU, and they did. Hence the students and others coming onto the floor after the game. If they beat Utah, the students aren't coming out onto the floor onto the game. If they beat Arizona State, the students aren't coming out on the floor after the game. We understand that, right? And so that is what you're facing. And now you have to match that intensity, and that didn't happen. And go ahead and do it. It's not like the season will get away, but expectations then, by their own acknowledgement, they start to wonder and doubt creeps in. And what do you got? And Yak and I were talking about this yesterday, that does Debonsa get to the point where, man, I'm just here for a few weeks, basically a few months, and then I'm on to the NBA. So I got to make sure I worry about that. Richie Saunders too. Hey, I got to show well before this in front of the scouts, because I'm a borderline NBA player and I got to do everything I can. You don't want that. You want that team all bought into winning this year. So each of these games, literally each possession, needs to be valued far more than it is on both ends of the floor, obviously.
I get that mindset, and I get why you and Yak would have that discussion. I would have joined right in if I hadn't been on vacation. But, man, you got a bunch of guys who worked in the pros, and I can get you ready for the pros is the pitch. We've been told that a million times. You think all the scouts showing up at these games, and man, Houston's got a high draft pick too, unless they got a couple. So there ought to be how many scouts, Jock? Have you heard? I don't know,
I'm guessing
20?
it'll be in the dozens because they have two players, Cenac and Kingston Flemings on Houston's side, and then you got AJ and Richie.
So you think those scouts aren't going to be looking at how BYU handles the ball and how BYU defends and how DeBonsa defends and how Saunders? I mean, for multiple reasons, now's the time they got to step up. And they could be coming off a game where turnovers are the issue. You know they're getting preached at. You know they're getting told you got to knock it off. And you also know that Houston is among the national leaders. They force 15 turnovers a game. So they are waiting. You're soft with the ball. You're weak with the ball. They're going to pick your pocket, and they're going to go the other way. That's how they make their living. So they're coming for it. All right, DJ, PK, we're joined in studio right now by John from J. Brooks Jewelers because Valentine's Day is 1 week from tomorrow. And you mentioned this in the last segment. If you want to customize something, as long as it's a little, not a lot, there's a chance. And also you have a lot of heirloom pieces, pieces that weren't passed down inside the family. So maybe there's something special, different. It'll really click when you see it. Just got to go to one of your two locations and take a look and see what appeals to you.
And if you want to start, a lot of people like to do a little research before they come in because it is such a big holiday. It's such an important thing to get something fun that your sweetheart's going to love. Mm-hmm. So at jbrooksjewelers.com, our website's an easy place to start. We have a brand new person who is adding daily pieces every single day. And so whether it be from the collection of J. Brooks that we've gathered together with our buying team, which is all female, I might add, so women know what women want. Or two, whether you come into the end of collection, which is on the website, which shows all kinds of great values. Or three, the vintage pieces, which have come in to us from different families, different circumstances, things that are kind of a retro piece out of the 80s and 90s or pieces that go all the way back to the 1920s. So whether we want to do something that's very current and stylish, which you can, again, check. If you go to our Instagram at jbrooksjewelers, you'll see that gives you kind of a little insight. Sometimes as guys, it's a little overwhelming. I don't know about you, but buying clothes for my wife, woo. No, thank you.
This is why there are gift certificates.
Oh, my gosh. But jewelry is something that you can come in and pick and choose and kind of, once we get to know her a little bit, we also will help you. She already has this, she already has that. This would be a great asset to match with that. So once you let us get one of our stylists with you, our entire team is female. They're so good at helping the guys shop and to make you look really good. Our job is to make you look good. Mm-hmm. It's a guy listening, and for the ladies listening, to make sure that the guys get what you want. And if for some reason we have a disconnect, we will exchange and fix that. The custom part is easy. If you want to add a band and you want to do something to match your 5 kids, and you want to have 5 stones, and you want to have it we have it in white, but you want it in yellow. A lot of times those things can be done really quickly. So with customizing those kind of simple things, parts that are already in place, it's just a matter of getting your metal, your number of stones, those kind of things, pretty easy to do. And still in time for Valentine's Day, which is a great holiday. We also, with every purchase, we have, just to make it easy for you for one stop, we have chocolate. Every purchase comes with a dozen roses, so you can pick out and have that right.
Whoa. This is important information. What are you doing holding on? John, you got to lead with this. Right. Let's go.
This is the hat trick. We're going to give you.
Nice.
Very simple. We're going to give you the chocolate we have for you. We have the roses, and, of course, we have the jewelry. So when you come home, you are the hero, which is our job. And you want to do that because Valentine's Day is a day you just don't want to mess up, and our job is to make you look good.
Valentine's Day, 1 week from tomorrow. J. Brooks Jewelers has the jewelry, has the chocolate, has the flowers. Visit them online at jbrooksjewelers.com. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stuck in the office.
I believe you have my stapler.
In your car or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Stained. Break the Cycle 25th Anniversary Tour. Featuring Seether. Stained. October 7th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. With special guests, Hoobastank and Hinder. Reserve seats on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. More at Stain.com.
College doesn't have to feel like a leap into the unknown. At the Huntsman School of Business, your teen can experience it before it begins. Huntsman Day in the Life lets high school students spend a full day on the USU's beautiful campus in Cache Valley, touring Huntsman Hall, joining a leadership activity, attending a mini lecture with a real professor, competing in a scavenger hunt, and yes, ending with famous Aggie ice cream. Spots are limited. Register by February 27th. Give your student confidence before college starts. Visit huntsman.usu.edu/undergraduate to sign up.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G Tuesday. He's going to be at My Hearing Center noon to 3. My Hearing Center, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy.
Huh? My Hearing Center. Get it?
I got it. DJ, PK, KG, Kevin Graham. Good morning, Kevin.
Hello. I can barely hear as well. I think it's a radio thing, by the way. You know, you wear headphones, your plugs or earpieces, you know, your whole life. So my left ear is about dead. So I'm heading out there. I'll fly in. All right. So.
All right. Have you made the trip? You've been to Costco. You stocked up on the chips and on the dip. You prepared yourself for a massive pregame show and then the last 3 hours of football for a few months?
No, but I will be watching football for the last 3 months. Yeah. No, I got not diagnosed per se, but my blood pressure is really high, is what a doctor told me last week, which is a new thing. So I've decided that with all the snow here in lovely Charlotte, North Carolina, where I currently reside, I'm driving 4 hours south to go to Hilton Head, which is a little island, and I'm going to do what everybody does to lower blood pressure, and that's play golf for 4 days. So I'm really looking forward to that because, golf will totally, just because I'm so great at it, it will relax me. So, yeah. But no, I will be ready and willing and watching the game. I'm very excited. I'm bittersweet, actually, because, the season's coming to an end. That means I'm not going to be a regular on Fridays with you guys anymore. So I'm a little sad in that regard, but I'm hopeful for a good game. So that's all we can hope for. And I'm very excited in seeing Bugs Bunny's halftime show because that's going to be a lot of fun as well. The Looney Tunes, that's when cartoons were like at the top, you know what I mean? Like Bugs and Elmer Fudd and Gen Zers, look that up. That's when cartoons were at the top. So I'm very excited for the Bugs Bunny halftime show.
I get their new cartoons, but I can't believe that stuff isn't more available somewhere in the 5 billion channel universe, and with everything streaming, the fact that there's a generation growing up without hearing Wascowee Wabbit drives me nuts.
I know, man. Elmer Fudd and Sylvester and Tweety and Coyote and chasing down the Roadrunner. And of course, and you're not going to find a couple of them because, there's a couple that probably should have been canceled, like Speedy Gonzalez and Pepe Le Pew. So, yeah, those two you probably don't want to search out. But all the other ones were pretty fun.
I'm wondering if you have an internal conflict because obviously you took a shot at my guy, Bad Bunny. And you are a big Kid Rock fan, and I know that you're extreme left, but the alternative to Bad Bunny is Kid Rock is putting on, I don't know exactly where it's going to be on, but he's doing a halftime show. So how do you reconcile that?
Well, I hate politics, and so I take the politics out. I am annoyed the fact that it's so political, where we got, Bad Bunny, going to do his show and everything on the left side, and then Kid Rock is a right side, and he's going to be on Turning Point USA, I think, is where I saw. But no, I'll have one on the TV, which I'll probably have Bad Bunny, and then I'll have Kid Rock on the phone too. And I just like the music, at least Kid Rock's music. I only had 2 years of Spanish, so I'm not really sure how much I'm going to actually recognize of Bad Bunny singing. But I remember uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. So if he counts up to 6, I'll know that. All right, I'll be good there. So. I don't remember my 2 years of high school Spanish.
I got numbers and colors, and after that, I probably have 50 random words, and then I'm done.
Yeah, it's fine. Look, it's great. Whatever. It's entertainment, and I'm all about entertainment. So I do though, and that's the one thing about the Super Bowl that I don't like is I love that it should be a national holiday and we should all have Monday off afterwards, but that's besides the point. It's just so big, and for us diehards, us old schoolers, I do like football. So that's why I really don't do parties like I used to and all that. I want to watch the game, and so my hope is that the game is at least as entertaining as all the craziness around it will be.
The Sam Darnold thing is something that is really fun to look at his career, right? He comes out of San Clemente, which that area down there in Southern California is a powerhouse for putting out quarterbacks. His high school, John Beck's son, is the starting high school quarterback at the same high school that Darnold went to. SC, what was he, the third pick?
Yep,
and
third pick.
It's just flounder. A little bit in Minnesota, and then they let him go. Obviously, they got the other kid from Michigan. And then we know to Seattle. Then Seattle was a 10-win team, but Geno Smith wasn't viewed as good enough in Seattle's minds, and clearly they make the right decision. How do you explain the Sam Darnold phenomenon? And now I think they're going to win. And if that's the case, then he's going to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And he was thought of as a protege, but then he was thought of as a bum, and now he's back on top. It's almost like in a way, it's a Kurt Warner type story. Kurt's obviously was a little more dramatic, but it's something that I find fascinating.
And I followed it. I mean, I was in Dallas when he got drafted. I was at that draft. I attended the press conference. And as you guys know, and if any long-term listeners know, I'm a huge Jets fan. So here we were drafting out the quarterback. But, the downfall for him is, and a lot of it is just what organization is picking you. He was only 20 years old, and he only had played 2 years of college football. So when he goes to the Jets, who immediately needed a quarterback to play right away, at 20 years old, in the Big Apple, in New York, in an organization that's one of the worst in professional sports in the entire world, it was just not a fit. And he gets thrown in, he struggles, he doesn't get the coaching he needs. And then, Carolina, that was a dumpster fire as well. Finally, San Francisco, I think, is when finally he could settle in. And again, you're talking now he's 24, maybe 25, something like that, maybe 25 probably when he was in San Francisco. Now he goes with a coach that knows how to coach a quarterback. He was a backup, had no pressure. He actually got to learn. And then what's he do? He goes to Minnesota with another good coach that knows quarterbacks, has a good system, has good players around him, plays really well, does have a meltdown in his last 2 games, one being the last game of the regular season and then the playoffs as well. But then, he goes, Minnesota says, well, we drafted a young quarterback. We're going to keep him. We're going to go with him. And that failed miserably for Minnesota due to injuries with J.J. McCarthy. And now he ends up in Seattle in another great situation where he has playmakers and a system around him. I think being an NFL copycat league, and I don't know if it's going to happen now because pressure now, not only from ownership, a lot of these owners know what the hell they're doing and throw all this money at these teams, coaches trying to save their rear ends, fans because we're so impatient, we want our teams to win. But the end game to me of what we're learning, and if the NFL's smart with the copycat of the way NFL typically works, you've got to be patient with these younger quarterbacks. I mean, Patrick Mahomes didn't play his first year. And I know these days it's harder, but just think of it from a common sense standpoint. You're a terrible team. I mean, we're going to see it with the Raiders when they draft Mendoza, and they're probably going to throw him in right away. And what's going to happen? He's going to suck. And he's going to struggle. And some guys, like a Peyton Manning, the great ones can survive that. Peyton Manning was terrible in his first year with the Colts. Some of these players can survive that, but other ones can't. And so, and particularly if you're not surrounded by a good team around you. So, in the world where none of us are patient, patience to me is the way to go with younger quarterbacks like this. I mean, look at our days, man. These guys would sit for 3, 4, 5. Steve Young's a Hall of Famer and didn't play for how many years because he was down, he was behind Joe Montana. I mean, the list goes on of guys that sat and learned and got some experience and learned from a veteran quarterback in front of them. And by the way, the team still sucks, so they were able to draft better players. Then if you do like New England, where you get some good free agents to come into play too, and now you're surrounded by a team when it's time for this quarterback to step up and perform. And I'm happy for Sam Darnold. One enemy's bitter. It's like, God, I wish he could do that for the Jets. But the other part of me is like, the Jets suck. They're a train wreck. So he got wronged. And so I love the fact that he's turned it around, and now he's got a chance not only to win the Super Bowl, but, if I was a betting man, which means I'm totally going to lose this bet, but I would say he's the favorite for MVP as well, because if Seattle's going to win, he's obviously going to be an instrumental part of that.
I get the argument that this game is really big for Darnold, right? Because it's the proverbial Steve Young monkey off my back. I can do it. I have done it. I'm holding the Super Bowl trophy. That's a massive story. But isn't it also a massive story for May? A guy at his age getting his first Super Bowl on a team that looks like it has rock-solid ownership. It looks like they've got a rock-solid coach. They got more than $30 million of cap money next year. A chance to repeat, a chance to be a multi-Super Bowl winner, Hall of Famer. I mean, he could really – it's not like he's kicking off his career. He's played in the NFL. But, I mean, he could really put some jet fuel in his career and the arc of his career with a win in this game.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I mean, again, I hate the Patriots as a Jets fan. I despise the fact that they only sucked for 2 years and they're back in a Super Bowl again. But a lot of that credit goes to Drake May and the way he's performed. Now, with that said, he's still young. He's taken 15 sacks in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. There are issues there. I think Turnovers. He has not played that well, quite frankly, in the play. Exactly. And the other thing too, and I don't want to demean the Patriots because you play what's in front of you. If you look at their schedule, guys, they only played in the regular season 3 teams with a winning record. 3 of their 17 games had winning. And guess what? They were 1-2 in those games. They beat the Bills once, lost to the Bills, and they lost to the Steelers. That's it. So they also got the benefit of a great schedule. Now, they get in the playoffs and win the games they need to play. Again, sometimes it's luck. Well, let's face it, C.J. Stroud's a terrible quarterback. Houston's offense was inept, so they beat them. Then they get Stidham, and they beat them. I mean, San Diego, or not San Diego, the Chargers do what you do, DJ, like the L.A. Chargers. Herbert, I mean, he's a great quarterback, but they had a ton of injuries all year long and probably weren't the legit force of a playoff team as you would expect going in. And so they did get a good road to the Super Bowl, and they're there. I think what's going to be interesting to see is how he, being Drake May, and the Patriots in general, just performed being in that light. And same thing with Seattle, too. I got some media types I know that were covering the teams, this week, and I actually had two different people tell me that the opinion they got of just talking to players and whatnot, and again, who knows whether they're reading it right, is that Seattle seems super focused and dialed in. The Patriots kind of have that big eye look about them, like their eyes are blown up, like, oh my gosh, look what we're in, because obviously they had no expectations to get there, where Seattle at least, had some and thought that they could challenge at least for a division title, where the Patriots were just hoping to get to 500 or a little bit above 500. So I don't know, we'll see how it breaks down. But yeah, I mean, that's what disgusts me. New England is going to be really good because they do have a franchise quarterback. They do have a great coach who just got Coach of the Year honors. They do have really good ownership. They do have cap money, like you just said. They have a system in play. They are a championship franchise, unfortunately, and they're going to be really good going forward. I am going to be curious of how they do next year when they actually play a first-place schedule. But, still, you're right. They have it all laid out. But sometimes, too, that could go against you because he is so young, and he's going to be in this league for many, many years and have opportunities probably going forward to get to a Super Bowl as well and win some.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it with New England. They're just getting started. I don't believe at the pro level anybody plays with house money. I never bought that expression, but I don't think there's an enormous amount of pressure on these guys because if they lose, as long as they don't get beat 48-0, they can look at it and say, wow, we had a really good season and we're just getting started. New coach, young quarterback, blah, blah, blah. And so the expectation with the folks in New England will be, we'll be knocking on the door. You never know if you can get back. So we can go from that standpoint and go forward here with that in mind, which is why I sort of, from the psychological standpoint, not just like the betting favorite, but from the mindset, I think that Seattle is more of the favorite because I think Seattle is expecting to win. I wonder if New England is really expecting to win, if they're just caught up in being there. But at the same token, you've got a veteran coach who's a tough guy and all that. And over there for the Seahawks, it's like this new breed of coach, right?
Yeah.
A young guy that not a lot of people knew about and the mind and all that. And it seems like, and that's my question, is that what we're going to see now going forward? These guys that maybe didn't play at the highest level, but they come from the analytical, almost to the point of being savants when it comes to the brain capacity to have the knowledge to run a team. Do you think that that's something that if Seattle does win with this great season that they've had, that's the way we'll go and we'll start seeing more of these types of people getting these types of head coaching jobs?
I think that's a great point. I mean, I'm just looking down the list of the 10 coaches that were hired this offseason. I mean, you look at Stefanski, LaFleur, Mike LaFleur of Arizona. Dude, he was run out of town as the offensive coordinator of the Jets after 2 years. And then a couple of years later, he's now a head coach in the NFL. I mean, which is amazing. Jesse Minter, Joe Brady, Munkin from Cleveland, Kubiak. I mean, these are guys that outside of John Harbaugh, who's been there a long time, Jeff Hafley in Miami, Saleh, who was a terrible coach with the Jets and now getting a second chance. I mean, I think you bring up a good point. I think you are going to get a lot of guys because, again, being the copycat league that it is they're going to get guys that not only the analytics, but have the balance, have the old school football in them, but also utilize the analytics to be able to fuel, what players they go after, how they draft, how the organization runs, how they prepare. I think all that is in play, as you go forward.
Our poll question, Kevin, I just put it up. We're about 50 votes in here. Who wins the Super Bowl? Seahawks big. They cover -4.5. That's 2/3 of the voters, 67%.
Yeah.
Seahawks in a squeaker, another 17%. 8% for the Patriots and 8% for anybody who wants to golf. Tee times, baby. Let's go get them. The weather's good. You said you were going to golf. I just checked,
well,
PK.
not during the Super Bowl.
Well, I just checked. Like, there's, if you want to get onto Bonneville, there's like 2 slots open at 3:10 and 3:20 or something. Like, even Rose Park.
Well, there you go.
Pretty much booked up. That's usually a course. Maybe has a little more availability. Nope. People are over the Seahawks and Patriots. They're golfing. Look at our February weather. All right,
yes,
Kevin.
Yes.
We appreciate it as always. You're the man. Thank you.
No problem, guys. I appreciate you too, and Jake as well. You guys have a great Super Bowl Sunday. Always here to talk whenever you need me.
Okay, we'll talk to you, Kevin.
All right.
Thank you. Kevin Graham, there he is, joined us all season long talking about the National Football League and the Utes and the Cougars. We're joined right now by John from J. Brooks Jewelers. He is here to talk about Valentine's Day, which is 1 week from tomorrow. If you need a gift, jewelry is always a good idea. You can get flowers and chocolate when you're there. And, John, a lot of people, they think gold, silver, diamonds. But you were telling me last hour that there's actually a lot of options now. Rubies, sapphires, you got heirloom jewelry. So you really need to go to the website and check some stuff out, but really get in the store and see the pieces in person and see what you think.
Yeah, and you can take any of these things and create any way you want. The one thing about that has changed over the last decade is that with computer aiding design, all the girls who come in, I would say 7 out of 10 want to custom make what they want for their engagement ring. And so with that in vein, we've created a whole collection called the JBJ collection, where we have a whole collection of one-of-a-kind pieces that are done, that are finished and ready to go. So if you want to surprise her with something, there are some things that are done and ready that are unique, one-of-a-kinds that are done here in the store. If she wants something that she's been seeing online, which is where it all comes from, Pinterest is our biggest helper and foe at the same time, but with it be color. So ruby and sapphire, what makes them particularly great is that they're really hard, so they can be worn every day. And they don't scratch very easily, and so they're just a beautiful gemstone. And particularly blue sapphire, it's such a neutral color. It goes with everything we're wearing. People love jeans, and so it's just a natural tie with that. And so with the Montana sapphire coming on, there's so many great options in color, pinks and greens and lavenders, and these teal is been a very strong color the last few years. So you're not limited to the traditional, my wife wants a solitaire, or my girlfriend. There's just so many good options. So when you jump online, you can see a lot of those displayed. And then when you come into the store, you get to touch and hold and feel and see these colors, see if that talks to you. If not, there's never been a better time to buy a diamond. I was telling you in one of the breaks that diamonds are down in some categories 50%, or prices from 1985 when I first started. And the lab grown diamonds are from when they started 11 years ago, they're 90 to 95% cheaper. So if you're in the market, if you're thinking, what do I want to do with gold up? Trust me, with the diamonds down, you're ahead in the game still. And this is a perfect time to do that. So just jump on jbrooksjewelers.com or on our Instagram, kind of see what we're doing, the flavor. And at some stage, bring her, come in, look and see, and we'll have something for you for Valentine's Day to make it easy for you. Again, we have chocolate, we have a dozen roses, and, of course, we have the jewelry. So the hat trick, the trifecta of what we're doing.
John, J. Brooks Jewelers. Check them out in Murray and Lehigh and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th to the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th to the 15th.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour returns for part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified phenomenon Post Malone. Live at Rice Eccles Stadium July 28th. Get tickets this Tuesday at 10 a.m. at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose in Atlanta, 121-119. Isaiah Collier, 25 points, 11 assists, 7 rebounds. He played all 48 minutes. Again, that's back-to-back games he's done that. Will Hardy on Collier's performance.
Zay has a protocol that he goes through after every game. No matter how much he plays, obviously there will be more emphasis on some of the recovery elements of that. I imagine he'll be a little bit sore tomorrow, but I won't ask him how he feels because I don't want to put in his head that he is more sore than he is. He'll get a good night's sleep tonight. He'll get a good night's sleep tomorrow, and he'll be ready to go against Orlando.
Utah Jazz updates brought to you by the University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win every week. You can win big on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, you can win tickets to see Brian Reagan at the Delta Center on Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. It has been an enormous week for the Utah Jazz. They've lost some games and stayed on track. Did win one. Stayed on track to hold on to the draft pick, and also made the trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. So the rebuild, we're entering a new phase. Say goodbye to 4 years of tanking after they get done tanking the last couple dozen games here. And then get ready for more winning in the fall. How much more winning is an excellent question. How much more winning depends on multiple things. Does Walker Kessler get signed? How much does he cost? How much money they have to go get somebody else? We're joined right now by David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, feels like a big step forward was just taken, and the next question is, what comes next? What's the next step in roster building for the next season?
You can't even just cherish and enjoy a mammoth, monumental step. You got to know what's next already.
Yes, because I know something is next.
Be in the moment, David James. Be there. Feel the moment. Be now. Not always yearning or wanting.
No, now is Lauri Markkanen sitting his butt on the bench and being a good guy, whether he wants to or not, and watching him lose a game. That's now. I can't wait for the next 30 to go. I'm super intrigued by what they're going to do with this team going forward, because you're right, there is a lot to cherish in this trade. The possibility, and I know Kessler has to be signed, and he's restricted free agent, and we'll get to that, but the thought of the 3 7-footers, that is a ton of size, behind guys who can be pretty good defenders, Ace Bailey, Cody Williams, size and length in a way the Jazz have, and athleticism in a way the Jazz haven't had it before. So who else are they going to have? I want to know. I'm ready. I'm ready to transport myself to next October.
There's a great deal of excitement, and this is super that, yes, this era of, as I said on Locked on Jazz, the witch is dead. We have the witch's obituary written, and it's over, and it ends on April 12th, thank God. And I think we are all very excited for the process to move forward into the next stage. So, this is incredible. I don't know the next stages. I mean, I think this is iteration 1. It's not perfect, but it's a huge step. It's a massive commitment. I don't think they have enough ball handling. I think they're a little short on shooting. I think will be interesting to see what they can do defensively. Like, are they great defensively, or are they incredibly slow in transition? And it's a problem. I just think there's a lot of discovery that has to be made. How much can Will Hardy's system bring? We've created 2 players in the last 4 years who become most improved players in the NBA under Will. Like, does he have something else up his sleeve? Is there a way that he's going to be able to accentuate Jaren Jackson the way he accentuated Lauri Markkanen? Jackson's not the numbers don't have Jaren Jackson as a very good off-ball player, or very good pick-and-roll players. Offensively, he's much more of an isolation driver, or he's actually quite a good spot-up shooter. And so how do you integrate him? I think that's going to be very complicated. I think the offensive side is going to be really complicated and going to take some massaging and some real work from Will. That maybe Jaren Jackson, if Ace Bailey takes a jump, Jaren Jackson's your 4th option offensively. And how's Jaren Jackson feel about that? He's been the number 1 or 2 option kind of a lot of the time in Memphis, and taking 20-plus shots a night, and not quite, but scoring 22. And so I think there's a lot of pieces of this that it's all theoretical right now. And then I think what gets tricky, to your point in the off season, is like, are you trying to complement this group in some way without having really ever seen it play together? Right? Because Walker's the key piece, and you're not going to see Walker in this. And so, like, does Austin Ames go to the offseason trying to make moves to even accelerate this a little bit? Or do you actually just go and say, okay, we're going to watch this for 5 months and try to figure out what's working, what's not, and then make some moves? Or there's some real moves you're trying to make? Now, we're pretty limited, by the way. You're paying 2 guys $50. Walker's coming in somewhere between 20 and 30. Keontae seems to be maybe on the pace to coming in somewhere between 30 and 40. That's too much. And you're not – I don't think you're signing guys in the offseason to 2 or 3 year deals unless they're on the minimum. Because you're going to get – next year's going to be fine, but the year after it gets super tight. And then Ace Bailey, luckily, doesn't need to be extended till after Jaren Jackson and Lowry's contracts are done, so you'll have to figure that out then.
What is Kessler's bargaining power with the Jazz and throughout the league?
Seems like it got less good. Now, it only takes one, right? So you don't need 5 people in there. I think this is if you're Walker. You just need one other suitor, and then you have bargaining power. So in that sense, it's very advantageous. All he needs is one person. However, it does feel like Indiana and Washington were 2 of the most talked about spots. They just both kind of made their moves. Washington doing the Anthony Davis and Alex Sarr. I'm sure they're not interested. Indiana went and got Zubac, who, I would have to assume, and I read from Chris Haynes, we were involved in those deals. I don't know that we would have taken that deal, but I also don't think that Indiana's doing a deal with Walker unless they know what his number is. I don't know how that works. I don't know how Indiana – I don't know what is allowed back channel on that, and what conversations. But, if you're Indiana, you're not trading for Walker Kessler and then finding out, he wants $35 million. Crap, we give him 2 first-round draft picks. And so you're going to know what it is that he wants and so I don't know if they found that out and that number was too big. And so they went and took Zubac at 18, 19, or 20, which is what Zubac is. He's 18, 19, 20, great contract, or whether it just actually never materialized. But if in fact Chris Haynes is right that we were in conversations, then I'm certain Indiana was in conversations with Walker. I don't know how it played out, but that's intuitive. So Walker, are the Clippers suddenly a player for Walker? Now that they don't have a center, is Brooklyn going to end up opening up the coffers for Walker? We have not seen a lot of restricted free agent player movement the last year, so I don't think Walker has a huge amount of leverage other than you'd like to get deals done and not have it become totally arduous.
What about the Lakers? I mean, the teams with cap room right now, the Bulls have the most,
Lakers,
but Bulls, Wizards, Lakers, Nets, and Hawks. Maybe the Pistons, maybe. Okay,
Bulls, possible. Wizards, no. Lakers, but once they sign Austin Reeves, don't they lose most of their cap space?
They have $108 million committed next season, right now. So
I have to look what Austin Reeves' number is. Austin Reeves' number.
So he's at $14 million with a player option for $15. Him saying, "Forget about the option. I want to get paid." I get that.
Right, he's getting 40.
Okay, so if he goes to 40, then they go to 148. That leaves them a little bit of room, depending on what else they do.
But not how much room? Not $25 million. What's the cap?
They'd have to jettison. They'd have to find some people move Ayton, right? He's making $8 million, so they could create a little more room that way. I think the cap's projected at 166 somewhere in there. So.
Okay.
I mean, to your point, there's teams that can do it. There's a little bit of wiggle room. There's 5 or 6, and some of the teams have filled the gap. And no matter what I say this morning, one deal this summer, and then that team doesn't have gap, and it doesn't have space anymore, and somebody else might open up some space. So,
right. And Walker's really good. He's a 7-footer that protects the rim. But I also don't know that I think. I mean, maybe
his value's less. I mean, that might be the answer. Maybe.
Yeah, it's curious. I'm trying to figure out where he fits in all of it. I would rather have Walker than Daniel Gafford, I think. But then I'd probably rather have Daniel Gafford at whatever his number is than Walker at 25.
Right.
How do you think Markkanen and Jackson will mesh?
I think they should mesh fine because defensively Jackson really helps Lowry. Jackson's got to play the 4. Here's the thing on Walker where he's so important. Jackson really needs to play the 4 defensively.
Yeah.
He's not a good rebounder, and the numbers on Memphis are really different when he plays the 4 than when he plays the 5. And he's one of the 5 best isolation defenders in the league. When you go get that 6'11" frame with good decent athleticism and that size and that length, and you try to take him on a switch, that's a bad scenario for the other team. So this is where Jaren Jackson, 1 through 4 switching is pretty great. And then as a secondary weak side defender with, someone goes and puts Lowry in space, which teams do. Lowry's not a particularly good isolation defender. In fact, at times he's been ranked one of the worst. now you drive and Walker or Jackson's going to be in a position where they can come help. That's a pretty mammoth change for the Jazz defensively. Offensively, Jaren Jackson's a really good shooter. Like, he's become that. In the last 2 years, he's 39% on catch and shoots. We always like to have 753s as kind of your number for the most recent 750. His number's at like 500, so you're not totally sure this is real because he was a 33% kind of three-point catch and shoot shooter, but he's been 39% for 2 years now. So, if Lowry's coming off an off-ball screen that we run so very much and they bring in help off Jaren Jackson, I think Lowry finding Jaren Jackson, that's going to give him a lot of looks. He's not a great pick-and-roll big. In fact, he and Walker were like the two worst pick-and-roll bigs they were two of the five worst pick-and-roll bigs in the NBA last year, he and Walker. So, the Jazz are going to have to figure out how to play pick-and-roll for Keontae. But I think I'm not particularly concerned about the offensive match other than how much what you have to do for Jaren to make him feel engaged, right? He doesn't want to become the fourth guy just sitting out there not doing anything. So, does he play some center in the minutes where Lowry's off the floor so that then you're playing post up through him to get him his 5 or 6 or 8, 7 touches a night? Like, that's the only real concern I have on it. I think we lack ball handling, but we don't lack passing. The guys, they're all pretty decent passers. We lack ball handling, though.
I thought the plan would be for him to play backup center because as much as I totally agree with you, yeah, he's miscast if he's the full-time 5. But you're playing against backup centers for a few minutes. Part of the beauty of having 3 7-footers would always be having 2 of them on the floor pretty much at any one time if you want. You should be able to pull that off. Maybe for matchup purposes, well, some nights you don't want it. But when you want it, you should be able to pull it off. So it seemed like there would be a role. And then the other thing is, when you've talked so much about injuries, David, and you have talked so much about don't look at how long a guy is in the league, how many years, look at how many minutes he's played. What about the whole thought that the starters who we see playing big minutes right now maybe should be in the 30 to 33 range, and that opens up more time to move different combinations of guys around?
Yeah, I think, right, we're talking about everything. I think that's a great point that this all can change so dramatically on one, given one night's twisted ankle suddenly changes everything for 2 weeks. But that's where you probably do need to have another center that's half decent, because if Walker goes out for a while, you really don't want to be rolling Jaren Jackson out as your starting center the whole time.
Yeah.
So it gets a little complicated in that sense. I mean, we all want Jock Landale now. I can really get in the weeds with you here. Lowry plays in 3 stints per half. That's how, if you've noticed this, Lowry plays 6 minutes, sits for 3, plays for 6, sits for 3, unless it's the fourth quarter last night, and then plays 6 more. And so I think it's really interesting of what we do in those 2-3 minute gaps, because is that where you just run the offense through Jaren and get him a bunch of touches?
Mm-hmm. We've seen that. So, old school fans know that very well. Why will Antoine Carr take such a small role?
Yeah.
And when he checked in, you knew exactly when he was going to run, and you knew when they were going to throw the ball to him on the post and he was going to shoot. The very first time down the floor, they force-fed him, and it worked.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it could work again.
I think there's something to that. Jackson was a really good driver. He's a pretty good offensive isolation player. He's an average post-up player. These are all just based on stats. And he's a good shooter. He's not very good on the pick and roll. He's not very good on the off ball. Well, maybe that's fine, because Keontae is going to play pick and roll with Walker, and Lowry's playing the off ball stuff. So he's going to do the other stuff. So it actually may complement really, really well, but it's going to have to be massaged by Will Hardy.
Isaiah Collier's assist to turnover numbers are just staggering, and obviously he's been playing the entire game here of late. How much of all of this is legitimate?
50%.
What isn't?
Well, his tenacity, determination, and fight. There aren't just a lot of. I mean, I walked out with him last night. He was a tired young man. I mean, so I think that's tells you a lot about who he is. Like the fact that he's got this mentality. I think it's great. And I think that's really real. His speed's real. His development and growth is real. That he's, just playing off 2 feet and playing his floater zone shot has gone from 37% to 48%. He's figuring out how to not drive in the lane, jump in the air, be like, oh, crap, what am I going to do, and throw the ball away, which is literally why his turnovers are down. So I think there's a lot of development. I'm not sure I think this is a sustainable way to play basketball. Like, his time of possession last night was obscene. His fourth quarter assist hunting was fun in Indiana, but that's not like really an answer. You can go for the fact he doesn't take threes is pretty limiting. So like, that's why I said 50%. Like, I think he deserves a huge amount of credit for a lot of it. And then, we're just playing such stressless basketball right now, right? Mm-hmm. Like, there's just no ramifications to what's going on.
Yeah.
It's even like as gorgeous as Nurkic has been and fabulous as he's been, like, part of me is like, yeah, this is just like, right. Nurk's like rolling because like, this is the greatest. This is like being at summer camp, right? Like, there's no one's giving you grades. It's like fun. The guys get along great. Will's created a super environment, and like, like, it's pretty pressure free, and like, it's catering service for you. It's like fully summer camp. Like, it's great.
In this early developmental phase, Dave, I feel like all of us, fans, media, probably inside the club to a large degree too, there's a lot of focus on, okay, what is a guy's superpower? Will directs the discussion that way, right? What does he do well? Let's not focus on what he can't do. Except when you get to pressure basketball games, when you get to the playoffs where you play teams 7 times in 2 weeks, the opposing team is absolutely going to focus on what you can't do. And they're going to make you do what you can't do and see how well you can handle it and how long you can handle that for. So the whole way we've been looking at this is going to have to pivot as they get better. I mean, there's no way around it. So that's what makes at least 25% of all of this is not real, just because of that. Because we've been looking at guys developing what can you do. When they get to the playoffs, it's going to be what can't you do.
Right. I mean, last night there were some really great moments with Cody and Isaiah, and those should be really, really important to us because that's what we're doing. Mm-hmm. But there was also like Jacques Landell was guarding Cody.
Yeah.
Like,
it's not real. That's not going to happen in the playoffs. Right.
Yeah. Right. Like, and so you can't have that. And
that's why
that's really.
Yeah. That's why I want to look ahead, David. To circle back to where we started, that's why I want to look ahead, because it'll be much more real when we get to next October.
Right. No, I mean, I got asked today, like, what is your over-under on the Jazz win total? And, like, the Warriors don't look great next year, and the Clippers don't look great next year, and you start to piece this together, and, like, yeah, let's talk. I mean, I think there's a high likelihood the Jazz are, unless I'm forgetting someone, the Jazz are probably picked to be 6th in the West next year to start the year. Like, they're better than the Pelicans, they're better than the Kings, they're better than the Mavericks, they're better than the Grizzlies, they're better than the Blazers, they're better than the Clippers, they're better than the Warriors, they're better than the Suns. So, like, they maybe picked 7th in the West to start the year next year.
We'll have to see what everybody does this summer. It's highly speculative right now. David, we got to run, but we appreciate it as always. It has definitely been a big week. You can feel everything pivoting. So what's next?
This was a monumental time for us because I just want to let you know I just did this entire interview on my Meta glasses.
Oh, did you really?
Uh-huh. They're so great. Glasses. Like, they're the sound quality is so good that I actually just did the whole interview on the Meta glasses.
A couple months ago,
and I didn't move around, and I did all the things you like me to do.
All right, thanks, David. We got to run. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. PK, I saw those. One of our bosses had a pair a couple months ago, and I got to play with them. That was absolutely mind-blowing. Like, all right. What do I need a phone for? I got my glasses. I mean, that is a huge step forward from when we were kids, and the paper was in the driveway, and the phone was on the wall. Like, okay, just boom, right? You don't really need your phone. You got your glasses. You want to make a call? Here we go. All right, amazing. DJ and PK, if you haven't messed around those, you got to do them. They're awesome. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
An earlier minor accident southbound I-15. It's been cleared. There's no other trouble spots currently on that roadway. Still a little bit slow as you head over to Kimball Junction on eastbound I-80 at the moment, though. This update is brought to you by UTA. Keep that big event energy big. Take UTA and skip the parking lot. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
David James for Soda Weight Loss. If you want to take the weight off in 2026, there is no better time to start than right now. Be prepared for that beach vacation coming up this summer. Newport, San Diego, Santa Barbara, maybe Hawaii, wherever you go, Florida Keys, Mexico, whatever you want. If you want to drop the weight before you go, now's the time to start. Here's the thing about Soda. They're going to connect you with a nutritionist, get you advice, get you on an eating plan that will work for you, that will cut out sugar, cut out sodium, take the pounds off, and you'll see the inches go away in your waist. It'll make a difference. And instead of trying to put you on a shot or a drug that you need to take forever and that you need to pay for forever, it'll teach you how to eat and keep the weight off for a lifetime. 3 meals, 2 snacks, balanced, get rid of the sugar and the sodium. I'm halfway to my goal. You can make progress right away too. And you can save money because right now they got a promotional offer. If you join, your partner joins for free. 2 transformations for the price of 1. You can look and feel 10 years younger with pictures to prove it. So reach out right now. You can either go online, sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com, or call 866-800-SODA, 866-800-SOTA to speak with a nutritionist and get a plan that works for you. Soda, join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow, listen to the Utah Jazz in Orlando to play the Magic Saturday, 5 p.m. on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah State Aggies are at Wyoming to face the Cowboys at 7 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And the Houston Cougars visit BYU. A huge showdown tips off at 8:30 on 102.7 FM. If you want to hear your company's name here, introduce your brand to thousands of potential listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this, They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard, and it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth and the NHL have started their 3-week Olympic game break. 4 different Utah Mammoth players headed off to the Olympics. Dylan Gunther on the feeling for the squad as they enter this prolonged break.
It's great. I think heading into the break to get a couple of wins makes you feel good. It lets you relax a little bit. It's not in the back of your head. So I'm just happy we got 2 wins, and it's nice to take the time.
Clayton Keller, Ali Mata, Karel Vamelka, and J.J. Paterka, all Olympic bound. That's your Utah Mammoth update.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules First Federal Union Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Players of the Week are Jessica Maynard from Mountain Ridge High and Luke West from Bingham High. Maynard had 21 points in a win over Riverton and 23 in a rout of Harriman. West tallied 19 points and 8 boards in a win over Harriman and then tacked on 27 in a win over Copper Hills. The Salt Lake County Players of the Week award proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. DJ, PK, and we are joined by John from J. Brooks Jewelers because Valentine's Day is 1 week from tomorrow. Some people need Valentine's gifts, some for a wife, some for a girlfriend, some for a mom, some for a daughter, maybe even a daughter-in-law, and some people are thinking, all right, I'm ready to take the next big step and pop the question. There are many people coming through your doors for many different reasons with many different needs, John.
Yeah, and Jay Brooks, as we've talked about for years and years, is a full-service jeweler, so we handle all those needs, whether it be from restoring a piece, which there's still some time to do that if we want to restore a piece for Valentine's Day. We have 4 full-time jewelers, so it's time to do a lot of things.
If you haven't had a piece of jewelry cleaned in a long time, it can make a stunning difference.
A stunning difference. Cleaning and inspections are free. You just stop by, we take a look, see what needs to be done. So that's an easy thing to do. If you're on a tight budget and you just want to have it polished and cleaned, that's something that can be done pretty reasonably, So there's lots of good options, whatever the circumstance might be. What I would just remind everybody is that this is a holiday as a guy. You just don't want to mess up. And so whatever it is you want to do it right. So we try to make it easy for you by having flowers and chocolate as part of your purchase. So whatever you purchase, we have a dozen roses for you ready, chocolate for you, and, of course, the jewelry itself. And we have a wonderful selection from price points that really we start beautiful things that start at around $100, and then we go to anywhere you want to go as far as that goes. So if you want to blow our mind, we have some blow your mind gifts that will do a great job. We always tease you can't sell Ferraris if you don't have them, and so we have a few Ferraris around the showroom that'll make it easy for you. But we do everything for everybody, and we want to be that family jeweler where whatever you might need and whenever you might need it, that we're there to take care of you. But this time of year, we have lots of great things in the gift-giving budgets for Valentine's Day. And I just can't think of a better holiday to say to your sweetheart, hey, I love you. I want to do something special for you. So if you didn't do something fun for Christmas, this is a great follow-up, a great time to make up for that and do something for her that she'll remember forever. So go check us out online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Take a minute to follow us on Instagram. You'll be very, very pleased with all the content, keep you fresh. And that's what, with an all-female staff, who all the stylists, I'm the only guy working on the sales floor, that just makes it easy. They'll get to know her, get to know you, and help you and make it so easy for you. One of the funnest stories we have is a customer from Park City, and she said to us as we were doing appraisals of all her things, we have been so lucky, she used the word blessed, but so lucky to have met you because you've taken care of everything we ever needed for the last 20 years. And that's what we want to be. We want to be your jeweler. You have a doctor, you have a dentist, you have a CPA, perhaps you have an attorney. We want to be that other professional in your life. We want to be the jeweler that just looks after you. And we make it fun and easy. When you come in, it's a very enjoyable, fun environment.
Find John in his stores, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Well, we did it. We made it through another week. It is Friday. The weekend is here. You want to have a good time this weekend? Yeah, that's what life about. Enjoying the time that you have available. And in order to go big picture, you want to enjoy the time that you have available later in life. When it comes to retirement, you've got to plan. And when do you do that? You plan now. And I want to tell you about Trajan Wealth. It's family-owned and veteran-led. That's just a fact, man. I know that from personal experience. The guy that I deal with, Steve, yeah, he is a veteran. He's been doing this for so long. And that's really the common theme with Trajan Wealth. They're financial fiduciaries. They have decades of experience in the financial services profession. They're going to focus on helping people like you who are in or nearing retirement, better understand and prepare for all the challenges that are associated with the ever-changing financial landscape. And that's a fact, man. Who can be up to date with all the laws, changes, and taxes and whatever? No. You know, if your car's broken, you probably don't try to fix it unless you're a mechanic. Well, that's my point. With your money situation, go to a professional. Let them help you. And even if you've got a financial advisor, give them an opportunity to review it. Get a second opinion. Why wouldn't you? It's that important. Initial consultation will be for free. You are not going to lose anything and have a lot to gain. Give them a call like I did. That phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I visited them at their offices in Draper, literally right off the freeway. Totally conveniently located. If you live up north, they'll come up there and meet you in Farmington, right? Two great locations, north and south. Website has a lot of information available immediately, obviously. That website is TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com is the website. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing. hearing.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets this Tuesday at 10 a.m. at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A big week for the Utah Jazz. We have spoken with David Locke. We have talked about it ourselves, PK. What comes next? What kind of offer does Walker Kessler get? And do the Jazz match it? You know, I think the thing with Ryan is he is a fan and he has extraordinary wealth. And I think he is going to go into the luxury tax. Now, how you do it and when you do it, maybe you don't do it the first year because then that buys you a year, you know, as you speed towards the repeater tax because the NBA set it up. There's a lot of very wealthy people in the NBA. And 2 or 3 years of that tax gets everybody gulping and saying, we need to shed some salary here. So I think they're going to do it one day, but I do think that when you go, it's got to be done you gotta do it as smartly as possible because I think they're going to go into the luxury tax at some point. But how far you go and when you go and how long you stay there, that's where basketball starts taking a back seat. And you and I are more likely to sit here and talk about basketball, but the money's going to shape what they do going forward too. And the next piece, that's a lot of money for Jaren Jackson Jr. And I get why they did it, and I'm excited about the talent acquisition. But what's the price tag? Well, we know his price tag because he signed for a long time. Now, what is Kessler's price tag going to come in at? I won't be surprised if they can't come together. I'll be a little surprised if they do. I think this comes more to he goes and gets an offer and brings it back, and what does that offer look like?
Well, when it comes to money, I would never be in the position to tell somebody, hey, you have so much money, so therefore you should spend so much money.
Right.
We're seeing that with a publication back east. People are, well, he's got all this money. Well, I don't see where he or they are under obligation to spend money on losing propositions just because you want them to. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's their money. They can do whatever they want with it, right? And so that's the way I look at it. So if they feel like they don't want to go in the luxury tax or they've been in it and they got the second apron and the limitations that brings, I don't know all about that stuff. I read it and think, oh my gosh, you know, these guys and these folks, they've got big money. But if they don't want to do that and lose money that way and pay these penalties, I think they have every right not to. At the same time, to me, when you get a Jaren Jackson and you pair him with Markkanen and then Ace Bailey and George as the likely starters, we'll see how the bench flushes out, that re-signing, in this case, Kessler, becomes imperative because what he adds, his value in the context of the entire team might be more of a value than he adds individually. It's like with Hornacek, right? Very good player, phenomenal shooter, great locker room dude, all those things, right? But what they needed, he was the guy to help them get over the top and get to the finals. So it's like Jeff had a lot of value individually, but the value he added to the team was more, in my mind, than his individual talent. And as I see this team being constructed, that's the way I look at Kessler, is that He has a skill that they need. And yeah, it's going to cost.
Mhm.
Everything is going to cost. That's the way it is, man. They say the simplest of things, going to McDonald's costs more than it used to, whatever, to use an extreme low level example on all that. I never buy anything, so I don't know how any of that works. I don't handle the finance. I mean, it's true. It is so
You
true.
never buy anything.
I don't. I literally don't. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't do any of the money. People will ask me, I go golfing, hey, how much did that cost? I literally don't know. My wife makes the times. She handles every cent. I don't know a thing. I come home and there'll be a few 20s on my dresser. And I've got this little pouch they gave us from the Rose Bowl. And I put it right in my top drawer. I probably got over $100 sitting in there because I don't ever spend these 20s. They just sit in my wallet.
Which then you leave on the roof of the car at Costco because you do buy gas. That's the one thing you buy.
I buy gas with a credit card.
Right. Yeah.
I don't use cash. Yeah, and I did that once and I'll never do that again.
Right.
And I pull out of I'm still on the property when I realize, and I never got the wallet back. Somebody found it and wouldn't turn it in. So there you go. And I had to go down and do a TV thing. I was all huffed and then go back and spend another hour looking for it. And I never did find it. So I made that mistake once and that's it. So I am so ignorant when it comes to finances, but I do believe that I can't tell you how you should spend your money. At the same time, what's the point of bringing in Jaren Jackson if you don't have a Walker Kessler? Now, maybe they can get a Walker Kessler substitute, so it doesn't literally have to be him, but I think it has to be somebody with his skill set. I would like it to be him. We've talked to him. Seems like a decent dude. And he's been here for a few years. And these guys now, a guy like Marketing, he needs to start not receiving, but experiencing the fruits of his labor and being able to win and get himself in the postseason. That's the fun part. These guys make enormous amounts of money. They live different lives than anybody could possibly even comprehend. But at the same time, they want to have fun. They are just like the rest of us in terms of what their needs and wants are. And they want to have fun at work. Everybody does. And you would think fun comes through winning. As I said earlier, winning is an intoxication unlike anything. And I don't know. I've never done drugs or any of that stuff. I don't know what it is to have an altered state, but I do know winning the Class Z championship with the Daily Breeze softball was a whole lot of fun.
Let me tell you about 2 years of intramural basketball. Terrible radio, but great times for me.
Right. It's just so fun to win an athletic competition with your boys or with your girls, whoever it is. I played co-ed softball and we had a phenomenal team. We had 5 or 6 women on the team and they were awesome. And it was so fun to go every week. Co-ed softball, man, who cares? But at the time, man, I looked forward to it every single week. It replaced what I had when I was working down in Torrance and had my guys that are still my guys all these years later that we talk. And we laugh about. We've had Tom Hofarth, the media guy, on, and what does he do? He wants to talk about Daily Breeze softball. You were on the conversation.
I know.
You heard it.
Yep.
So it's fun to do that. So these guys, I think it's just as fun, if not more fun. So you've got this. I don't want to say gaping hole, but you got this opening in the middle. He can fill it. I hope that they can come together on an agreement, or if not him, somebody else, because they need that rim protector. They don't need a big-time scorer. Looks like they've got plenty of scoring. They should be one of the better offensive teams, top 5 probably, going into next season. We'll see how things plan out. They need help on that defensive end. So I would love to see Kessler in there, but it's not my money. And I don't have to worry about any of that stuff and paying those luxury taxes and whatnot. So I get all that. And it'll be fascinating to see how it all comes to develop, because I know now, without a shadow of a doubt, now I can honestly say this with everything that I believe in, that they will be all about winning going forward. That doesn't mean they're going to be financially irresponsible. I'm not saying that. But the moves that they make will be aligned towards winning. And if you're a fan, which most of our listeners are, that's what it's about. You want to enjoy your team winning, because you don't play NBA basketball, but it is still a level of intoxication when your team wins, because it is so much fun. We understand all of that.
Be interesting to see what they do. I mean, there's a lot of ways this could go. They might come together on a deal. They might. I wouldn't think that's the way it works. I think he goes out.
Really?
I think he goes out and gets an offer and brings it back. And I think it's likely that they match it. But we just have to see how that plays out.
You think he's on the team next year?
I think anything is in play. I'm not reporting anything is going to happen. I think the most likely scenario is that he gets an offer and they match it. But as David Locke said when he was on, it takes one team, one wild card, and, the price gets too high. I think one of the things that's working here that we haven't talked about is the fact that this owner and this management team came in and looked at the way the last group was constructed and said, too much of the payroll is going to a good player who dominates at one end of the floor but doesn't add much at the offensive end. Man, I think they like Gobert and recognized his talent, but, if he'd been at 30 instead of 45 or whatever he was at, it would have been a different ballgame. But they still needed things, and they couldn't go get them. Now, what David brought up with is what about ball handling? This is not a team that has an experienced point guard. I think they have enough guys who can dribble and pass. They can get through a regular season. But we have seen in previous playoff runs the kind of intense pressure that can be put on the guy who brings the ball up the floor and how much that can disrupt an offense. And getting a veteran who's been through it, who knows how to handle that, who has seen it all and doesn't get rattled is a valuable thing. If you can't get the ball who can score to the guy who can score at the rim or in the corner or wherever you're getting your shots, it doesn't matter. And do they really have that? And they have some guys, and maybe that's
Isaiah Collier, don't
maybe
they?
They have some guys who grow into that. It'll be interesting because the thing with Isaiah Collier is he doesn't stretch the floor. Can they get away with that in a playoff series? I mean, we're jumping way ahead here. But I think these are all the discussions that Austin Ainge had to have with everybody. Danny Ainge, a bunch of scouts. If we put $50 million here, what do we have for Kessler? And what do we have for, an experienced ball handler? And looking, 2 years down the road, how are we moving the pieces? Whose contract is expiring? Or who can be moved when they're down to a year and a half or a year or 6 months left in their deal? Because the goal is to open. I mean, Jay-Z said this, and he meant it when he said it, and he's sitting in all these discussions with Austin Ainge, presumably, right? It's like, open the championship window, but then keep it open. Don't price yourself out so all of a sudden you're like, oh, we're stuck. We got nowhere to go but backwards. We got to throw this baby into reverse and try to work this out because we see how long that can take. So going forward at the right price, I think everybody would feel better if Jackson was coming in at 35 instead of 50. I think every time you have a $50 million player.
I think Jackson would. I think he'd feel better.
Yeah, he would not be. He'd be about $15 million sadder at that point. That's what he would be. But there's a price tag to get him, and there aren't many guys. I mean, Defensive Player of the Year, an All-Star, and we know all that. It'll be interesting to see guys get in new roles. He's not been a great rebounder, right? How do you get him to be better? Maybe he'll never be great, but how do you get him to be better? And how do you get him points? Looking at his numbers, he has never averaged 2 offensive rebounds in a game. And at what point do they set stuff up so and talk to him so his mindset gets to the point where I need 2.5 offensive boards a game because those are going to be dunks. I'm going to get them and I'm going to put them back in. Can that happen or not? Maybe that never happens. Maybe he's too far down the road.
He'll be 27 in September, so that means when we start the season next year, he'll be 27, and he'll have many years in the league because they come in so young.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we know who Jaren Jackson Jr. is, and expecting him to be something that he isn't, I think is unrealistic. It might be even borderline unfair because you brought him in knowing that this is what he does. He's done it a number of years in the league now. I expect him to be very good. Absolutely. I expect him to help him win.
His big years offensive rebound have been 1 point. He's had a couple of 1.5s. He's had a 1.7. So, all right, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up, we'll recap everything we've talked about in this show, including the Super Bowl, update the Super Bowl poll, go to Twitter and vote. Seahawks in a blowout, Seahawks in a close one, Patriots, or who wins the Super Bowl? Everybody wants a golf time. Everybody wants a tee time, which actually look like they're pretty hard to come by. The weather's pretty good. I've checked a couple courses, and it's you can still get a tee time, but there are not a lot of options.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to Hawaii this weekend.
That a kid, PK. I'm going to Hawaii for the weekend, big spender. That a kid. We are joined
Jay Brooks.
Yeah, we are joined right now by John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Options. It's good to have options in life. And when people walk into your store looking for a Valentine's gift, Valentine's Day, one day, a week from tomorrow. So you got 8 days to go here. When they come in, you've got options for them.
A lot of options. We have the PK case.
Oh, really?
So yes. When you come in, Mr. Kinahan has a whole set aside, his picks, his choices. We want to make sure that people have an option that way. But one of the things I would remind yourself, don't overthink this. Sometimes it's as easy as my wife really has a bracelet or she really has a ring, a band that she loves, so we can stack with that. Stacking has been the last 5 years one of the most popular things in the world. And so the girls will come in and they'll have anywhere from 3 to 10 bracelets on because that arm is quite long, and so they can really add to that. And you can stack different. You're just stacking different textures, different colors, and different gemstones, so it makes a really fun thing. And then bands. Most girls really love the idea of having a band for each one of their kids. So if they have 3 kids, they want to have 3 bands because one day that band will be theirs. That's something that the kid can already. Now, Mom, which band is mine? So they really love that kind of thing. So sometimes you don't have to overthink it. You can just come back and, hey, that was really successful. Let's try that. And of course, we have the necklaces are the same. The average girl, I find, is wearing 2, 3, 4 necklaces at a time right now as they're stacking. So we can start something simple. We can add something fantastic for a particularly fun occasion. And when you're finished, you just have this great thing that has such variety that you don't have to, that she can mix and match all the time. So it really builds a little bit of a wardrobe. She doesn't have the same purse. She doesn't have the same shoes. So we should have a little variety in our jewelry wardrobe also. And if you follow us on Instagram, you'll see Victoria does a great job of showing how that works and what it looks like. So it helps the girls when they come in. The stylist will help the wife or the girlfriend see what it's supposed to look like also.
I didn't grow up with sisters, so this is just all a mystery to me. This is just, and my dad didn't grow up with sisters, so poor mom, right? And so the thing about getting the advice and the stacking, so the whole theory is to have all those different options, so different clothing, different colors, whatever they're wearing, then they got something that mix and matches and works.
Right. And they can wear one bracelet or they can wear all 5.
Right. Okay.
It just depends on the mood that they're in. So, it's like like when we first came, you didn't know anything about push gifts. And we taught you all about that.
See?
And so you
Let
can
them
learn. All
learn.
men, I would tell you can learn. Just check us out, jbrooksjewelers.com, Murray Lehigh, and, of course, on Instagram, jbrooks Jewelers. It's just a great way to see what's looking and what direction to go.
Valentine's Day, 1 week from tomorrow, and if you get the jewelry, you're going to hook them up with the flowers and the chocolate as well.
That's right.
So who wants to run 3 errands when you can just go to Murray or Lehigh and run 1 errand?
One easy stop, the trifecta.
There it is, DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Check them out online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. I want you to go off a little bit more about how the rebuild is over. A trade like this hits harder when your team has come as far as the Jazz have come, and especially County George.
What the Jazz did today was take a huge leap forward to the point of not only is the rebuild over, this is who we are. We have potentially 3 All-Stars in our starting lineup with young players who have the potential to also become All-Stars, Ace Bailey and whoever they're going to take in this upcoming draft.
Right.
We're not only going to compete and try to make the playoffs next year, we're going to be a force. Take us seriously now. We have a lineup that you must take seriously. We're going to compete at a high level moving forward, and you don't have to worry about all this stuff and all this pain. The pain is gone. Now you're going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This team's going to be really, really good next year as long as they stay healthy.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Recently, I checked into a hotel and found that the internet wasn't working in my room. I called the front desk, who gave me a number for the tech support guy. After 20 minutes of being on hold and 10 minutes of providing numbers, 10 minutes of troubleshooting, I just hung up. Why was I doing the hotel's job for them? It's not my job to solve their network problem. That's happening everywhere. To pay for parking, I need to download yet another parking app, type in a credit card number, type in the addresses and the license plate number, type in a verification code. I liked it better when I just handed the attendant some money. Or the restaurant where I stand in line, get my food, order on a computer, pick up my food, and the only time I ever talk to a server is when they're taking my money and asking for a tip. Technology is good, but it cannot replace service. Real service is something that happens only between people. Learn more about real service in an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose to Atlanta 121-119. Ace Bailey on not only Ace, but Isaiah being from the Atlanta areas, and those two coming up big.
I mean, we both played in Atlanta, even though we was rivals. I mean, it's still good to have two Atlanta boys on the same team, so that's always fun.
It's Utah Jazz 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. The University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800. Visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. PK, many topics. We spent a lot of time on the Jazz. We spent a lot of time on the Super Bowl. We're both picking Seahawks. Seattle This is how it's going to happen. They're the better team. They came through the tougher schedule. We had Kevin Graham on. You can listen to it wherever you get your podcasts, and he pointed out the Patriots went 1-2 against playoff teams in the regular season, and obviously now in the playoffs they've won 3 games, so they're 4-2. And Seattle's 7-2. Haven't played the Rams and the Niners 3 times apiece, and beaten 3 other teams along the way. They feel battle tested. It feels like they ought to do it. I suppose there's a chance Darnold throws 3 picks though, and Drake May had a game with 4 fumbles earlier in the playoffs. So turnovers, anything can happen, but I'm picking Seattle.
Sure, fine. I agree with you, but anything can happen. I mean, there was a team that hadn't lost a game, beat everybody.
And I was sure they were going to win. Yeah, right? Yeah. And then as it played out, you're like, they haven't put it away yet. They haven't put it away yet. Sure enough, they got beat.
Right. Atlanta had put it away and still lost.
That was miraculous, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. I just saw, they rerun now. The NFL Network will just start rerunning the half-hour recaps of all the Super Bowls one after another. And I just happened to channel surf into one, and they literally have a guy on the side. They get stopped. They give the ball away, whatever. And the guy, the one defender or one offensive player is looking at others like, oh, we're in trouble. No, there's plenty of time. And the guys, we need a turnover. Boom, sack, fumble. They got the turnover, the short field, and the touchdown. They got back in it. It happens. It happens.
Yeah, I do.
All sorts of chaos. So to you, is it a bigger deal if Darnold wins it, gets his monkey off the back, comes all the way from being the bust in New York and the bust in Carolina, and really turning around his career, as Ian Furness told you guys, on the bench in San Francisco, and he wins a Super Bowl and it's this massive, everybody loves the comeback story, or May, who's the 3rd pick in the draft, announces himself as the next big thing and has a Super Bowl at the age of 23, and then we all start wondering, well, is he going to get 2, or is he going to get 3, or is he going to get 4? Which one intrigues you more? I mean, they're both great stories.
Yeah, I think I would go more with Darnold. I don't know that Drake May is the next big thing. Is he a good quarterback? Yeah, will he probably be a better quarterback than he is now? I can see that in his progression. But I don't know that I'm ever going to look at him as a big-time quarterback. But that's so fickle. Football, we view these quarterbacks as if they are 90% of the reasons why teams win or lose. And it's just not that way. But at the same time, you got to have a competent guy. I think that for Darnold, maybe it sends a message for others, hey, let's not have complete and total and final evaluations on guys until they've been around a little bit, because it is a complex position. It's the most difficult position of all of sport to play. And so he gets run out of town, and maybe we need to look inward instead of looking at the individual. You're a failure because you didn't succeed with the Jets or whomever it might be. And so maybe we need to look at the other variables and all the factors rather than the individual. And Darnold has paid his dues. And this will be the first connection to the Marlboro Man, the original Marlboro Man, winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Dick Hammer, who was the original Marlboro Man, is Sam's grandfather on his mother's side. So he married, or his mother's maiden name is Hammer. So Sam's father, whatever his name is, married Mary Hammer. I don't know. And her father is Dick Hammer. And who wouldn't want to see Dick Hammer have a protege being the Super Bowl winner? And I think Kevin said MVP. The Marlboro Man was tough. Now, we'll overlook in the fact that he probably got cancer. That doesn't matter. But the fact is, in those days, if you smoked Marlboro, you were a man's man. Were you not, DJ? Didn't you sneak a puff on a Marlboro now and again?
100% I did not. However, here's my Marlboro Man connection. In the original San Diego Stadium, before they go through all the remodels, there's a huge scoreboard at one end. And there were 2 big billboards, essentially, and they were massive. And the one on the left was the Marlboro Man. And it was there, all the Padre games, all the Aztec games. I didn't get to go to a lot of Charger games as a kid, but it was there, and it was relentless. And that guy looked down on whatever game was happening, game after game, year after year. That thing, they paid the money, and they kept that ad up.
Did you ever take a puff of any form of a cigarette, any brand?
Yes.
Oh, you believe it, Yak? I am shocked. Schedule that appointment Sunday with you know who.
You know who already knows. It's not a huge secret.
Quite an admission here.
And John from Jayshuk's Grill is just sitting here, and he's hitting himself on the leg. He's literally slapping his knee right now, PK.
John J. Brooks or J.
If you want
Brooks.
the full details, it wasn't actually a cigarette; it was a cigar. But it's basically.
I thought you were going to say something funny.
It's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. Solids in your lungs are not a great idea, kids. Don't learn from your mistakes. Learn from my mistakes.
After your first kiss, did you light it up? What was the situation?
It was later. It was in college. It's a stupid college party. It was whatever.
Oh.
And it's horrible and whatever, but I did it, so there you go. Fine.
Oh, man. And did you meet he felt bad and told your ecclesiastic leader you'll never do that again? Please do not banish me to the outer darkness?
Unlike other people, I did inhale, and I choked like a dog and nearly coughed up a lung, and it was an unpleasant experience.
So it was one puff one time?
No, there was more than one. I tried to figure. I can figure this out, and I really couldn't. I'm an idiot.
DJ sowing his wild oats.
That's just wild. Yeah, wild and crazy. John over here. You should be able to see him right now. PK is just laughing his butt off. He's literally buttless right now. He is enjoying this. John is enjoying this so much. I mean, now he's got his arms folded, but earlier he was literally slapping his knee.
And what did you do with your cigar butt? Did you dispose of it properly?
Yes, I did. Absolutely.
Okay,
There's no littering, PK. No littering. Nobody's here for your litter. That's disgusting.
fine.
That's disgusting. I don't want your litter here. All right, other things we talked about today. UVU has had their broadcast canceled by the WAC. They are not a member in good standing. They will not pay their $1 million buyout to the WAC. They're moving to the Big West. I don't know what their theory is. This all broke while I was out of town. I'm intrigued to hear about this. My guess is, why would he pay you guys? The whole conference is falling apart. And, the last school left there holding the bag is probably saying, well, Washington State and Oregon State got paid. We're gonna hold on and get paid too. Let's go.
Yeah.
So they can't go to the conference tournament. They can't play in it. They could, as you pointed out earlier, they could go and sit in the seats. But they're not going to be allowed to play in the conference tournament. They're not going to be allowed to have the NCAA tournament automatic berth. And now they can't even be on ESPN Plus streaming their basketball games, which they won. They beat Abilene Christian 68-55.
Well, finally, I have something in common with UVU because I, too, am not a member in good standing.
Nice. John's laughing again. He just snorted. The snort is the sign of real comedy. You can giggle, you can laugh, you can even fake a belly laugh. But when you snort, that's real, that's comedy. I believed it for a long time. Change my mind. I dare you. Put me behind that scene. Change my mind.
No.
If someone snorts, it was funny.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Period. End of story.
Yes.
The other college basketball, we got a lot of big games. Utah going into the Lions' Den. Number 11, Kansas, 12:30, Big Fox. Yikes. Bring your best game, Utes. Kansas, I watched Kansas earlier this year, and I thought they were really struggling. I thought possibly they were really overrated, but they have pulled it together. They put together a nice string here, so that's going to be very difficult. Scotty G is in Laramie, maybe for the last time. Utah State at Wyoming going their separate ways with leagues realigning. Utah State at Wyoming, CBS Sports Network, 6 o'clock. Scotty will have the pregame at 5:30 on 1280 The Zone. And then the big one, 8:30 ESPN, number 8 Houston at number 16 BYU. A lot of college basketball Saturday, and that Houston-BYU game, man, they've lost 3 in a row and 4 out of 5. Desperate times, desperate measures. I think they might even have to play some defense.
Yes, my gosh. Speaking of not in good standing, man, if you just lose to every ranked team, that's just not good. You got to have some signature wins. They'll still get in the tournament, I think, because I think they've got enough. But you want the best seed possible. It's not the end of the world, but it's not about a seed right now for BYU. It's about building confidence, building continuity, knowing that you can get stops when you need them. Because if you can't, you're going to have no chance. It's so hard to outscore teams every game. You can do it sometimes. No question about it, but it's really, really hard to do. And that game the other night, man, they got off to another slow start, but then they rallied, and the lead was the game was tied at halftime, and then they go up by, I think, 5, maybe 6, no more than 7 or 8. And you're thinking, okay, they got this. And then they just fall apart again, man. A lot of one-on-one offensively, although offense hasn't been the problem. DeBonsa, he has the ability to take over.
He went off.
Foolish not to let him.
He went off against Oklahoma State.
Yeah, especially if he's hitting threes, look out, because he can do all the other stuff. But they've got to be tougher. Too many shots right at the basket. My goodness gracious.
Yep.
You take away the Oklahoma State's three-point shooting. I think they shot 54%. Well, you take that out of the equation. And what are they shooting? 60, 70% inside the lane there? Completely and totally unacceptable. At the very least, go knock somebody on their butts. Don't take a cheap shot. But on an inbounds pass, under their own inbounds play, under their own bucket, they get a shot right at the rim. That's 1,000% inexcusable.
They were 28 of 43, which is right about 70%. Not exactly, but it's close. But to your point about fouling, they were 65% at the line. So send them to the line, especially if you avoid most teams have one or two guys who are money at the free throw line. Well, don't foul them. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, the shot chart is telling when you see too many of those, they're just great shots. When people can get to the rim, you got to stay between your man and the basket. It's so basic, but when it doesn't happen, everything breaks down. There's rotations. It gets ugly. Yeah, it's a mess. And the turnovers were a factor. They've got to clean that up. Houston forces 15 turnovers a game. They were among the national leaders, and everybody's playing different quality of competition. But, teams like Houston and San Diego State, that's what they do. And they do it consistently, and you look, and they're both up among the national leaders again. You know what Houston's going to do to you. The brand has been established. It's not some high-level scouting report. You got to protect the ball and keep them out of transition.
Yeah, and guard. My goodness, guard. Yep. Give me all you got on the defensive end. If you need to rest on the other end, because I know they don't have a lot of depth, but you got to guard.
DJ PK, wherever you get your podcasts, listen to Kevin Graham and David Locke. They're both on the show. Kevin talking Super Bowl, David Locke talking all the Utah Jazz moves this week and what it means going forward, because I think this was a very interesting week, but I think there are some more interesting weeks up ahead this summer for sure. What is this roster going to look like, and what is the rest of the West going to look like? Because David was ticking off teams. There's 3 teams the Jazz are better than, no question. And I think there's another 3 teams that are almost certainly better than. I think that should put them in playing territory, but maybe there's some more teams in front of them they can catch. Can they get to 6 or 7 in the West? Maybe better than that when you factor in injuries. Somebody's going to get gutted next year. Who's it going to be? We won't know till we see all the rosters, but an intriguing offseason because the Jazz are pushing chips to the middle of the table. Get them wherever you get your podcast, KSLSports.com, KSL Sports app, YouTube, Apple, Spotify. They're out there. You can listen to Kevin Graham, David Locke on the Super Bowl and the Jazz. Your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
David, James, Pat Kinahan here for Peach Windows and Doors. And, man, we have been to their showroom, and they have options. They've got small windows. They've got big windows. They've got double windows. They've got wood. They've got aluminum. They've got massive sliding glass doors. PK, people need to walk around that just to look at the options and get ideas for starters, and then ask them questions because they will give you the history of doors and windows. I mean, we got it. We were there for about an hour, and it was all interesting. We learned a bunch.
I don't consider myself or didn't consider myself a door or blindsman and all that other stuff. Now I am. When it comes to doors and windows, that showroom blew me away. I couldn't believe how great they looked, all the options, all the different things. I thought the owners were going to pull a dove out of their hat. It was like a magician. I was at a magic show watching all the things that they can do with those doors. That showroom is incredible. You want to remodel, you got a new house, you get them involved, and I'm telling you, even if it's not $1 million home, it will end up looking like $1 million home.
Talk to them about energy efficiency while you're there. If you haven't gone to double pane windows, we did it. It makes a major difference. Number one, in your comfort level. It'll keep you warm in the winter, and it'll keep you cooler in the summer. And then the double pane windows also pay off in the utility bills. You don't have the heat or the air conditioning leaking out. So make sure you talk to them about that. Go in with all your questions. Peach Windows and Doors, 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City. And listeners, mention DJ and PK when you get there. You buy a window, you can get special free window blinds with the purchase because you don't want to get the new windows and the new frames and then put up the old blinds. And if you need a sliding glass door to show off a view, a pool, a deck, a patio, talk to them about that while you're there too. Mention DJ and PK and get those free window blinds. DJ and PK at Peach Windows and Doors, online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT. These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years. Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
It's the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th to the 15th.
Hundreds of new RVs. Buy and save at the show. Register to win an Alaskan fishing trip with RW Fishing.
Come on in, the red outdoors is waiting. This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth and the NHL have started their 3-week Olympic game break. The schedule's on pause for 21 days. 4 Mammoth players going to the Olympics to represent 4 different countries, including the starting goaltender, Karel Vejmelka. And Karel talks about playing in the Olympics.
I would say I should try to keep the same mindset, kind of. Obviously, the ring would be the same size, maybe a little smaller. I don't think it's going to be like a big difference.
Utah Mammoth enjoying the break now. Mammoth updates at 50 past every hour.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This week, the world is watching, and you could be watching on your brand new 75-inch smart TV. The KSL Sports Zone wants you front and center for every unforgettable moment. Enter to win a 75-inch TV at kslsports.com/contest. And for additional entries, listen this week for key words to be announced in each show. The more entries you have, the better your chance to win. Our key word today is USA. Technically not a word, but you get the point. USA. Listen all day for more keywords and enter to win at kslsports.com/contest. The countdown's on. The opening ceremony's today. The big game's on Sunday with pregame coverage starting at 11 a.m. Watch it all on KSL 5 TV.
Let me tell you, DJ, USA is not only a word, it is the word.
Asa. The key word is Asa.
What's it spelled backwards?
ASU. ASU. I see what you did there. Very clever. Nobody chants BSCU. BSCU. Yeah, it doesn't work. No, it works better for you guys.
BSCU? Yeah, that sounds fun.
I actually, a lot of women have said that to me, though. BSCU.
Oh, yeah?
BSCU later.
Yeah. I've had that many times, come to think of it.
BS. See you later.
Yeah. BS. See you.
I'm a pre-med. BS. See you later. Friday nights at ASU.
When I'd hand out cigars.
All right. Time for your feedback. Chewbacca has a great picture of me in a leather chair. There's a lightning bolt over my shoulder. I can't see whose jersey is framed behind me. Well, there's a Sayal on one side. That one's obvious. And I got these shades on like he must have ripped them off of Joe Biden somewhere. And I got a big old stogie going, and there's smoke everywhere. Okay, that's funny. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Poll question. Who wins the Super Bowl? 64% of you think the Seahawks win big and cover that 4.5-point spread. They're favored by 4.5. 14% of you say Seahawks in a squeaker. 9% think the Patriots are going to win, and 13.2% say anyone who wants to golf. And just keeping it real at KIR Soccer says, I'll take the fourth option. I'll be at Black Desert golfing during the game. So there it is.
During the
PK.
game, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Black Desert.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah.
I've golfed there.
The tee times I'm finding, if you want to play later in the day, there's some that like the 240, 320. It's a 4:30 kickoff here. So if you're playing 9 at 240, and I mean, it's going to get dark a little after 6, somewhere around 6 o'clock, you won't be able to see anymore. So you'd be back for the second half. I mean, you're not exactly all in, but hey.
I'm all in. I'll be in front of the television right at kickoff.
There you go.
As always.
We also have this all a moot point with me and the Patriots. Seahawks are winning their second Super Bowl in this grudge match.
The grudge match, huh?
Yep. People loving the Seahawks. The question this morning about the Jazz and what's your evaluation of the Jazz moves. Mark says they are interesting. Patrick says, let's answer that after they played a few games. And Gary says, very pleased. Let's make a playoff push next season. Let's go.
Yeah, we all think they will.
Yep. Colin, if it helps them win games this season, then it's an absolute disaster. If we can still get a top pick, then the future suddenly looks bright.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And I don't think they'll win games this season. All right, DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, Valentine's Day, 1 week from tomorrow. And you're offering not one, not two, but 3 gifts. One-stop shopping, guys. Why are you running 3 errands? You know you need chocolate. You know you need flowers. Jewelry, chocolate, flowers, all at J. Brooks Jewelers.
Someone might call that the hat trick.
There it is.
There you go. I think it's a great combination of things. We want to make it easy for guys. One thing that we know about all men, they want it easy. When it's simple. If you introduce us to your sweetheart or wife, we will get kind of a list going for you. We keep a wonderful wish list inside the store. So when you come in, there's always something in that wish list for you to come in. It's simple. It's easy. And again, our job is to make you look like the hero and to make it easy. I just want to remind the guys, whatever you do, don't forget Valentine's Day. It's the most important holiday of the year for your sweetheart. And we've curated a great collection together for you, from ideas from $100 to $100,000. And there's things everywhere in between. And we just have a wonderful, just a really great selection. And I would remind you also that Jay Brooks has really the finest group of jewelers in the state of Utah. So if in the future you want to custom make something, or if you want to build from one of our many custom made pieces that are in the store, we have a selection and quality that's second to none in the state of anybody. So when you come by and see us, you'll be able to see and hold and feel. People will tell us, man, your rings just look different from other people's rings, and we take that as a real compliment. It's something we want to do. We want to be the finest jeweler, but we also want to always offer great value, and that's something that we do.
But it's not just rings, bracelets, pendants, earrings.
Whatever you want to do, whatever her collection, her jewelry wardrobe might need, we add on. Like I said earlier, don't make it hard. Add on to something that she already loves. Add another band, add another bracelet, another necklace. Simple things, stack them together. Girls love that. You can look on our Instagram at Jay Brooks Jewelers, and you can just see all the ideas that Victoria puts together for you and makes it easy for you. And then, of course, the website at jbrooksjewelers.com gives you a full selection. In every price range, you can sort it by price range. You can sort it by styles. I'm looking for earrings. I'm looking for bracelets. I'm looking for whatever it is you want to do. And both natural and lab as far as center stone options. So we do all those things for you. Make it just, again, one-stop shop, your local family hometown jeweler.
He's John. He's at Jay Brooks Jewelers, online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And you can visit him in person at the stores in Lehigh and Murray. John, thanks for joining us all morning long. Thanks for supporting the Zone for years. We appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Jake and Ben are coming up next.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now,
It's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, happy Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. How's it going over there, Ben?
Doing well, how are you?
Living the dream.
Yeah?
Yes?
I think so.
All right.
You got a big game this weekend. The Olympics are opening today. You're going on a cruise. Life is good.
Is it?
I think so. A lot of people would trade a lot to have those opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's pretty good. You seem less sure of it.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I've got a ton of anxiety about traveling in general.
Yeah.
Like getting ready to travel gives me a ton of anxiety. My wife, I was telling you and Maddie, my wife is like an obsessive packer.
Uh-huh.
And that gives me a super amount of anxiety.
Sure.
Like she has this monster checklist that raises my blood pressure just seeing it.
Yeah.
And then like it's funny, like her insistence on the kids helping, which is a good thing. But at some point, like I'm just doing it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's always a fine line.
I mean, when we were packing, I guess it was 2 nights ago. I mean, there was tears and emotion and all about, no, you just need to pick out an outfit. Just pick out an outfit. Anyway, so, and now I've got my arm hurt. I'm never been on a cruise before. I'm a little concerned because I get vertigo.
Okay.
So, which is not necessarily a problem during the trip. It's more a problem after the trip.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I've got a bad attitude about it, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Well, Disney will be happy to welcome you.
And I really don't care for the Patriots or the Seahawks.
Okay. But you'll watch the game.
Maybe.
Okay. Don't watch the game.
Are there any teams that you do care for?
No. Jake's a hater.
In the NFL?
Yeah.
It's more I hate teams more than others.
Right.
Mainly. I used to live in North Carolina. I kind of like the Panthers.
You'll take the Panthers if they could do well?
I grew up, because I randomly had a Steelers jersey, I grew up cheering for the Steelers. Okay. But I wasn't really a Ben Roethlisberger guy, so I kind of cooled on that. In your awful division, Christian, I used to kind of like the Chargers. But then, I don't know, the L.A. Chargers, that feels pretty weird. I'm fairly indifferent on the Seahawks, I guess.
Okay.
So I'm pulling for the Seahawks, but who wants to see Alex Geary happy? So I should be cheering against the Seahawks.
Okay.
But I can't cheer for the Patriots.
And the Pats win.
That's impossible. I kind of like the Bills.
Okay.
Like if I'm thinking about that division.
I tried to like the Bills, and then they just do nothing but disappoint you. So as casual as I get to be about my NFL fandom, I sold all that stock a couple years ago.
Well, they've got a terrible,
smart decision.
Terrible general manager.
Bad GM, bad owner. Yeah, it's all bad.
I've never been a Packers guy per se, but I'm definitely cheering for Jordan Love.
Mm-hmm. I like the idea of the Packers.
The community-owned team or whatever in a
small town.
In a town that isn't really a pro sports town.
Frigid outdoor environment, and they stick through it. Yeah, that's cool.
Although that is cheating a little bit because they're really not that far from Milwaukee.
Yeah.
It'd be like if, I don't know, Spanish Fork had an NFL team.
Yeah.
It's really not that far from, like if Layton had an NFL team. Yeah.
Just down the road.
Right. It's
not that far.
It's not that far away. So it's not like every person in town goes to the game because the population is only whatever it is. So, yeah, to answer your question, Christian, I cheer for some teams. Just not the Broncos.
I get it.
Or the Patriots. I tried to get on board being a Raiders fan, honestly, when they moved to Vegas. Because I do. I love Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
It's the closest opportunity to go to the NFL from Salt Lake. I love it how close people think Denver and Salt Lake are, and it's like, no, not really.
By plane, yeah.
by
driving,
plane.
it's the most out-of-the-way city in America.
Yeah, it's not really
convenient.
It
is really hard to drive to Denver.
Yeah.
It's a tough drive.
Yeah.
Depending on which way you go, either through eastern Utah or up through Laramie.
It's pretty boring.
Well, the Laramie, the eastern Utah one isn't. The Laramie one certainly is. Like when you go through, what's that, like Durango and all that? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I guess I've never gone that way. But yeah, Laramie. That is a tough drive. That is a boring drive.
Yeah, hard pass. So, I don't know. I don't root for any team from New York in any sport.
Okay.
Refuse to. Those people get enough attention.
Bing bong.
All right. Well, anyway, going through the NFL teams that I hate less than others.
I kind of like both these teams. This is a win-win for me. I think Drake May is a cool story. I really like the Seahawks in general, so I'm up for all of it.
The only part of the Drake May story that I actually like is that Bill Belichick won't let North Carolina use him in any promotional materials, which is really funny.
Yeah, this is a cool Patriots team if you hate Bill Belichick and Tom Brady.
Which I don't like either one of those guys.
Sticking it to those two guys for saying both of those two were fighting over who was actually responsible for the championships in New England. And they've got a very good chance to repeat this weekend without either of them or get a title without either of them and move somebody else into that conversation. I like Vrabel a lot, or as they called him on, was it the ESPN Awards? What was it last night? NFL Awards? Mike Vrabel? No, but I like Vrabel quite a bit. I think that's a very cool coach. I love that Tennessee had no idea what to do with him, so they moved on from him, and now he's awesome. Again, the Drake May thing moving on from Tom Brady, though I'm certainly not a Tom Brady hater. I do like that storyline. And then, of course, sticking it to the Jets every chance you get is the funniest thing you can do. So if Darnold wins, I'll be thrilled.
I don't like Bob Kraft either, though. Who wants to see that guy succeed?
Whatever.
What do you mean, whatever?
Do I have a reason to hate Bob Kraft?
Sure you do.
Okay, I'll look it up.
He's the owner of the Patriots.
That's fine with me. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't. Who wants to see the Patriots win another one? Sticking it to the Jets. That's what I'm going to go with. Sam Darnold.
Okay.
Sticking it to the Jets. But can you imagine if so Alex Smith was the number one pick in the draft of the Niners. Imagine if the Niners made it to the Super Bowl in Alex's second year. But Witt was so bitter over Alex leaving school early.
Right.
That he refused to embrace it in any way, shape, or form.
We're not going to acknowledge that person.
Not going to highlight the fact that he went to Utah.
Yeah.
Not going to tweet out, hey, congratulations out. Not going to do any of that. Now that is petty bitterness.
It's pathetic. It's not just petty, it's pathetic.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
You used the word pathetic. I used the word amazing.
Yeah. Amazingly pathetic. But that's what Bill Belichick is.
Or it's what his girlfriend is, maybe. I don't know. Is it Bill? Or I don't think he's like a skin suit for her at this point,
I
right?
think they've unlocked that for one another. They've brought out the worst in each other, which is quite a pairing.
Yeah, I don't think he makes any. The minute he showed up at that the adult cheer competition, it confirmed that this man has no will of his own.
Oh, it was before that. It was the mermaid picture.
Or maybe it was the mermaid picture.
The mermaid picture wasn't great.
It's like this man has he is not making any sort of decision. He's not even deciding between coffee and Senka in the morning.
You'll be drinking this.
She makes that decision for him.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a place to be. She's freezing out Drake May, in fact.
So who are you rooting more against, Bill Belichick or the Jets? It's kind of a win-win. Isn't that how everyone feels about this game?
That why I should cheer for Seattle?
Well, if you're rooting against Bill Belichick, then you're rooting for the Patriots because Drake May is embarrassing him.
Oh, okay.
It's the greatest player suddenly in North Carolina history. And Bill Belichick, who's now the head coach of North Carolina, can't bring him back for recruiting visits. Can't hit him up and say, look what we did.
Well,
look at how fun this is.
He's definitely not the best football player in North Carolina history, and not even close.
Okay, well, you do have he'd be the first starting quarterback to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but Lawrence Taylor went to North Carolina, so Drake May is not and will not ever be better than Lawrence Taylor. At
the
football.
only former player you would welcome back onto campus.
Oh, Lawrence Taylor was there for Belichick's first game. You don't remember that? He and Michael Jordan were in the box
Clearly,
together.
what a success. What an enormous success that was. What a great sign that had
So
to be.
embrace Drake May, but don't embrace Lawrence Taylor. That's your advice?
If you're trying to recruit now, yeah.
Oh, Lawrence Taylor's a legend.
Yeah, he's had some exciting times.
He's had some controversy in his personal life. Still good at football.
Correct. But Drake May has none and could be holding the Lombardi Trophy.
But not the best player to go to North Carolina, which
That's
was
fair.
indeed my point.
That's fair.
Lawrence Taylor may be the best football player of all time?
Yeah, top 5 player of all time. You're right.
Jerry Rice is probably the best football player of all time. But yeah, Lawrence
maybe
Taylor.
This is where Drake. No, I mean Tom Brady is, but Drake May is going to start laying out this conversation. Maybe Drake May can now start to dethrone Tom.
I think you could make an argument Jerry over Tom.
I wouldn't.
I mean, Jerry has plenty of Super Bowls and has set all these records that will never, ever be broken.
Just like Tom.
Has he set records that will never, ever be broken? I mean, total
7 Super Bowls?
Yeah, outside of that.
Outside of the only stat that matters? Yeah, probably not.
It's not the only stat that matters.
Super Bowl winning? Winning's not the only stat that matters. You're right.
Well, in other sports, we consider other things besides championships. Why is football so different?
Where?
I don't know. Karl Malone's considered a top 50 player of all time. He never won.
Is he
NBA
considered the best player of all time? No. Why not?
Well, because he wasn't the best player.
It's the only thing that matters.
He wasn't the best player.
The only reason we talk Jordan is because he has 6 titles.
Well, why isn't Bill Russell considered better than Jordan?
He's considered a top 5 player of all time, and yeah, there's some era stuff in there. Same reason we don't consider Lou Gehrig the greatest baseball player of all time. He's got 9 World Series championships.
But we do consider Babe Ruth, who played before and with Lou Gehrig.
But he also did more things.
Did he win more championships?
I don't know.
Exactly. But in football, we're just so focused on Super Bowls. I honestly don't understand that. It's part of the conversation in other sports, but it's the end-all, be-all in Super Bowls. I mean, we actually considered Joe Montana for a while to be the best quarterback of all time, and he certainly was not.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, Jerry Rice has plenty of Super Bowls and and all these crazy records and all these reception things that'll absolutely never be broken. Tom Brady, how many times did he lead the league in passing?
Couple.
Right. Not the all-time leader in yards or touchdowns or any of that stuff.
Is he not?
I think he is.
In yards?
Yeah.
He's the all-time leader in yards, touchdowns, first downs, attempts,
how long will that last?
Probably forever. He played from the age of 23 to 45.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say
probably never going to be broken.
But the NFL has changed so much. I mean, go look at Terry Bradshaw's passing records. They're probably no better than, I don't know, give me an average, Sam Darnold.
Well, yeah, no, Terry was a very mediocre player.
But Joe Montana, the same thing. Go look at his numbers. They're much closer to Sam Darnold than they are. And plus, now you throw in an extra game.
Sure.
But I don't know. interesting place to go, the GOAT in football. I'm not even saying Tom Brady's not. I just think you can make an argument for Jerry Rice.
Sure, and people will. Or Lawrence Taylor, like you mentioned. And the hard thing is there are three totally different responsibilities on the field, which is why football is more unique than basketball.
That's why it's stupid to even say a GOAT in football.
Yeah.
Because a left tackle and a quarterback, it's such a different skill.
Apples to oranges. Yeah, totally different game.
Right. Maybe Jonathan Ogden should be the GOAT of all time.
Well, how do we view Sam Darnold if he wins this weekend? You think he just becomes the worst player ever to win a Super Bowl as a quarterback? He hasn't played that way.
No, because Nick Foles and Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer exist. He's closer to them than he is
Mahomes.
Yeah. But I think part of it's unfair for Darnold. Because again, the Jets stink. Everybody makes a determination on somebody based on his time with the Jets, and then all of a sudden, he's now put together two not good but great seasons, won a ton of games, going to the Super Bowl, but yet people like me just go, oh, he's closer to Dilfer than he is Mahomes because of the stink of the Jets.
Yeah, and the narrative, regardless of what he does, he could go win the Super Bowl MVP. He probably would be the favorite to win it, though there's obviously other names that could jump up. But 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when we talk about the Seahawks, if they win this Super Bowl, it will be, well, yeah, look at that defense, and they had Jackson Smith-Njigba. Like, yeah, they had the best receiver in football, and they had an elite defense.
Well, it kind of depends on what Darnold does from here. But yeah, I get your point.
But do people don't really even remember what he did in the AFC Championship game, or the NFC Championship game, excuse me. He was awesome. I mean, he was the best player on the field. He had one of the best games of his career. And they're still going to chalk it up to, well, look at that defense. Yeah, look at what the Njigba can do. What do you have? 8 catches for almost 200 yards, something crazy? It's just like, yeah, that will be the narrative that surrounds him, regardless.
It is funny. I mean, Steve Young didn't even play for the first part of his career, and nobody assumed he sucked. Why does everybody assume Sam Darnold sucks?
Yeah.
You know what's kind of weird is we never assumed Matt Stafford sucked, and he didn't win a dang thing for the Lions for over a decade.
His numbers were prolific. Slow to start, but very prolific, very early.
You just told me it was all about winning.
Well, no, I think you're totally right. I mean, I don't think I had formed a strong opinion on Stafford, other than the narrative was always, man, he's on the worst team. And that was kind of always the narrative around him. He put up huge numbers, and Jared Goff had the opposite example, which was, man, he's terrible, but he's on a team that wins a lot if only they could get a quarterback, and he's always had a little bit of a hard time shaking that as well. So Stafford did escape it, but Stafford was really good really early. Darnold was not.
It's just funny, the narrative and how people just can't get over it.
Yeah, it's really hard to change your reputation once you establish it.
You can't change it. And that's why if I'm a quarterback, man, going to the right team means so much more than where I'm picked. Going to the right opportunity, like Jordan Love's career, and we'll see where Jordan goes. You know, he's got improvements to be made or whatever, and they have high expectations in Green Bay. But if he went to the Jets and started right away, his career might be over.
Yeah, no question about it.
Like right now, he could be.
Yeah, if he went to Carolina, started the first 2 years.
Managing a target somewhere or something. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like out of football is my point.
Yeah, totally different life.
So that's a wild thing to think about, because once some idiot on some radio bozo decides you suck, you could apparently never shake that for the rest of your career. I mean, Kirk Cousins did nothing but play well at Washington, play well in Minnesota, have a whatever year career before he went to Atlanta, and every radio bozo out there just assumed he sucked.
Yeah.
Put up crazy numbers in Minnesota, and everybody just assumed he sucked. Heaven forbid if you get a label early, because you're never going to shake it.
The Raiders had the 19th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. If they take Jordan Love over Damon Arnett, who played a career of 15 games, as a first-round pick, as the 19th overall pick, for 3 different teams. He played a total of 15 games. If they take Jordan Love, instead of letting him slip to number 26 and the Packers, Jordan Love's career probably looks a lot different.
He's out of the game.
He's out of the game.
Because he wasn't good day one on a bad team, and everybody just assumes he sucks.
Yeah.
Crazy. People who come into the league and they assume that they're good get a zillion bites at the apple, which is kind of funny. Peyton Manning historically did not have a very good rookie year. I think he set the NFL interceptions record for a rookie.
Yeah.
Yeah, still stands.
Yeah, like 26.
But
Something crazy.
everybody just assumed he was good. And it turned out that he was. But the point is, nobody was barking at moving off Peyton Manning. It's funny that, like, some players, even though they're picked high, get that and some don't. Zach Wilson went 2. He never got any of that.
So as funny as it is that, or as strange as what we're talking about, that once you establish a reputation, it's basically impossible to shake, or it's nearly impossible to shake. Sam Darnold has a chance to win one of the craziest Super Bowls we've ever seen.
And then everybody's going to assume he still sucks.
And everyone is still going to assume he stinks. But it will be one of the great wins of all time, because he had to fully rebuild his career out of the ashes, because he was a backup journeyman everywhere and has turned into one of the best players.
And you'd think after all that, people would go, oh, he must be pretty good.
Yeah. Nope.
Sure not. I bet you part of Trent Dilfer wishes he never would have won the Super Bowl.
So he didn't have to wear that mantle. Didn't have to wear that for the rest of his life.
It's not brought up, whoa, Trent Dilfer is Super Bowl champion. It's, wow, if Trent Dilfer can do it, anybody can.
Trent Dilfer played.
If you can win it with a clown like Trent Dilfer wasn't a bad quarterback.
No,
But what's the first thing you think of?
Sure.
When you think of Trent Dilfer?
Sure.
Clown that accidentally won the Super Bowl.
He played in 6 total playoff games. He made the playoffs twice in his career. Made 1 Pro Bowl when he was with Tampa, and then, won the Super Bowl in 2000.
Well, Tampa was a joke when he was with
absolutely.
Tampa.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It is funny. Maybe people don't care, but, heaven forbid you get a reputation. A bad reputation. I guess good on you if you get a good reputation that you didn't earn. You can just ride that wave. But, man, Sam Darnold's fighting uphill for the rest of his life.
Does he replace Rusty as the best quarterback the Seahawks have had since 2000?
Well, are you talking about just purely winning? Again, I don't know what your standards are.
Does he become more of a favorite? Because I'm thinking the reason you do want to be Trent Dilfer is you never have to buy a drink in Baltimore again for the rest of your life, right? Like, you are a hero there forever. They will always pat you on the back and welcome you, and you're a part of history of that town, and that's a cool thing to do. So if Trent Dilfer wasn't even on the Baltimore Ravens after he won the Super Bowl, he went to Seattle after that the next year. Or maybe it was the next year. He played 1 year in Baltimore, sneaked in and won a title and split. So Darnold, if he wins, you become a legend forever in Seattle. Rusty's got to have some level of legend in Seattle, though, again, his ending and being so overpriced that it cost them the entire Legion of Boom that they could not wait to get rid of him probably hurt his reputation some, not to mention he's on the wrong end of the worst throw in Super Bowl history.
Well, there's an example of a guy who sucked that everybody assumed was good.
Sure, and rode that reputation forever. I mean, he's still making $40 million from the Broncos.
Yeah, guy's made a couple $100 million in his career because everybody assumed he was good. Because he got dropped into an all-star team and had success early. Back to winning not being a great indicator necessarily of how good somebody is.
Sure.
Rusty won right out of the gate with the best running back in the league and one of the best defenses of all time.
Yep.
But somehow Let Rusty Cook became a thing and ultimately was the downfall of the Seahawks. But everybody was like, yeah, Rusty's good. What are you talking about?
Winning a Super Bowl probably extended Trent Dilfer's career for 5 years. That is beneficial. Sam Darnold will get 5 more. Sam Darnold, if he wins a Super Bowl, is going to make another $100 million in his career.
Except for that wasn't true for Nick Foles, so why would it be true for Sam Darnold?
We'll see.
He got paid a lot by the Jags, and then he fell off.
Yeah, how many seasons did he spend with the Jags?
He got paid though. Yeah, that's what.
Good for him. I don't care.
Yeah.
Ben just told me it's going to extend your career for 5 years if you win the Super Bowl. I just pointed out a case in recent history where that was entirely untrue.
I think he started for the Jags and then got hurt and then started for the Bears and then that was it.
Yeah.
Dominated with the Eagles. In fact, beat your Patriots if memory serves.
Yeah.
Or earned an incredible nickname. Did not extend his career for 5 years. May have shortened it.
Wins the Super Bowl in 2017.
Because everybody
retires in 2022. He played 5 more years after that.
Because the Jags assumed he was good. He was not. But he had a Super Bowl, which is all that matters.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice-Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets this Tuesday at 10 a.m. at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's your Jazz at 30 update. Here is Ace Bailey on the game last night in Atlanta. Of course, he played high school in Atlanta, grew up in Chattanooga, not far away. Here's him talking about playing in front of friends and family.
I mean, I got both homes. I mean, Chattanooga and Atlanta, but I'm from Chattanooga, so I love it. So both of them came out and showed support, and it was much love.
This update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life, University of Utah Health.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. It's brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, the Jazz lose to Atlanta yesterday. There was some controversy on the Snap Talk about Lauri Markkanen not being in for the final shot.
Well, he wasn't in for the final 16 minutes of the game. I don't get angry watching basketball games, hardly ever. It just doesn't bother me. It's our job. Last night was such a painful game to watch. It's one of the more painful games of the last 3 years for me, watching these basketball teams. First of all, I cannot believe how horrendous the Eastern Conference is. The Jazz literally set out to lose that game. They went to lose that game. They are trying to lose games. They're tanking. We know they're tanking. They didn't play Lowry for the last 16 minutes of a close game. They started They started playing Oscar Tshiebwe. Like, that's the sign. They are waving the white flag. Take the ball. Win the game. We are giving you this game. And Atlanta just could not get out of its own way. And yeah, they have Jalen Johnson, and he has a 15-point, 15-rebound, 15-assist triple-double, and he's an all-star, yada, yada, yada. And I get they just made a flurry of trades as well at the deadline, and so that's going to be part of it. But the Jazz are trying to lose this game and can't get out of their own way to lose it. And Atlanta desperately needs this game to make the playoffs and can't get in front of themselves to win. And then on top of it, you're just reminded of how silly tanking is, because the Jazz have a apparently reasonable rotation player in Jock Landale who they give away, right? He's a part of this trade with Chicago and with Cleveland and with Atlanta, technically 2 separate transactions, but the Jazz have to get rid of Jock Landale to take Lonzo Ball back, to take the draft picks. But they don't really want Jock Landale because he's going to help you win games. All right, I get that's what the last 3 years have been about. And then Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who played for the Jazz for a little bit, and they didn't really understand how to use him. Quinn Snyder blew it, and then the Jazz weren't interested in winning when he was here with Will Hardy, so they threw him into the Mike Conley trade, and it was a sign of the tanking beginning. And it was just a reminder of how annoying every storyline has been for the Jazz for 3 straight years when it comes to tanking. And that now, even as they finally move out of this chapter and they go and get Jaren Jackson Jr. and they're going to start trying to win games next year, you're just reminded of just like how obnoxious all of this is for the last 3 seasons, 4 seasons by the end of this year, and almost 3 years to the date when they started making these trades, of just like how ridiculous all of this is. And that it's finally over has made it feel even more insufferable to me.
It's funny you're reminded about that. I feel like we've been, or at least I have been, squawking about this every day for 3 years. I don't care about Jock Landale. He's not good.
Yeah, okay, he's just a player. He's just a backup center.
Doesn't matter. I find it funny people were upset Lowry didn't play. What are you talking about? I mean, Lowry's missed entire games for no reason for 3 years now. Yeah. He's missed the entire months for no reason for 3 years now. So you're trying to dump a random game in Atlanta, and he doesn't play in the fourth quarter. We've talked about this. This has happened a bunch where the other team is so crappy. And yes, the Hawks are terrible. And it's amazing that Quinn Snyder still has a job because they're dreadful.
And they're going to get bailed out because they're going to get a high pick from New Orleans. But yes, not because of anything they're doing on the floor.
But Will Hardy's got to be over there looking at Quinn Snyder. I can't call him Quinn. Saying, what are you doing? Win the dang game. What are you doing? Win the basketball.
Please take this.
And by the way, I'm not going to stand here for your Oscar Sheboy slander because he is better than Slow-Mo.
That's fine.
They haven't been playing him instead of Slow-Mo because Slow-Mo was helping you lose. I think Sheboy, I like Sheboy. He plays with a ton of energy.
Absolutely not an NBA player.
A bunch of size. I don't know. He's still better than Slow-Mo.
I don't think that's true, but that's fine.
At the center position, he certainly is still better.
I don't think that's true either, but that's fine.
Slow-Mo. But I don't know. The Jazz had to work hard to dump a game in Atlanta. They had to work hard to win 17 games last year.
Right. And
that's people I know wasn't Locke doing backflips on his podcast or whatever because the
tank's over.
It's not.
Not yet.
It's not.
This is about to be, and I've said this.
It's going to get worse before it gets better. And I know people are excited about next year, and that's great. And I'm sure the people that are selling Jazz season tickets over across the street are having a great week.
Yeah.
And I get why people are enthused about it or whatever, but that's still 6 months away. More? 7 months? 6
September,
months?
yeah.
September?
October, technically.
And they still have to, if they're going to hit their mark of winning 20, whatever you put.
I think you can win 6 more games.
Like
22 wins.
Yeah, if you love Oscar Sheboy, you're going to see him more. You're not going to see Lauri Markkanen more.
No.
I'm surprised he even dressed for the game, honestly.
I don't know if you're going to see him in Salt Lake anymore. You don't have to play. Well, here's the thing. So here's the player participation rule that you do have to abide by if you're the Jazz to avoid fines. Your star players, which now are Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen, can't both sit the same game and can't sit road games. So you can rest Lauri Markkanen at home the rest of the season if you want to. You don't have to play him at all because your home crowd gets a chance to see him otherwise. So you don't have to play him at all, and you won't face any fines from the NBA. But I do think you have to play either Lauri or Jaren Jackson Jr. at home in these games the rest of the season, I believe. And you can't rest them on the road just to rest them. So how do you negotiate that is going to be the shenanigans that we see from the Jazz the rest of the season.
And that's easy.
Yeah, you'll find a way. Everyone's hurt.
This rule is so dumb. And it is so a cat in the wall that doesn't fix anything.
Right.
Because all you have to do is fake an injury. That's it.
Yep.
Cat in the wall, eh?
Or dress him and don't play him.
The same reason Atlanta's not going to play Trae Young. The same reason that Washington's not going to play Trae Young. Washington's not going to play Anthony Davis either. They'll find a couple of games to play them in, but not a lot. That's what the Jazz are going to do as well.
Jaren Jackson Jr. just came down with a sprained ankle.
Yeah.
Just now.
Has had something nagging all season that he's going to address now.
Yeah, that rule is so silly. It doesn't make any sense to me. Again, Jason, the Dallas got fined for it just because Jason Kidd admitted it. Yeah. And I still don't know why they fined the Jazz for it. It's selective prosecution, in my opinion. I'd be a little bent about it if I were the Jazz, but, I mean, that rule is meaningless.
Yeah, it's meaningless. And the Jazz, again, they're going to win 6 games. They've got 30 left, I think, on the season, so they'll go 6-24 the rest of the way. I think that's going to be the goal. It's going to take some work to do it, but the other teams around them will also win some games and relieve some of that pressure.
What's next?
But Jazz are expected to have Jaren Jackson Jr., Vince Williams, and John Conchar tomorrow in Orlando.
Number 2, the trade deadline came and went. Any other big takeaways?
I don't know how many teams actually got better. I do think Indiana going and trading for Ivica Zubac is a good trade. He's a really good player. He's just a very good center. And the Clippers pulling the plug on their season despite the fact that they were 17-5 in their last 21 games is strange, though the conspiracy theory is that the NBA is about to come down on them for Kawhi Leonard and his tree planting fiasco.
I wonder if that has anything to do with it. I think it's just a clutch thing. I think they wanted James Harden extended, and so they swapped clutch guys, and it works for the Clippers. The Clippers thing is weird. Indiana, Zubac just came down with a sprained ankle.
Yeah, he's not going to play either.
He's not going to play either. I mean, in the short term, basically nothing happened other than teams ducking tax bills, which is what the trade deadline is going to become all about.
That is really what it was about.
As we go forward, I saw people. What was the label everybody was throwing on it? The pre-free agency or something? Pre-agency. Yeah. I think there's some of that. I think it really proved how dumb NBA franchises are, if anything, because the James Harden deal is dumb for especially for Cleveland, which is who they were trying to get better. It's totally dumb. Anthony Davis, that trade is dumb.
Yep.
The Trae Young trade was dumb before that. And then all these other, tax ducking moves are all because they overpaid someone at some point, and they have to, with some teams, I would guess, move off players that they don't really want to move off of because they're going to cost them 4 times what they're making in their tax bill, depending on which franchise they are.
100%.
So, I mean, it is kind of funny what the trade deadline has become.
Get back under the tax.
Let's recover from dumb decisions.
With that in mind, I do think the Jazz acquired the best player that moved at the trade deadline.
I would agree. Did you see that yesterday? The Warriors were trying to get him until they shut down conversation because they thought they had Giannis.
We talked about why were the Jazz eager to pull this trigger on Tuesday as opposed to waiting to make it official later. And there was some thought of when you have a good thing, you just say yes and you don't let them back out. Maybe that's what it was. They realized, hey, if Giannis doesn't move, there's going to be a suddenly, escalated market for Jaren Jackson Jr., and maybe somebody out of nowhere is going to be willing to throw in, better picks than what the Jazz put in. And Golden State would be the team. So maybe the Jazz just said, this is the deal, get it done. You pick your players, and we'll say yes. And so the Jazz moved Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yeah, bingo.
Yeah. Right, that's good work. If that's the guy you think you need, and you think he's going to help you get out of your rebuild, good move.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, the Winter Olympic opening ceremonies are today.
About an hour, 11:40 on NBC. You could be able to watch those. We'll obviously have all the coverage at KSLSports.com.
The time difference is going to make this unique, as often Olympic Games are, depending on what part of the world that they're in. We were joking about with Maddie about our coverage at KSLSports.com and how people are going to be on the early morning shifts.
Yeah.
By the way, we're going to have all the latest for you, KSLSports.com for sure. We've got people covering it literally 24 hours a day. But do you like it? Do you like, because I've always kind of liked randomly having sports that are during the day and not necessarily prime time, although I know they re-rack the major stuff for prime time, right, which makes total sense. But especially, this started for me when I was producing morning radio, and I used to love when the French Open was on.
Yeah.
It's like, I've got live good stuff right here in the morning.
Yeah, wake up and it's on.
Or at your lunch break or whatever. Maybe you're cruising on over to, I don't know, JCW's or something that's going to have TVs up, and you're like, oh, yeah, sweet. I get to watch the Olympics on my lunch break. I love that stuff.
I'm with you. Shout out to our digital producers at KSLSports.com who are working shifts beginning at 2 a.m. because that's when a lot of the primetime stuff is happening in Italy. But yeah, I loved it when they were in France and there were things going on all day long. And NBC benefits by being able to say, yeah, we'll just schedule this out. So all weekend and really all day, there's something to watch. So yes, I'm excited for that aspect.
And then mash up the best parts and put it in primetime.
Yep. Yeah. Re-rack whatever you have to.
Give Bob some drops and go for it.
Eye drops?
Yeah.
There you go.
Clear that up.
Yeah.
Or I guess
if
Mike,
you can.
Do you think Mike Tirico just wears goggles around for like the month before the Olympic Games?
So he doesn't get sabotaged?
I think he has to do the Super Bowl this weekend, but
busy.
But
what a
yeah,
week.
I'd be wearing goggles the whole time.
Yeah.
Like I can't risk a pink eye outbreak. That nearly ruined Bob's career.
We're assuming that we're going to see Clayton Keller walking with the Olympic team, right?
Why wouldn't he?
Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, why wouldn't he? I'm excited to see that. I mean, they played 48 hours ago. To turn around and then have to be in Italy is tough, but that'll be very cool.
Do you
What a
think
moment
he'll
for him.
get any television time?
They'll show the hockey team. Hockey team's supposed to be good this year, and the fact that the NHL players are playing is a huge deal.
I know, but the American team always has like hundreds of people on it. You can't pick anybody out.
Sure.
They focus on the famous people, and then everybody else gets drowned out.
LeBron being on the front of the boat.
Whereas like the Jamaican Winter Olympic team, there's like 3 guys.
Yeah, Lindsey Vonn will be at the front of everything this year.
Don't make Lindsay walk.
Yeah, we'll put her on a scooter or whatever.
She was skiing this morning.
Yeah, she was skiing this morning. She
whatever.
finished her practice run, but she did survive. So
Imagine the ego. Move over, Lindsay. Let somebody else do it.
Be some snowboarders, etc. But
do we know what they're wearing?
Is Roots still a thing? That was the O2.
Yeah, and then they did all denim a couple of times. Classic American. I don't know. We'll see.
Isn't that technically Canadian?
The tuxedo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although
Imagine wearing those pants. Oh my goodness.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, there are a few things in life that are more important than the financial well-being of you and your family. Of course, we all get stuck in the day-to-day, but not only is it important in the short term, but it's important certainly in the long term. You know, you're going to spend a whole lifetime working towards retirement. Well, what kind of lifestyle do you want to have when you retire? What do you want to do? Do you want to travel? Do you want to play golf? Do you want to have a second home? Well, it's important to set those goals because you can get there. And Trajan wants to be a team of great people on your side to help you do just that. So give them a call today, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. You can sit down with them for free. They're very friendly. They make it very simple. I've gone through the process. It's very easy. 801-210-6800. They'll help you set your goals, and they'll show you what they can do for you to help you get there. You can also go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 and TrajanWealth.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
From producers T.C. Christensen and Jared Hess comes an inspiring true story.
You were born different, so make a difference.
Stand Out, the Ben Care story.
Use what you've been made for and stand out.
Rated PG. In theaters now.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Dylan Gunther. Looking forward to getting Logan Cooley back after the Olympic break.
Yeah, I think because we've battled through with injuries. I mean, we haven't played a full game with our full roster. I think a lot of teams will probably be back healthy. I mean, Coles is a huge part of our team, so I mean, that's a big player loss, and I thought that collectively we've stepped up and stayed in the race, and now just can't get complacent when he's back. I think just keep pushing.
Stay tuned for Mammoth at 50 updates, 50 past the hour every hour here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. Listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Also want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday, your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, or next week I should say, you can win tickets to go see Brian Regan at Delta Center on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets at SeatGeek.com. That's SeatGeek.com. Steve Bartle is going to join us coming up at the top of the 11 o'clock hour, so we'll talk to Steve about what's going on up on the Hill. Has the... I was trying to read up on this morning. Has the private equity thing gone through? It's supposed to be late January, early February.
Yeah, I've not seen. Let's ask Steve about that.
Are you surprised we have not seen more universities follow suit? I guess we did see the Big 12 Conference kind of follow suit, right? But are you surprised we haven't seen, or is Utah the test case and everybody's waiting to see exactly how that goes?
It is a little bit weird timing to happen right at the end of football season, though I guess it doesn't necessarily have to align with football. But it always seemed like something would be done in the summer for teams. Kind of get a little bit of a lull between football and basketball, and it's just Olympic sports that are playing at that moment. So, and honestly, you're just off. Kids are out of school, so you have a chance to dictate some of that stuff. But yeah, I think it's going to be a test case. And man, I just don't know what's going on up at Utah. It feels wayward right now to me, and maybe that's just because of all the changes on the football staff, and maybe they can get it all back under control, and everything will be fine as soon as they get back there. But just like no inroads with basketball. And again, it's Alex Jensen's first year. It's too early to expect that anything would have actually changed. But I don't know. I just don't have a great feeling about Utah athletics at the moment.
I wonder if they're trying to get the deal done to jam it in before the legislatures can say no.
It's possible.
Because there has been rumblings about that up there.
Yeah.
That people aren't exactly happy about it. I honestly don't know how they could do it without the legislatures go ahead. I guess the Board of Trustees all voted yes. I just wonder where that is. We haven't seen it officially close yet.
Yeah, no, it's a good. It's has a chance to be the biggest story at Utah for the next several years. If you actually do get a huge influx of cash that does whatever they think it's going to do, I mean, that could, I guess, change your program or programs. Are you going to become relevant in basketball all of a sudden? Or are you going to be more competitive in football? Are you fighting to not be irrelevant? I'm still curious about what the goal is here. Is this money keeping the lights on, or is this money actually, a good investment that they're going to get money back on at some point when they, give this opportunity or this investment company, when they pay them back? More questions than answers, certainly.
Well, it depends. I wonder what Morgan's game plan is going to be as a program, because whatever this money's for, they're not going to be one of the rich programs in the country.
Period.
Yeah. So what are you doing to find overlooked players? And then what are you doing to coach them up and keep them? Because that's going to be the recipe for Utah's football success, which the good news is that's been the recipe for their success pretty much since they became successful.
It is.
So, what's his plan to do that, I think is extremely important, and certainly willing to give him a chance to show what he's doing. With basketball, and we could ask Steve about this, I don't know if I trust the plan.
Yeah, I'm totally with you.
To go, this whole philosophy is of we're going to make our college basketball program like the pros. I don't know about that. For example, Kevin Young's been successful at BYU. I'm not trying to be overly critical of him, but his team has some bad habits.
Yeah, really bad.
And in the pros, you get over those bad habits because if you don't, then unless you're the creme de la creme, you're not going to be in the league anymore, right? College is so different because the pool is so much bigger. I just don't think you can run. And I shouldn't say kids, but the players are so much less mature.
Mm-hmm.
Emotionally, physically, all across the board. I don't think you can bring this pro philosophy to college and have it work. In football, Kirk Cignetti is not bringing a pro philosophy to Indiana. Right?
Right.
In college basketball, the successful coaches, Kelvin Sampson, even in this new world, is not bringing a pro philosophy to Houston.
Right.
BYU's next opponent. In fact, far from it.
The opposite, almost. Yeah. And it's pushed back against the idea of the pro philosophy.
Right.
Yeah.
Bill Self has been, quote unquote, running a pro program for 30 years or whatever, but he doesn't coach like a pro coach.
No, he doesn't.
That's not his thing. I don't, especially at Utah where you're not going to have the dough BYU's going to throw around. I don't buy into this pro philosophy in college. I just don't.
And maybe this is true everywhere. I don't think it is, but maybe it's true for most places. It just feels like it's football, a little bit of gymnastics, and nothing else right now at Utah. It is strange to look at, even yesterday, like the Big 12 baseball predictions come out, the power rankings. Utah's just dead last. And it just feels like, I think they finished dead last in softball last year. 2 years ago, they were pretty good, but dead last in softball last year. Just feels like every time something rolls out, Utah's expected to have no impact in the league at all in the Big 12 outside of football. Basketball, dead last. Baseball, dead last. Softball, dead last. Gymnastics, exceptional. Football, very good. And maybe that's just the goal. Maybe you just only care about the two programs where you feel like you have an opportunity to be successful. And of course, skiing, because what else are you going to do here?
Well, the women's basketball team's not bad.
They're okay. And even then, they have dropped off compared to where they were a year and a half ago.
Yeah, they gotta figure it out. But Utah's never been a resources school, and I don't see that changing.
Agreed.
And I don't see that changing with this weird
that's the big question.
Investment. It's not.
Does this actually give you resources to change anything,
No.
or are you just the exact same school?
I don't think that is the big question. I don't. It doesn't. I don't think they're going to use the money on players. But money is fungible, right? So if you use this on this, you can use this on this. But I don't think, Utah State's trying to start the rev share to be a rev share school. They're never going to spend the 20.
Yeah, I agree.
They can't afford to spend the 20. They're not going to spend the 20.
They don't have an extra 20 laying around.
I don't think Utah has an extra 20 laying around. I think
BYU?
No, Utah.
Utah. Okay. Yeah. Utah's not going to spend the 20. No, totally not.
I don't think BYU honestly has the 20 lying around, but BYU doesn't need the 20.
Right.
Right?
They've got other money.
Because the athletic department has to run in the black. That's been a thing at BYU forever. So maybe some of the 20 is coming, but if it's coming out of another pot, who cares?
Right.
I mean, if you have to have $40 million to have a top 25 football program, I don't think 20 of that is coming from the school at BYU.
Probably not.
But at Utah, they were counting on that 20 being the cap for everybody.
Yeah.
And that's not the case. So I don't know how much of the 20 they're going to spend. They're probably going to try and spend all of it. And that's maybe what this cash infusion has to do. But it's not going to upend the disadvantages that Utah has amongst its peers.
I don't think so at all. I'm totally with you.
All right, stay tuned. We'll run this stuff past Bartle coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions, real value, real partners, based right here in Utah.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
For years I've said this, when it comes to the person you love, there are 3 dates you never, ever want to forget or overlook. 1, birthday. 2, anniversary. 3, it's Valentine's Day. And the perfect place to celebrate Valentine's Day with the one you love, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, of course, the best food you have ever had. But the ambiance, the wait service is absolutely incredible. And we have 2 locations. One, Hotel Park City, up in the mountains after a day of skiing. That would be perfect. And of course, also in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. The steaks are divine. You're going to love the seafood dishes, poultry, whatever it is, cooked to perfection at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Be sure to make your reservations now for Valentine's Day.
It's the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Hundreds of new RVs. Buy and save at the show. Register to win an Alaskan fishing trip with RW Fishing.
Come on in, the great outdoors is waiting. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, hang out with Scotty G. And I believe my guy Tim Lacombe is going to be with him as well today from noon to 3 at The Grill, hanging out with the good folks of RWB, 2264 South Main Street in Lehigh. Scotty and our guy Timmy Lacombe. All right, let's talk some Ute sports. It's time to talk to our friend Bartle. Hit it.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, Steve. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, fellas. How we doing?
Doing all right. We were just talking in the last segment about the University of Utah, this private equity deal that was talked about a lot at the end of last year. We haven't heard much on it since then. Are there any updates? Was this supposed to be closed by now?
No real updates. It's quiet, which means they're, probably busy at work on it, probably not talking about it a lot, but there was, plenty of work to be done on it to finish it. I shouldn't say plenty of work, but there was obviously, maybe not a lot of work, but just important steps to finalize, and I'm sure they're getting close to the finish line. Haven't heard anything in terms of, a date for when it will be finalized, but I know that they're working to get that all finished.
I've heard grumblings from lawmakers. Is there any way the legislature can put the brakes on it, or with the unanimous voting of the trustees, is it a done deal?
I don't know too much about the laws and all that sort of stuff, the political side of it. I just know that Utah is continuing to move forward and trying to get that deal done. And it's a big thing, not only for Utah, but also for, college sports really, because, Utah isn't the only program that's feeling the impact of a new $20 million tab that's only going to go up over the next decade each and every year. So I think a lot of people are looking at Utah to finish this deal, whether they acknowledge it or not. I think this is a big thing when you're talking about the money that is now being shared with athletes. It's significant. And for a lot of universities out there, it's come at the expense of boosters and supporters of, those universities. And, there's a growing sense of fatigue among those people that support programs. So I think a lot of people, quietly behind the scenes are rooting for Utah to get this done and to see what sort of impact it has. So, we'll see what sort of impact the legislature stuff has on it. Obviously, when Utah announced it, it was met with resistance a little bit. Some comments were made by political people and all that. But I think, quietly behind the scenes, there are a lot of people that are rooting for Utah to get this to the finish line.
Steve, big picture, do you think you can give me an understanding of what the goal is for Utah athletics? I mean, meaning, is it all going to be about the football team being great, gymnastics being great, and everything else just kind of being whatever? And this is just silly, but I saw the preseason predictions for baseball, and they're dead last. And softball, they were dead last year. It's just seems like I don't know if I would say the athletic department's in a great spot, in great shape since moving to the Big 12. Outside of football is awesome, and that's probably enough for most people.
Yeah, there's definitely a growing concern around the athletic programs, at least among the fan base, that, things aren't trending in the right direction. And, a lot of people are becoming more and more critical of obviously the leadership up there at Utah and the university. Again, the fan base, speaking of them, it's becoming more vocalized that the concerns are growing, especially, with the way that the Red Rocks have started the season. You can always count on the Red Rocks to be steady, to be consistent, to be performing at a really high level. And they made a coaching change, obviously, and the Red Rocks have not gotten off to a great start. And I think that really is why there's a growing amount of frustration among, the fan base that, things aren't trending in the right direction. And obviously with Utah football, coming off an 11-win season, things feel good there. They've made the transition to Morgan Scalley, and there's optimism there. With Utah basketball, men's basketball specifically, We knew that this season would be a tough first one. Expectations weren't super high, but still I think it's, even then, Utah isn't meeting the low expectations they had coming into the year. So, I think the frustration is growing. And when you look at the overall health of each program, there's certainly good things that lead you to believe that things are, good things are happening. Obviously, the baseball program just opened up, just cut the ribbon on their new stadium, and the outlook and the impact that will have on their future and their outlook is promising. I know that there's a lot of excitement, around the program and sort of the impact that will have on Utah baseball moving forward now that it's on campus and they have these great facilities. Obviously, with the basketball program, you've got Alex Jensen, who's everybody was excited for. You've got the pending Huntsman renovation / new stadium. What is it going to be? We might see something soon officially from Utah announced there as well. And so from that sense, there are good things happening, but again, just the overall success of each and every program has kind of dipped over the last couple of years. And I think fans are starting to grow a little bit more frustrated as time goes on.
So I don't think anybody, and I'm including the three of us, really expected the Utah basketball team to be good this year. But with that in mind, how evaluate the job Alex Jensen is doing?
Yeah, I think it's tough because, obviously expectations weren't high coming into the season. We talked before the year, before the season began, I sort of viewed them as at best a 12, 13th place type of program this year. And, before the season began, they lose what was going to be a pretty significant piece in Babacar Faye, and then they've had two guys, Jacob Patrick and Lucas Longarita, also injured. Patrick for the last 2 months and Longarita for the last month. And those three pieces, I think, would have helped Utah, at different junctures over the last couple of months, where maybe things look and feel a little bit better. But overall, this was going to be sort of, a year one where Alex, goes through the first year, kind of gets his bearings under him and the roster, and you're kind of setting the foundation of what his program is going to be. And so it's been difficult. It was going to be a difficult first year, only made more difficult by the guys that they've lost so far this season. And so, over the last couple of games, it's been an interesting dynamic where you've got the fan base watching the program, and, the previous 3 or 4 weeks, Utah had been making progress. They had shown improvement. They were playing a fun brand of basketball. Unfortunately, they played a really difficult slate of opponents. And over the last couple of games, there was a really concerted effort by the fan base to show up to the Huntsman, for these last 2 home games against Oklahoma State and against Arizona State. And the hope was that, Utah basketball would finally, put it all together with the Huntsman crowd behind them. And unfortunately, they've had 2 really bad performances. And so what sort of impact that's going to have on the fan base is going to be interesting to follow over the next couple of weeks, because the excitement was growing. The commitment to showing up to games was growing because the product on the floor, people watching from home, you could see that. You could feel it. The offense, obviously it's a work in progress, but I think the fan base was really starting to get behind this team. And then they dropped these last 2 games in really disappointing fashion. And so it's kind of an interesting time right now with all of that. But this team, I think had some potential to make some noise. Unfortunately, just the injuries, the guys that they've lost this year have really kind of impacted it impacted the program where they haven't been able to be as competitive, as competitive as they hope to be coming into the year.
Men's Big 12 basketball overall, how would you view it? There's obviously some fabulous teams at the top, including an undefeated Arizona team. Houston's only got 2 losses. BYU suddenly not performing anywhere near, I think, as well as anybody expected. They're 5-4 in conference overall, and we know this is a difficult conference, but like Texas Tech is playing well. Central Florida has a better record than that. Is this still a very good year for the Big 12, or do you think people are viewing it a little differently?
Yeah, I do think this is still a really good year for the Big 12. Obviously, Arizona being the flag bearer for the conference this year, they're playing great basketball, far and away the best program in the country. They are just so good, have so many different answers, and it feels like they still have like another gear or two that they can get to, which is really, really impressive. So the job Tommy Lloyd has done there in Tucson with that Arizona program, obviously undefeated up to this point, 22-0, with a lot of really impressive wins. So they're the ones carrying the conference this year. Then you've got programs like Houston, Iowa State, Texas Tech, Kansas, that are still right there behind Arizona, that are doing a lot of heavy lifting for the program. UCF and West Virginia, now you can throw Oklahoma State in there as well, but those 3 programs really surprising coming into the year. I think there was a lot of conversation around West Virginia specifically because of the changes that they made. Really not a lot known there what they were going to look like, but the Mountaineers are playing good basketball. UCF with Johnny Dawkins leading the way, a surprising season so far. I think this conference is really, really good. It's just interesting when you look at it, just the difference from the top and the bottom is so drastic. It's so steep, where you've got, a couple of programs. You got Arizona 9-0, Houston 8-1, and then you've got, Kansas State and Utah with 1 win apiece in conference play. And then it's a lot of, competitive programs there 8 through 14, where it's just kind of jockeying for position. So, this conference, I certainly think has put itself very prominently in the conversation as the best basketball conference in the country this year. But with some of the performances lately where, like BYU, for example, dropping to Oklahoma State, while that's good for the overall health, I think you still want your flag bearers, at the top to continue to carry that weight. So fortunately, you've still got Houston. You've got Iowa State, who, after dropping a couple conference games early on, have really come on strong. You're going to need those programs to continue to play well. And I think what's interesting is, I think, for Utah specifically, I think part of the reason why the fan base has really started to try and get behind the program is the fact that Big 12 basketball is so good this year. And I think there is starting to be more excitement, more interest for that, right, for Big 12 basketball. And so, as we get closer and closer to the off season, I think a lot of fans are going to be interested in how Utah attacks the transfer portal, because they want to be involved in the conversation with Big 12 basketball. They want to be one of those programs that, is helping the cause and not weighing down the conference. So overall, I think, again, the conference is great. You've got your flag bearers in it. You've got your programs doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and you've got depth in this conference, which, is really, really, really impressive.
What's going on with the football program right now?
Man, it's pretty quiet. But Morgan Scalley, I think maybe not all of the finishing touches in terms of, his staff, coaching staff and auxiliary staff, but they announced yesterday a lot of staff, finalized staff members for those auxiliary positions, and some really interesting names. Bo Nagahe joining the auxiliary staff as an alumni relations member, and you've got Lavani Damouni making the transition from player to player personnel analyst, where he's going to be, evaluating players and that sort of thing. You've got new personnel staff members, and you've got a new GM. So really interesting stuff from a staff perspective. What Morgan has accomplished, I think, has been really, really impressive. Going back to him finalizing his staff in a matter of days was impressive. And now they've put the bulk of his auxiliary staff, they've put the touches on that. And I still think they'll probably add a couple more pieces to some of these groups and all that. But I think overall, really impressive. The football program in general, just kind of up there going through winter workouts. I know pretty soon here we'll be talking about spring ball, and from what I've gathered, there should be a little bit more access for media up there this spring. And I think there's just a lot of kind of excitement to see what this program is going to look like. Obviously, a lot of change this offseason, staff, personnel-wise. But this is a program that still has expectations going into next season. And when you've got your quarterback position figured out with Devin Dampier and Bert Ficklin, I think there's plenty of reason to be optimistic about your chances in the Big 12. And so it's all going to be about kind of the progress that some important position groups make this winter, speaking specifically to the offensive and defensive lines, the work that they put in during winter workouts and during spring ball. I think a lot of people are curious to see how it all comes together. But outside of that, pretty quiet. The coaching staff has been out on the recruiting trail pretty heavily, visiting prospects, extending offers. So things are starting to get going. But outside of that, not a lot of significant news to report on Utah football right now.
Well, Steve, thank you very much for jumping on with us. We always appreciate it. Enjoy the weekend and enjoy the Super Bowl.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Steve. It's our buddy Steve Bartle, who covers the Utes for KSLSports.com.
Really curious about Mark Harlan and where this is all headed. It doesn't seem like there's any real belief in him at all. Like, who has his back? The fan base certainly doesn't. He's embarrassed the team a couple of times now, either at press conferences or on social media. Teams are losing. It would be one thing if you were being made fun of, but your teams were good. It'd be one thing if you were a cartoon character, but the basketball team was better than it's ever been. But like the sacred cow of the gymnastics program not living up to expectations could be a death sentence, could be a death knell. That's a really bad sign, because that program rolls out of bed as a top 4 team in the country every single year.
Not being disrespectful for the gymnast, but I think he's bet it all on Alex Jensen and Morgan Scalley.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right.
I think he can't miss on another coach in a major program. And when I talk about major, I mean those two. Again, no offense to the gymnastics program. But if Alex doesn't work out, or if Morgan doesn't work out, then he's not going to work out. Mm-hmm. He's bet it all on those two guys, and now he has to figure out a way to get them the most resources to succeed. And that's what his job depends on, my opinion. Unless all of a sudden he shows up with a huge deficit in the budget or something like that. Like the University of Arizona, what was that story a couple of years ago where they just found that they owed $400 million or something like that?
Yeah.
That they didn't plan for?
Like that?
So
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think he's certainly bet it all on Morgan. I mean, I don't know if the fan base would let him boot another basketball coach, but I mean, the way that it ended with Witt and the way that it started with Morgan, I mean, he's
even that starts behind the 8 ball.
He's put it all on that guy. So if Morgan succeeds, then Mark Harlan will probably be fine. If Morgan fails, then that's probably a different story.
See, I don't even know if that's enough. That might be where my anxiety would be about the Utah program, is that football is going to be good. Morgan's going to be good. I think Morgan's going to do a really good job. I think the program has a ton of momentum that is, carrying over from what Kyle Whittingham built. And you can coast on that for a little while. Not always, but I do think Morgan hits the ground running and has the right approach, and I do believe in Morgan Scalley's ability to do that job. But if everything else falls apart, I don't think Mark Harlan's going to get any credit for hiring the coach in waiting who got that contract before Mark Harlan got there. And I know it went away, and I know it came back, et cetera, but I don't think Mark Harlan's going to get any credit for this unless he can fund this team and find $20 million, yes, to build out a team that's going to win the Big 12 and make the college football playoff. I'm not sure how many pats on the back Mark Harlan's going to get for this.
See, you're getting into an interesting part of the athletic director's job. He shouldn't get any credit. He shouldn't. The coach gets the credit because the coach is running the program. The athletic director hires the coach. Mm-hmm. Regardless of if that coach was here or not here or whatever, he gets the credit. If there isn't any credit for the athletic director, it's hiring the right guy. So I guess what I'm trying to say is he's already got the job. It's negatives that are going to take the job away.
Sure.
So if Morgan fails, that's going to take his job away. I think if Alex fails, that'll probably take the job away. I don't know if he gets some sort of boost for making the right hire. That's his job.
Right. No, I'm totally with you. But if you do, as you said, you don't know if the fan base would let him make 2 more bad hires or boot another basketball coach. That is how you're judged, ultimately. And how you're judged is how those coaches perform.
Right.
So I don't even know if Morgan winning will buy him time. Certainly it would more than if Morgan loses right out of the gate. If Utah's 5-7 next year, he's gone, not Morgan. But they're going to have to make significant changes to the athletic department. Basketball team, man, it's just like some of the sound clips, the audio, and the stories come, not stories, I shouldn't say that, but headlines coming out. It's just like, is Alex surprised that the program's at this low of a point? It seems like he's frustrated that the fan base isn't invested at all. It's like, why would they be? It's been a disaster.
I think Morgan and Harlan are attached. If Morgan fails, there's no way that Harlan loses his job and Morgan stays.
Well, the next athletic director would bring in their own person.
So they're locked at the hip. Now, whether or not Alex and Mark Harlan are locked at the hip, I don't know. That's debatable. But if Morgan fails, both of them are out.
No question. Yeah, well, you can't be bad at everything.
Right. So
that's the problem. Right now, their 2 good things are basketball and gymnastics. And if gymnastics is underwhelming in the slightest, that's really going to shake some people up because there is a ton of loyalty for the gymnastics program, and they still sell seats. And that's where people identify themselves as a winner. People want to be associated with a winner.
All right, we'll have more coming up next. Stay tuned. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC not available. available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
College doesn't have to feel like a leap into the unknown. At the Huntsman School of Business, your teen can experience it before it begins. Huntsman Day in the Life lets high school students spend a full day on the USU's beautiful campus in Cache Valley, touring Huntsman Hall, joining a leadership activity, attending a mini lecture with a real professor, competing in a scavenger hunt, and yes, ending with famous Aggie ice cream. Spots are limited. Register by February 27th. Give your student confidence before college starts. Visit huntsman.usu.edu/undergraduate to sign up.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow, listen to the Utah Jazz in Orlando to play the Magic Saturday, 5 p.m. on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah State Aggies are at Wyoming to face the Cowboys at 7 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And the Houston Cougars visit BYU. A huge showdown tips off at 8:30 on 102.7 FM. If you want to hear your company's name here, introduce your brand to thousands of potential listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy on Isaiah Collier playing 48 minutes once again.
Proud of our young group. I think we're continuing to show signs of getting better. I know a lot will be made of Isaiah playing 48 minutes again, but he's a young kid. And, yeah, I'm not going to talk about load management.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At U of U Health, hope's in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Than us. No! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G coming up next Tuesday from noon to 3 at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 700 East. Is there a reason we're being patriotic today? Not that there's a bad day, I suppose.
The opening ceremonies at the Olympics.
Is that the excuse?
3 minutes from now.
All right.
Yeah. It's with flags everywhere. So.
Is there an example of an Olympic event where you cheer against the U.S.?
Huh. Not that I've ever run into.
Oh, I cheer against the basketball team every game.
Yeah, I was a little curious to see if some of these smaller countries could pull it out, but more a morbid curiosity than it was rooting for Lithuania or whoever.
I remember when Carlos Arroyo took down Team USA. It's a good day. I don't know. It's been so long now. I don't know if I could ever consider myself an Olympic purist. But believe it or not, the Olympics used to be about amateur sports. And I actually don't like the concept that you can just load up a team that's going to win by 30 every single game, and it's never in doubt. Kind of think it defeats the purpose.
How so?
I don't know. Is it competitive?
Isn't it just finding the greatest people in the world competing in athletics at the highest level?
But that's not what it used to be about.
I think it was.
No, it was about amateurs. It was not about professionals. It was about amateurs and competing for your team. They got rid of that when they let the Dream Team compete in the early 90s, and now you can be a professional at whatever you want.
It just seems like a made-up rule to me. And if it's a meritocracy, if you actually want the best of the world competing at the highest ranks, you're the best. As long as you've never made $1 off of this, that seems totally superfluous to me.
Well,
do we actually want the best, or do we just want the best who don't get money?
I just want it to be competitive.
You're the 85th best in the world, but since you've never made $1, we're going to put you out there.
But
and give you a gold
you're
medal.
operating under the assumption that just because you're in the Olympics, you're somehow the best. If you've ever been to a ski event for the Olympics or even a World Cup ski event, honestly, although less so. But let me tell you, the Argentinian downhiller is not amongst the best 20 skiers in the world.
Correct. But the American who got there, or the Swiss or Swedish or whoever breaks through, did have to beat the best of the world to get their spot.
Well, they had to beat the best in their country. But you get what I'm saying. Like the 20th best skier in the U.S.
Correct.
Is still better than the best skier for 90% of the rest of the world.
100%.
So what you're talking about, the best of the best competing, it doesn't actually exist. Your best of your country is competing against the best of their country. And I'm really just wanting to be entertained. I actually don't necessarily think that just because you win Olympic gold that you are the best of the best necessarily. But I don't like the competitive imbalance of Olympic basketball. I think it takes the entertainment factor out of watching it away. I think it makes it way less interesting. Just watching the NBA players drub Lithuania does nothing for me.
Because if you wanted the best basketball players in the world, Team Lithuania would have Donovan Mitchell on it and would have Rudy Gobert. You're right. You would have the top 12 players in the world on one team, but then players 13 through 25 would be on the next best team. And you're right. That is not what happens.
Just because you divide the event by country makes it unfair from the very start.
Sure. It certainly doesn't warrant itself as being the best of the best.
Is it really fair that the United States, a population of, what are we up to now, 350 million, is competing against, even take a big European country, what's the population of Germany?
Right. Minuscule.
Yeah. So the best German basketball players against the best United States basketball players, that's actually not fair.
I agree.
It's not a competition to see who is the best of the best.
But I don't know if that has anything to do with amateurism. I'm not sure amateurism encourages or discourages that.
That's not really my point, other than it even the playing field. That was really what I'm nostalgic about, is, yes, the best amateur basketball team in the United States and the best amateur Russian basketball team are on a similar level. And thus the Russians beat the United States controversially in basketball in, what was that, 80... It was the LA Olympics, right?
Were they not playing professional Russian players?
I'd have to get into the nuance of what makes a profession.
Because I think that was part of it, is they were other countries were allowing professionals to play.
Or they were paying them under the table or something like that. I'm not really here to defend the Russian Athletic Federation and their ability to cheat. But I do know that the basketball tournament has not been competitive since 1992.
For the most part. I mean, they didn't win the gold medal one year.
Okay, 1 year, 1992 was a long time ago, but yes, I get your point.
Yeah, I mean, that's 8 Summer Olympics, something like that. So yeah.
Like that?
It has happened.
It's part of the reason I'm a little mad at Lindsey Vonn. Give somebody else an opportunity. This is her 8th Olympics or whatever it is, and you have to be the hero on a torn ACL so bad? I mean...
If she could have been replaced. I have no idea.
I don't know the rules on that either, although I did hear somebody talking about it. I guess it was yesterday that talked about maybe she could. I could look into the rules and see. I would guess, though. I mean, that's what happened with. That's how Tanya Harding still ended up on the Olympic team.
And I mean, even yesterday they were replacing players on the NHL rosters or on the hockey rosters because guys are getting hurt in the last games of the before the break.
Because that poor gal who got beat out by Lindsey Vonn in her torn ACL would be by far the best skier in Chile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
by a mile.
Yeah,
I was really shocked.
Or the host country, though Italy probably has some pretty good skiers.
Yeah. I was shocked about that when I went to the Super G when the Olympics were here. Like, there are, I don't know, half dozen skiers that are absolutely incredible and screamed at the bottom of the hill. Then there's another, 10.
The Australian breakdancer.
Then there's another 10 that may or may not make it. And there's a half dozen at the back part that aren't even going to make it past the halfway point.
Yeah. What it does do is allow them to represent their country, and I understand the value there.
Right, but it does not necessarily play into who is the best in the entire world.
It's not arguing for that.
Well, that's what everybody thinks the Olympics is.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. The premise, I guess, is do you ever cheer against the Americans? I cheer against the American basketball team because I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
Or I don't think it's competitive. Maybe if the word fair is what's bothering people, like, I guess it's fair. The best American basketball players are better than the rest of the world like that, but like that.
Like that?
But it doesn't make for an entertaining Olympic event, that's for sure.
There is something to be said that the 1992 Dream Team changed basketball for the better entirely. I mean, it made it truly a worldwide sport. It inspired every country that got to see them to start competing at a higher level, and it's no coincidence that 18 years later, 20 years later, it's the most international sport we have competing of the major four in the United States.
It's not soccer.
It's not soccer.
Not soccer.
No.
All right. Stay tuned. We wrap up the week. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got these.
Joining us on the program right now for Jazz Daily, he is the coach, Tim Lacombe. You can hear him, of course, pre, half, and post on your radio dial right here, the radio home of the Utah Jazz.
When you just look at it at face value, you're adding a two-time All-Star, Defensive Player of the Year, a guy that is on 5 attempts per night from 3, shooting 36%. Wow. Rebounding is low. It's always kind of been low. I'm hoping maybe Will can get to him like he got to Colin on tempo. It would have, a guy that was voted Defensive Player of the Year. He's blocking 3 shots a game back then. That alongside what I think is probably one of the up-and-coming dominant rim protectors. If Walker and the Jazz find common ground, you look at a team that's really big, but you also look at a team that's very long. This move allows Lowry to go to the 3, and he is an absolute cheat code at 3. It's pretty exciting to think about.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey
journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February. Plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th. Plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, TC Christensen here. I'm thrilled to announce our new movie, Stand Out, the Ben Care story. My son Tanner and I have waited a long time for the right time to share this true story. Watch the trailer at standoutfilm.com.
Stand Out, now playing.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Karel Vejmelka on what getting a win before the Olympic break meant for the team.
I think it's just saying we're on the right way. You know, we're hitting right way, and we need to keep that same mindset for the rest of the season and just use that break for kind of reset our mind, but have that same mindset when we get back here.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, wrapping up a Friday show. Puka Nakua's on with Armpit right now. Did Samson never, did he get let off of the Grand Theft Auto thing?
He did.
What was the story
They
behind
ended up
that?
deciding that Samson thought that the car he stole was his brother's.
Was Puka's?
Was Puka's, and when it was not, Adu with the Arrows, who plays for the Los Angeles Lakers.
How'd he get the keys?
Oh, I don't believe the story in the slightest, but somebody made it go away. Which is what powerful people do.
So you think he did steal the car?
I don't think it was above board. Yeah, I mean...
Well, it still begs the question, why is he stealing a car?
Hey, man.
See, the more plausible of it was an accident makes actually sense to me, because why on earth would you steal an NBA player's car?
I don't know. Why would you punch a fan in the crowd? He's had all kinds of weird things. He's a weird guy.
That's not weird. That's just not showing any restraint. I'm sure every athlete ever wants to punch.
Stealing a car could fit in that same. He didn't show any restraint.
No, but you get my point. I'm sure every athlete, like every person who played in the Jazz game last night against the Hawks, there's one member of the crowd that they want to punch right in the face.
Yes.
That impulse is there for every athlete in every professional sports game because there's some idiot that's down there yelling or saying something or whatever. Even if it's not inappropriate, you're like, oh, I'd rather.
Yeah.
Wish I could drag
Hit
that
that
guy
guy,
out of
yeah.
here and beat him up in the parking lot.
Yeah.
I don't think every athlete has the automatic impulse to steal a car.
That's accurate.
Now, I congratulate most athletes, I'd say 99.9%, who show a little restraint in not punching the fan. But I don't know, maybe Samson's walking around like that video game.
Like that?
Grand Theft Auto, do you think Samson's just walking into Puka's house and just grabbing cars and that's it? And Aduthiero was just hanging out there and thought like, oh, there's keys in the dish, so I'm just going to grab them? I don't believe that either.
Was it at a car? I was picturing, or at a house, I was picturing like a valet or something.
Okay. You usually have to get a ticket to get your thing back, but, unless Samson's parking
I
cars
don't know.
now.
I've parked at some pretty loose valets. Have you ever had that situation where you're like, is this?
Well, I was a bellman. You've been a bellman as well.
Uh-huh.
I've also been a valet a little bit in my career. And now it's all done on an app. So they've gotten rid of the old tag system. So I don't know. I didn't believe the story. I read a little bit of, he just thought it was his brother's car, and that's how he did it. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it in the first place.
I saw Puka, or at least pictures from the paparazzi, that he has a new girl, because he was really hating on the female gender there for a minute.
Yeah, it's really out on women. Good week.
But I think didn't his gal break his heart, and isn't there a child involved in there somewhere?
He said all women are cheaters or something. I don't know.
Well, he got over it. That's all I'm saying.
Apparently.
I'm saying good for Puka.
Turn the page.
So are your Patriots going to win?
Nope, Seahawks.
That's going to crush you.
No, I like the Seahawks. I like Darnold. This is a win-win for me. I don't care who wins this game. I like both of these teams. I like both of the storylines. I'd probably prefer the Seahawks win because I don't think they're going to get back, and I do think this is not the last time that Drake May is going to be in the Super Bowl, and I don't know how long Sam Darnold's going to keep this up. But again, that goes back to our narrative, is why am I waiting for Sam Darnold to fall apart? He's good. I keep waiting for this all for the real Sam Darnold to tap him on the shoulder and be like, remember, we're lousy. That's why we were a backup on 4 different teams before we got to Minnesota. But maybe he's just good. Maybe Seattle will be back here next year. Maybe they're the favorite.
I certainly don't think
they're the favorite in the game this weekend.
I certainly don't think it's a given Drake May gets back.
No, that division being so laughably terrible every year is a real boost. That really helps.
Well, what's his bungle? Everybody thought, oh, this is going to be the first of many. He hasn't even sniffed it. Burrow.
Oh, sure.
Dan Marino made the Super Bowl as a rookie, right? Never made it again?
Yeah, but ridiculous franchises. I mean, the Bengals are the most ridiculous franchise outside of Salazar's Raiders and the Bears. Or not the Bears, the Bengals and the Browns.
The Bears too, yeah.
The Bears too.
Well, the Dolphins were a really good franchise in the 80s.
Well, that fell apart. And now, speaking of Drake May, he gets to play them twice a year. And he gets to play the Bills twice a year, who can have the most talented roster and not put one foot in front of the other. And he gets the benefit of playing the Jets. Yeah, he'll be back. That's the safest bet.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's like Cam Newton not jumping on the fumble.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think a lot of people would have said, oh, MVP, Carolina was really good. Oh, they'll roll it back.
Never did.
His career was on the fast track to over.
Agreed. He was in his prime at that point, but was certainly later in his career than where Drake May is. And that's why I'm betting on Drake May to get back. They have a good young roster. They just have a good team. And clearly they do things well. And yes, it may just be the land of the blind. The man with one eye is the king. And they are in the land of the blind in the AFC East. It's just an absolute ridiculous joke.
Yeah. But the Patriots were part of that joke not that long ago.
Like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, like,
when they had Cam Newton.
Mac Jones and Cam Newton and the end of old Belichick.
But as soon as you get a guy, apparently it's not that hard to win.
I think
they have a guy now.
I think it is really hard to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, not to be like, I'll get back here whenever, you know.
And there were weird things that happened this year. Certainly Mahomes being hurt didn't help.
All right, Scotty G on location with Bar W Beef coming up next. We will talk to you next week.
Thanks, Christian.
On Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Recently, I checked into a hotel and found that the internet wasn't working in my room. I called the front desk, who gave me a number for the tech support guy. After 20 minutes of being on hold and 10 minutes of providing numbers, 10 minutes of troubleshooting, I just hung up. Why was I doing the hotel's job for them? It's not my job to solve their network problem. That's happening everywhere. To pay for parking, I need to download yet another parking app, type in a credit card number, type in the addresses and the license plate number, type in a verification code. I liked it better when I just handed the attendant some money. Or the restaurant where I stand in line, get my food, order on a computer, pick up my food, and the only time I ever talk to a server is when they're taking my money and asking for a tip. Technology is good, but it cannot replace service. Real service is something that happens only between people. Learn more about real service in an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As Hans Olsen has moved on to the corporate world, we're looking for the next great Utah sports radio talent.
There's something for everyone.
While we do that, you get stuck with this guy.
Hey, everybody, here's our star.
This is Scotty G and friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
right, folks, let's get it. It's another edition of the show. Tim Lacombe hanging out with me. I'm Scott Gerard. Hope you are all well. And you know what? Yes, things have changed. Things have got turned upside down a little bit. But you know what? We are down here at Bar W Beef. We will talk more about that coming up here in a bit. But, Timmy, I'll let you introduce our next guest.
Well, I'm excited about this one. Just a great friend through the years, and just happens to be the head coach of the number 1 ranked team in the college basketball world right now, Arizona Wildcats. We got Tommy Lloyd to talk to here. Scotty?
Coach, how are you?
I'm great, guys. Thanks, Timmy. Just know that I canceled an individual meeting with Koa Pete for this. So anything I can do to start pumping the Wildcats in Salt Lake City, I'm all for it.
Hey, I love it. I will tell you this. I don't know how much individual work that dude needs, because to me, looks like you got yourself a really, really good young player.
Nah, he's great. He's been awesome. He's a great young man, and it's awesome character. True winner, so it's been a lot of fun to coach him for sure.
Coach, what's the grind of a college basketball season, and you're hitting the old proverbial dog days of February, and you're undefeated, so all eyes are on your team. How hard is it to keep a team locked in when you're dealing with 18 to 20-year-olds and make sure they keep their eye on the prize through some of these rough weeks leading up into the conference and NCAA tournament?
Well, yeah, I guess dog days. We could stereotype them as that, but we had a week off this week. We played last Saturday against Arizona State. We play tomorrow against Oklahoma State with a quick turnaround trip to Kansas right after that. So we're hitting a tough part of our schedule, but we're excited for it. I think it's exactly what we need. Perfection was never the desired outcome, and we want to be challenged, and we know we're going to be challenged, and we know we're probably going to take some punches. We might even get knocked down, but it's time to learn. It's time to see where we're at, and obviously you're trying to build for a big March.
Coach, how did you handle the off week? That's always kind of an interesting one when you got some momentum. We did have momentum from time to time at BYU until the Zags took it from us. But how did you handle the week?
Well, the last 2 weeks is kind of how it broke. We were able to take 2 days off back to back. So we took Sunday and Monday off each of the last 2 weeks. We did that this week. And then we practiced. We went full bore Tuesday and Wednesday, and maybe kind of, worked on some things that we think we might need down the stretch of the season, just for some of our upcoming opponents, and trying to kind of add to our arsenal a little bit. And then yesterday we kind of did a quick hitting, light contact, but a lot of movement practice. And then today, I think we got practice here in about an hour and a half, and it'll be a game prep day. Prepping for an opponent tomorrow, and just trying to get sharp and get our rhythm, and then hopefully coming out and playing really well tomorrow.
The coach in you, I'm sure, wants to have long, drawn-out practices and keep working these dudes. How do you juggle making sure bodies stay fresh, but also stay focused during this stretch?
Yeah, well, college is about practice. That's one of the biggest differences between the college game and the pro game, just the amount of practices you have. And these are young players, and they're not finished products, so they need these reps. They need to learn. So we practice, but I would say this time of year, by the time you think about starting with film and a little warm up and some shooting and things like that, it's probably a 2-hour haul. It's probably what it takes. But these guys are young, they're in great shape, and and on top of that, they lift weights outside of practice and probably do an individual shooting workout every day. So there's always that balance, of your output, but at the end of the day, a guy that's a legend that kind of spent a lot of time in your area. He used to wear number 12.
Yeah.
He said something to our team once. He and I have become really good friends over the years from my years in Spokane. He just used to always say, if you want something bad enough, there's always something left in the tank. And I thought that was pretty powerful statement. So I truly believe in that if you want something bad enough, you got to work for it, and there's always going to be something left in the tank.
Man, what a great quote by, as you say, a legend in this area. How lucky we were for years to watch him dip into that tank and give us more. You're one of my favorite things about you is just kind of say what you're authentic. You're one of the few people I met in that business like to this day, like yesterday when I text you, you text me right back. You know, you haven't gotten too big for your britches, but you always kind of say what's on your mind. I'm curious your take on the state of college basketball today.
Oh, well, good. Well, first off, I traded the britches when I left Spokane for shorts in Tucson.
Okay.
So,
well, good golf shorts, too.
Degrees here.
Okay. No more britches for you.
75 here today. So,
right.
but listen, college basketball is going to be fine. It's a great game. It's a great product. We're just going through a lot of change, and it'll eventually, and the change is going to be good. It had to happen, and now we just you're going to have to navigate it a little bit, and it'll probably be some rough waters, and you know, a lot of people will get emotional about it. But I know this, Timmy, and you know this. There's not one thing that feels different to me today and when I'm with our team and coaching these guys.
Right.
It feels like it did 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago. That part's still the same. So I think that the true essence of the game is good. It's just we got to figure out the stuff around it, and it's a little bit messy. And anything in our society, once it starts getting in the hand of lawyers and rules and regulators, seems to kind of lose a little bit of the fun. But you got to kind of fight through that because this game's worth fighting for.
What has life been like for you transitioning from the Pac-12 to the Big 12?
Oh, it's been awesome. I mean, just the nightly challenges. I mean, like just the fan bases are awesome. The road games are awesome. I mean, every one of them is an event. Just the league has a real identity with, you know, the physicality it plays with. And I think that's really important, you know, where the Pac-12 might have the identity of being free-flowing and kind of open court type stuff, which is really cool. You know, the Big 12 is more, you know, it's going to be grinding and more physical. I mean, I think our offensive numbers are kind of still where they always were, but it's definitely a more physical game. So we've really embraced the challenge here at Arizona. And listen, we're staring it down. Like this next month, I mean, we got Kansas twice, BYU, Texas Tech, Houston, Iowa State. Like, I mean, that's a lot, but it's also a lot of great opportunities and should be a lot of fun.
You got to experience something, you know, I was close to. I'm probably, 1 foot from greatness. You slid over in that chair, you know, as you were the first in command there with Mark for so many years, and the common respect we had for each other, I think, is one of the cooler stories that people don't know. But, you know, like it was so rare to have the relationships we did while we're trying to kick each other's head in. But what was that move like, and what have you learned the most from sliding over that chair?
You know, I wasn't going to leave, and that's the honest to goodness truth. I thought I was Bill Guthridge, and I was really okay with that. I thought I was going to be, you know, the right hand man, you know, Dean Smith, Bill Guthridge. I was going to be that to Mark Few, and I was okay with it. And we had a great life in Spokane. Then Arizona called. And you're like, oh, that's different. And I just remember looking in the mirror when I kind of got down to the point where it looked like I could get the job if I wanted it. I just remember, you know, kind of the old look in the mirror deal, and I thought, like, if you don't take this job, you really don't believe in yourself. And so I did it, and it's been awesome. It's been an awesome learning experience. I've learned so much, you know, just from going through it. But I'm also thankful for how prepared I was. I was an assistant for 22 years, you know, with Huey. So, you know, I probably learned so much from him I don't even realize it. It's just it became part of who I am. And so I'm thankful for that preparation. And then I'm thankful for the opportunity here. And then, you know, once you start a process, you don't always know how it's going to go, but you kind of navigate the ups and the downs and the turns a little bit, and hopefully you become a better coach and a better person. And I think that's happened.
You've obviously coached against Timmy and Dave Rose at BYU when you were at Gonzaga. Now you're up against them in the Big 12. Talk about what you've seen from them and the evolution of their program with the NIL and their ability to jump into those waters at such a high level. That's got to be rather interesting for you to watch to see who this team is as compared to where it was in the past.
Yeah, I mean, those teams were always really good in the past. And I thought those teams had a real identity to how they played, just with the scrappiness and the kind of the pace and the effort they played with on offense. I thought was obviously formidable to play against. I remember at the game I looked up, you know, when I was there a few weeks ago, and I saw Coach Rose, and I thought to myself, man, is this the time I want to ask them about? They used to do such a good job in their transition, hitting their post early, and their other posts seem to be perfectly timed to be diving right down the middle of the lane in transition. And I kind of want to figure that out for our guys. So I remember the actions they used to run. They really creative stuff, and that's what I always appreciate about Timmy and Coach Rose. It was like when you played them, you weren't guarding the same things you were guarding in other games. I mean, their sets were different, and they had this creativity to them, and which was really interesting to see. And then obviously Kevin's come there and done a great job, and they've invested in talent, and and that's an important part of the game. I think the thing we're all trying to figure out is how do we sustain this from year to year? How do you sustain it over a 5-year window? Things like that. I think we're all learning how to do that, and I'm sure BYU has a lot of the same questions and concerns that I have, on what it looks like, from year to year.
Well, I know you got practice and you wedged us in, so I'm going to obviously let you go. But thank you, Tommy, for the friendship through the years, and thank you for jumping on today and giving us your unfiltered, authentic takes.
Well, hey, last thing, I got to make sure I say hi to the McCarthy family. If Phil and Tom knew I was on a local radio show without saying hi to them, they'd probably be upset. So Phil and Tom McCarthy were great supporters of us at Gonzaga for years and have become dear friends over the years. So I want to make sure I say hi to the McCarthy family.
Absolutely. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Hey, bear down, will you?
There he is. Tommy Lloyd. He is the head coach of the University of Arizona, the number 1 ranked, undefeated Arizona Wildcats.
So, I mean, I just tried to give you some of my dust while I came. And number 1 out of the gate, that was fun.
That doesn't stink at all.
No, and I'm telling you, what you hear and what you see is what you get. I'm old enough now. I just hit 55, if you can believe it.
Double nickel, huh?
Yeah, double nick. And the one thing I have learned is those are the types of people I want to be around, where you don't have to guess, what they're saying out somewhere else. What you see is what you get. He's right now the most successful coach in the country, and he didn't even balk at wedging us in on a really busy day.
Well, I mean, that's incredible. And the fact that, yes, you guys competed at a crazy high level. I mean, you went into Gonzaga and ruined their undefeated season once. I mean, there was some great battles between BYU and Gonzaga in those West Coast Conference days. But yet to still develop those kind of relationships and respect and admiration for each other, I mean, I think for people on the outside looking in, they have a hard time comprehending how you could be sworn enemies on the court, but also develop close friendships off the court.
Well, it can be done, but I think the authenticity is the piece that has to be there on both sides. If you got one guy that's telling you everything and the other guy's actually using it, and then once he doesn't need you anymore, you never hear. I mean, that's the most common thing you see in college or in sport is people using people on a rung, and then once they're – but Tommy's not like that. Tommy's one of the good ones, and that's why it's really easy for me to cheer for his teams.
Well, he brought up Bill Guthridge, and I don't know if the kids these days got that reference, but Bill Guthridge was Dean Smith's long-time assistant coach at North Carolina, and ended up when Dean Smith shut it down, he got the job for a couple years. But Bill Guthridge was always the lieutenant, and Dean Smith was always the general, and he was perfectly fine with that. I'm sure he had plenty of years and plenty of opportunities to get head coaching jobs, and yet he just waits and was perfectly fine just being the number 2 guy at Gonzaga. But you're right, and he's right. When Arizona calls, you got to take that phone call.
You got to take it, and he knew what that was, too. He's a basketball guy, and Arizona, it seems, is always in the game. Regardless of the situation, and so it's been a match made in heaven. I think, as he said, he took everything that seemed innate in Mark Few, and that's kind of how greatness works. I think, you hang around people, you see the things that are really effective, and they just become a part of you, and so that's boosted him as a head coach out of the gate.
What is his strength? Is it recruiting, or is it just X's and O's? Like, what really jumps out at you as to why he's as successful as he is?
He's an innovator. I think, first of all, he's a people person. So he cut his teeth. I mean, the story is he basically showed up at Gonzaga. He'd played Division II somewhere, and he just wanted to work. And he didn't even care if he got any money. And the old days, I hear of he and Leon Rice, who's now the head coach at Boise. and Billy Greer, who was the head coach at San Diego, now at Colorado. All those guys basically splitting like a $12,000 stipend and a one-bedroom apartment. You know, they just had mattresses in each quadrant. So that's the part of these things. You see these guys and their success, but you don't see the backstory and what they had to do to get there. And I think it all feeds into what Stockton, that quote that he used, if you've got enough in the tank, or I mean, if you want something bad enough, you'll have enough in the tank. If you can see the big picture to work towards something, you've seen that in your career.
Oh, yeah.
You? I mean, come on. It's
Yeah,
part of it.
That's just a life lesson, you know, and that's not just basketball. That's just life, you know, and I get, you know, I'll talk to people like, oh, you know, I was going to go into broadcasting, but, you know, I just couldn't make it work with my family. Okay, well, then you didn't want it enough. Frankly, you know, the sacrifices that my wife and my kids have had to make so that I could chase this dream are incredible. They're absolutely phenomenal. And that's why Craig Smith, when I was doing coaches shows, he always told me these stories about how he and the head coach at San Jose, Tim Miles, they would get in this like Honda hatchback and they would go on these 12-hour road trips to JC tournaments to go recruit to Minot State, where they would maybe find one or two guys that could even possibly consider them. And the chances of closing them are next to nothing. But they're eating gas station burritos, rolling pennies for gas money, and missing every birthday, all the family events and things like that. And when I hear stories like that, I'm always like, hey, I will never, ever, ever get after a coach for trying to get a big contract or going to a bigger school for a big contract, because in their mind, they not only want to reward themselves, but they want to reward their wife, their kids, people around them, their assistant coaches, their trainers, because they've all sacrificed together for this dream. And so if a coach gets an opportunity to really cash in a big way, go for it. Absolutely go for it.
And the cool thing with NIL is it used to be where coaches were the only ones that could do that.
Yeah.
I guess to Tommy's point, we are in the midst of change, and it probably is needed change at some point. I mean, when I was there, I said it yesterday, you couldn't buy a guy a candy bar out of a vending machine. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So at least there's some strides being made, but hopefully, as he said, when litigators and politics get involved, that's why the NCAA manual was at the end, bigger than a phone book. But the change is probably good, and I just like his positive outlook on it. You hear so many, like Mick Cronin, every time he opens his mouth, he's got crocodile tears running down. So even when you asked him the dog days, he's like, well, it's depending on how you look at it, right? I mean, he's a positive guy.
And is that just inherent, or do you have to teach yourself to be positive?
You teach yourself. Because I'm telling you, there were years when things weren't going right. There's dark hours in the thing. And, you have to – Coach Rose used to have to use the word, you have to trick yourself. But it is a training. You have to train yourself to be okay with failure, because failure is a part of the process. But we all hate it so bad. And in coaching and in sport, it's so visible. When you go out as an accountant and you're trying to close a big deal to get an account and it doesn't go well and you really flub it up, there's a lot of turnovers and bad execution. It's not on the front page of the paper.
No. And you don't have schmucks like me on the radio going like, what's going on down there? They got to fix this, blah, 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 blah. That accountant, he's got a decimal point in the wrong place, and it ruined everything.
I mean, the PowerPoint, he didn't even change the name of the company on it.
Like, come on, what's wrong with him? Somebody's got to either rattle that cage or he's got to go back to the minor, like whatever. But he's got to, and people don't understand that level of scrutiny and the difficulty that comes along with it. And by the way, if you are an accountant, you miss a decimal point in your presentation or whatever the case is, your wives don't hear about it. Your kids don't hear about it at school. Like, the trickle down on how it affects everybody is crazy.
Yeah. So back to the full circle to your comment, when a guy has been through all that and has the opportunity to strike it, you strike it.
You strike.
You strike.
Yeah. The great Tom Nisalki. I love Tom, and
he was an amazing guy. I got to know him very briefly, but man, was he great.
When Locke got the play-by-play job, I did pre, half, and post with Tom for 5-6 years, and Tom was just such a great, not just a mentor in learning the game, but also just with life, because he coached all over the country. He knows what it's like to get hired, to be the hot commodity. He also knows what it's like to be fired and go through all of that. And he told me a couple times, because there was a moment where I was kind of flipping between, do I stay at 1320? Do I go to 1280? The Jazz, and Sim, like there was all these, and I was racked. I didn't know exactly what to do, how to handle it. And he goes, Scott, there'll only be one or two times in your life where people actually want you and you're hot. So you got to cash in when you can. And I'm like, okay.
God bless that guy, right?
He's like, there's only going to be a couple of those moments, and and so when those opportunities arise, you got to take advantage of it, and Hans and I have had long conversations about, his path and stuff like that, and I said the same thing, like, hey,
follow your heart.
Follow your heart. You got to do what you got to do, and frankly, if you feel like it's best for your family, you got to do it.
Well, the one thing that is the common theme in all that, we talked about Tommy Lloyd, even your comment, the people that are the relationships. The relationships are where it's at. And I've just been a fly on the wall the last few months, but I was telling Bart down here at Bar W Beef, the beef has basically taken over the state. Everywhere I go, everybody I talk to, they're like, have you tried that? So I actually made a venture down here earlier this month for the Jazz, because we're looking at doing some camps and clinics in more rural parts of the state to reach out. So I went and visited a place, and I did not miss the opportunity to come here.
Yes.
And so I didn't know exactly what to order. I didn't have your guidance, so I got to get that. But as good a burger as I've had in the state, period. And I can't wait for the steakhouse to open. You've had more, so you can probably speak more to it.
Well, the steakhouse I am absolutely fired up about. That has been in the works for quite some time, but right now we have a date, and it is official. Bart, March 3rd.
March 3rd. It's ready to throw down right here in Nephi, Utah at Bar W Steakhouse, March 3rd. That is when the magic happens.
Look at these menus.
You have not seen the menus, have you?
Like a leather-bound menu.
That's right.
Well, what did you expect?
Yeah,
I know. Like that's.
And I will say that's not the hide from our cattle. That's the number one question that we're going to get. We do not tan our own hide here.
You do just about everything else.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, man, I love this, too. There's so many great menu items. And the thing is, you know what I love about a place like this? You don't have like a QR code to scan for your menu.
That's right.
No, we're going old school.
No. Old school.
We're going to get a leather-bound menu.
Yeah, and it's hefty.
Yes.
It's a good weight, which is great. And so I had the pleasure of we have done a few soft openings.
Yes.
Right? And we have next week for Valentine's Day we're open, but it's completely booked in full. There's no more reservations.
Are you sure? Because I've had a couple people say, if you're down there, can you find a corner for me?
I know. We get that a lot, and I think Nicole here will kill me if I ask her one more time if I can squeeze somebody in. But I had the luxury to do it last week. We had a soft opening, and man, I got the New York, and the New York melted in your. It was unbelievable. The best steak I've ever had. Now I'm biased, 100% I'm biased, but it was unbelievable. The medium, the flavor, the tenderness, the sides. The appetizer was the burnt ends, the smoked burnt ends, root beer. It's in a root beer barbecue sauce. It's unbelievable.
Gracious.
So, yeah, March 3rd, we can't wait. I mean, everyone's been waiting for this. It's like we've been teasing it for 15 years, but it is finally here next month, March 3rd, we're opening.
So is there opportunities, and I'm putting you on the spot, I apologize for that. Can people go online and get reservations for that week, or is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You jump on the website. barwsteakhouse.com, click on reservations, select March 3rd or March 3rd moving forward.
Yeah.
Size of party, what time you're looking, and just give it a window of what time you want your reservation, and it'll populate the times that are available. But you're able to go do that right now.
So go to barwsteakhouse.com. Now, the Bar Dub Grill has been open for months, and it still remains open. That's where you grabbed your burger.
It's hopping.
I need to go over there in the break.
Yes.
And make sure I
don't.
get the right
you
one.
guys don't need to worry. We got you covered.
Oh, you got me?
We
Okay.
got you covered.
We know the right guy. We know the right guy.
Have you tried the Spud Nuts?
I haven't tried. No, I told you I didn't know what to order.
Oh,
so I'm with a pro now.
See, this is going to be fun because Hans and I have been here a long time, and so
Yes.
we've known it and we love it. But to see somebody experience it for the first time, that's going to be
You're
awesome.
spot on. There's
Yeah.
nothing better to bring people back for their first time
Yes.
experiencing the Bar Dub Grill. A Spud Nut, a burger, a scone, whatever it is, the pot roast. It changes your life.
It does. The other thing, I just drove here this morning. I live in Provo.
Yeah.
What a beautiful drive, first and foremost.
It is.
I mean, a beautiful drive, and you get to kind of get a breath of fresh air coming down.
Yeah.
The second thing is, I couldn't help but think of Sammy Hagar. When I
Okay.
saw the speed limit sign at 80 miles an hour.
Because you're not driving.
You're not
Well, I ain't driving
55.
55 anymore, so for me, that's, it's 85 anyway.
Yeah.
So you get down here fast.
You do.
And
there's
it's a
no
beautiful
traffic.
drive. So I say, if you got nothing to get in your car and come down. This is the
100%.
place to be.
Yeah.
Now, if you're feeling a little, and that's the thing. People get intimidated by cooking their own steaks.
Yes.
It's not that hard.
No,
it's really easy, especially when you have the right beef. So if you can't make it down to Nephi or you can't wait until March 3rd, go to barwbeef.com. You can have all that same steak. These are the same steaks you're going to be serving here.
Yes.
Are going to be available to you to
They're
come
available
right to your
at our
house.
retail store at Bar W Beef. We even have a freezer here at the grill in our mercantile store. They don't have the full array of all of our cuts like we do over at our retail in Nephi. But yeah, it's hard to mess this beef up.
Yeah.
It really is. But man, once you've experienced the beef, it game over. I mean, you don't want to eat any other beef. It is unbelievable. It's dry aged. I know everybody has probably gone to the grocery store, gotten steak before, and gotten a nice big 16 ounce or 14 ounce, and they put it on the grill or the Blackstone, and it immediately shrinks down half the size.
Guilty.
Right?
Yeah.
That's because you're buying wet-aged beef, and that thing, half of what you paid for at the store was water or moisture, and that just cooks out immediately and it shrinks. We dry age everything, minimum 10 days up to 14 days. That's that maximum sweet spot for our beef, where you're getting the best taste, the best marbling, the best. It's tender. The flavor will knock you off your chair. All you need is really nothing but a little bit of salt. That's it.
That's really, there's so many, all these seasonings and things you can put on, and they're great. But just a little bit, all I do is just a little bit of olive oil and then sprinkle a little bit of kosher salt over the top of it. I've got this grill that puts these really cool grill marks on it and stuff. And I'm telling you, it's amazing. But the beef speaks for itself. You don't have to use all these crazy seasonings because the beef stands on its own.
Oh, it sure does. And one thing that we're doing for the big game on Saturday, I think people are familiar with this week. But we have this trailer over there at Bar W Beef. I call it the silver bullet, but it's got a rotisserie cooker and smoker inside of this trailer, and we can pull it different places and smoke whatever, right? But we just did it out in the back of the building this week, and we cooked I don't even know how many pounds, but a lot of beef ribs and your favorite.
I saw the pork ribs you guys did.
The pork ribs. Now, they're already cooked and flavored and seasoned, and they're already cooked, and they've wrapped them, and they're for sale in the retail store down there, $18.99 for a slab of ribs.
Ooh, that's a crazy price, too.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, and we have them. They're in the retail. You do have to come down to Nephi to get that deal, but they're already. All you have to do is purchase them, reheat them on low for however long, and you're golden.
You go to a restaurant, that same rack's going to cost you $35.
Yeah. Yep. It is so good. And we got great deals.
By the way, I got to be careful. Hans told you about my cashew story, right?
That's the greatest story, by the way. The greatest story.
Well, I need in on this one.
So we were at this place that they specialize in nuts. And we were there, and they were taking us through the store beforehand, and they're like, "You got to try these cashews. These are incredible." And they gave us a handful. They were awesome, and I saw the price, and I thought that was the actual price, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh! You go to Costco, you're going to be spending 3 times that." And they're like, No, that's the price per pound or the price per unit.
Yes,
I can't remember
yeah.
exactly
You're ready
what it
to
was.
go all in.
And so they were like actually about 10 times more expensive than what they were at Costco. and we weren't invited back after that. Yeah, that was a one-off.
I get it.
That's all right. You don't seem like a nut guy.
No, I would really no.
We love nuts, but
yeah.
But one thing I've been intimidated knowing I was coming down here just because I've heard these guys talk about food. I love food, but
Yeah.
I'm not like Hance really, it becomes almost
it's a
spiritual thing.
It is.
And okay, so I'm not that, but what I can feel here, because I'm a people person,
Yeah.
and I watch everything.
Yeah.
Since we've been sitting here, the number of groups that have come in of all ages.
Yeah.
We've
All
had
demos,
high school. We've had high school basketball dudes
They got a
before
game,
their
North
games.
St. Pete tonight.
Yep, watch them
Go
walk
Wasps.
in. Got people look like they just were in a business meeting here. Other people just enjoying a Friday afternoon. The community piece of this has got to be really cool for you guys.
It's awesome. And if you talk to Corey, our owner, who's here, this is the sole purpose of why we built Bar W. I mean, he's had that cattle company for, 30 years. But that was not forward customer-facing, community-facing. And, when COVID hit and we built this thing, it was mainly for the community. It was what can we do for our community, one, for agriculture in our community and in the state of Utah, but for the community here in Nephi and Joab County. And that was, let's give them the best beef possible. Let's build a facility that we can process the best beef in the country here in Nephi and give them that opportunity, but also create a steakhouse and grill where everybody can gather and have a great place to eat, a great place to hang out, communicate, talk, build community. We try to be as involved as we can in this community with all the high school sports activities, whatever
Absolutely.
it is.
And by the way, how about that wrestling team?
10 in a row.
10 in
Coach
a row.
Holman's got that thing going. Last night, Joab locks up their 10th 3A state champion wrestling team in a row. 10 in a row.
The Wasps.
The record in the state is 11 by not Bingham, but Brighton. I
Brighton,
believe.
okay.
Yeah. But Joab, Coach Holman, the first coach in the state of Utah to win 10 in a row with the same team.
It's amazing.
Beat his dad's record of 9 at Delta.
That's
so,
awesome.
Yeah, shout out to the wrestling team.
And it sounds like it wasn't particularly close either.
No.
One thing that I did find, through the years, you meet people from towns, here in Central. You don't want to wrestle them. You don't want to wrestle people from
Right.
Nephi or Delta.
No.
They'll get the better of you, Scotty.
They'll work you over pretty good.
That's right.
We're live here at Bar W Beef off of Exit 222. It's the Bar Dub Steakhouse. Now, it'll officially be open on January 3rd. You can go to Bar Dub, or March 3rd. One of these months, I'll get them right. March 3rd, it will be open. All you have to do is go to barwsteakhouse.com and get your reservation. But the grill is open right now. It's in the same building. You can come by, grab the steaks out of the freezer, take them home, cook them up for Valentine's Day, whatever you want. It's all right here at Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.,
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade. Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court. Right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz.
One thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lauri Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen as your front court, they're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the back court.
You've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Salt Lake City at Delta Center, February 6th and 7th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as we come to you live from Bar W Beef here in Nephi. Will Hardy talked about his approach to Isaiah Collier as he played 48 minutes for the second consecutive game.
Zay has a protocol that he goes through after every game. No matter how much he plays, obviously there will be more emphasis on some of the recovery elements of that. I imagine he'll be a little bit sore tomorrow, but I won't ask him how he feels because I don't want to put in his head that he is more sore than he is. He'll get a good night's sleep tonight. He'll get a good night's sleep tomorrow, and he'll be ready to go against Orlando.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you for life.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So this is the kind of thing you get here at Bar W and Bar W Grill. They brought out, and that's the thing, like they throw so much stuff against the wall and just have fun, and they give everybody down here like free reign. Like, what do you think would be good? All right, we'll try it. They put orange juice into a slushy machine. So you got this orange slushy, and it's in this bowl, this monstrous bowl with incredible soft serve vanilla ice cream. So essentially you got an orange creamy when it all comes together.
I was just transported from Nephi to the Caribbean. I'm not kidding you.
No.
I was just transported with my taste buds. Maybe it's just hanging around you. I'm starting to get more food conscious, but man, is that delightful.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. So that's what you get down here at Bar Dub Grill, Bar Dub Steakhouse, opening up on January 3rd. So last night, you're watching that Jazz game, you and Jake Scott doing the pre, half, and post for that. And again, as you just heard, Isaiah Collier goes in another 48 minutes. The Jazz have opportunities, can't get it done. Atlanta gets the victory down the stretch on the game winner. But to me, I think best case scenario for the Jazz, play well, develop, and still get saddled with a loss.
And I think everybody can get behind that now. I think it was all fractured until the trade.
Yeah.
Two things happened this year that I think everybody that sped it up. And we talked about it yesterday. Keontae being Keontae this year and doing what he's doing has allowed the Jazz to actually fast forward a year and get really serious about picking up a big-time player, which they went and did. So now that's done. Really the last 65 days or whatever we got left, it is about development. It is about having a play drawn up at the end of the game to try to tie the game. You're down 3, and Ace Bailey gets the opportunity and knocks it down. Like, that pays dividends down the road. Winning last night, losing last night, not the big issue, but like I take from it a couple of things. That play. And then Isaiah Collier played 48 minutes, 2 consecutive games. He's the first player to do it since 2024 where Josh Hart did it in the playoffs, you remember.
Yep.
And it's funny because Jake and I were talking in the studio, and I said, I guarantee you the last player to do this played for Tibbs because he just plays the rubber off their shoes. He's like, no, you're fine. You still got something in the tank.
You're young. You're fine.
So it was Josh Hart in the playoffs, and then before that, you have to go all the way back to 2015 to Rajon Rondo. So just the other part of it, he not only played 48 minutes consecutive games, but he had 33 assists to 4 turnovers. In both, that's an incredible. You watch guys play every night. That's hard to do in open gym.
Oh yeah,
it's hard not to just with skeleton offense to have one come off your hands. So 33 to 4, the pace he's playing, huge step and a major development really over the last couple days for the Jazz.
How do you work in Jaren Jackson, knowing that ultimately you want to? Frankly, I'll just say you want to lose games. But you also want to get him some chemistry going into next year. You want him out on the court. You don't want to completely shut him down. I don't think that does anybody any good. You want to provide a little bit of spark to your young guys. Go, okay, this guy is obviously going to be the man next year with Larry and probably Kessler and Keontae. So, you better figure out how to play with him because we're building around this dude, but also not sacrificing losses along the way.
Yeah, honestly, that was the first place my head went, and I don't know that there is a clear-cut answer to how that'll be done, what the priorities will be. These guys all have to go through physicals, and I know oftentimes when you go through physicals, because you're in the midst of a season, if something is bothering you, you tend to play through it. But when you get a physical, you basically get an overhaul, and so I think the first step is making sure there's nothing that they would have to put them on the shelf for. And then from there, I think the Jazz have done a masterful job at kind of intertwining and giving guys different opportunities to do different things. Even during last year, there were times where Collier would close a game as a rookie, or would start a game as a rookie. So to give guys not just minutes, but situational minutes that then teach them lessons. Like, what is it like to start a game? Somebody's never done it in the NBA. They don't know until they've done it. So Will's put guys in positions during this period. I think he probably will just do the same, juxtapose certain lineups that will go out there and hopefully get some good. Last night you saw Lowry didn't play any minutes in the fourth quarter, really. So maybe that's part of it. They play some of the game together, get some chemistry. But as far as how all the minutes work, I'm probably as curious as you are to see how that works.
Yeah, I think it really puts the Jazz in an interesting situation. By the way, you mentioned this yesterday, and I had a chance to have a conversation with some people earlier today as well. There was some movement. I don't want to say movement. That's not the right word because that implies that the Jazz were actually thinking. Walker Kessler was a commodity. Like, even with the injury, everything that was that he's dealing with, there was a lot of people out there that wanted the services of Walker Kessler and were willing to offer the Jazz a lot to get him. And the fact that the Jazz are like, nope, we're not doing it. I think really shows that there is a strong commitment to bringing him back, matching whatever restricted free agent contract he gets, or hopefully maybe getting it done before then, and then coupling him with Jaren Jackson.
No, I think you're 100% right. I think part of the acquisition of Jackson was the thought that, man, would he play well next to Walk?
Yeah.
Because if you look at how great he was in Memphis, he always had a big guy. Most recently, Zach Edey down there that kind of takes on the majority of the rebounding. He's not a great rebounder, but Walker's like a vacuum all of a sudden. When Walker was healthy, it was not out of the norm to see him getting 15, 16, 17 rebounds a night. So to be able to couple those two guys together that don't have a lot of crossover is really appealing. I know this, not just at the trade deadline. I know that Walker has not just been a hot commodity at the trade line, but there's been several teams make runs at him during the ongoing year we're in.
Yeah.
Seeing that, maybe the Jazz will deal on this and have gotten, the offer the other day was a really good one. They've gotten things similar to that. So I do believe that they're comfortable and confident that Walker's the guy.
So there's a couple things I take away from this. If you're a Jazz fan and you're grumpy about what's been going on with the Jazz and the commitment to losing and all of that, okay, you're past that. And there's a couple, obviously, the Jaren Jackson acquisition, that's number one. That's your number one sign that the Jazz are all in on getting this thing back on track to where it needs to be. They've bottomed it out, and now they're going to finish out this year, hopefully have a top 3, 4, 5 draft pick, hopefully holding on to it, period, and not losing it and conveying it to Oklahoma City. And then the fact that they had some really good offers for Walker Kessler. They said no. I'm sure they had really good offers for Larry Markkinen. They said no. If it was a year, 2 years ago, they may build assets on that Walker Kessler thing. Instead, they're like, nope, we're done with asset accumulation. We're going to go in with this roster. That doesn't mean that, based on what he's done over the last couple of games, that Isaiah Collier couldn't be available for opportunities to build back up that treasure chest. But honestly, you've seen your core. That's what your core is going to be next year.
Absolutely. And knowing all that prior to the Jaren Jackson deal, I've been saying all year that just as they were going, Walker comes back healthy before the Jaren Jackson move, I thought the Jazz would win 45 games. I think that this adds 5 to 10 more.
Yep.
And if you add 5 to 10 more, you're right in the middle of having something to do with the playoffs. And then it's just what's going on in the rest of the league. Who are we? Is it Jordan we got to face again? Or, is Wembanyama going to be this era's Jordan that the Jazz are going to have to fight? Who knows? But I do know that the team that they can throw out there, and I mentioned this yesterday, I've heard it, national guys say it. I've heard AI spit it back to me, but they slot 4 to 6 next year in the West, and I really do think that's probably pretty close.
I think you're right. All right, what you may have missed coming up next, you're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's the great Coach Tim Lacombe. I'm Scott Girard, right here on The Zone.
Love is in the air, and The Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, look, you want a chance to better yourself and where you're at in life? You need that executive MBA from the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. Now, the great thing about what they're able to do for you is that they're going to customize that program. You're going to get a world-class, Tier 1 institution education, but you're going to get it on your terms. You want to start summer, spring, fall, that's fine. You want to go real quickly and knock it out in a year, they'll do that. You want to spread it out over 4 or 5 years, they can do that. You are living Vernal, or you're down here in Nephi, or you're down in St. George, and you need to go to one of those satellite campuses, you can do that. Or you want to do it completely online, you can do that as well. They'll even waive the registration fee for you. The only thing holding you back is not hopping online and finding out more. That's it. All you have to do is check out the John M. Huntsman School of Business, the Executive MBA program available for you now at Utah State University.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Be there at Delta Center on February 9th. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard hanging out with the coach, Tim Lacombe. He is my friend. We are friends. Uh-oh. Did we turn your mic down?
Wow. Real friendly, Scotty.
Hey, Lloyd, no.
Jeez. Less of you, more of me.
That's not what I meant at all. All right, keep talking, Coach.
I'm back.
There we go.
We are friends. I said yesterday that I've never met you before in my life. I was just walking down the road, and you like pulled over. Hey, can you do a radio show with me?
You interested in doing radio?
Hey, you and the beanie.
Get on it. Hey, by the way, I'm all Team Beanie.
I'm Team Beanie every day. In fact, the last time. Did we just become best friends?
Yep. Yes, we did.
Give me a hug.
Get
you
over
big
here.
lug. No, the big
Scotty
lug's
loves
gone.
hugs. Give him some
you
hugs.
You used to be a big lug. Now you're just
now I'm just a schlub.
svelte machine. This guy.
I don't know about that.
No, what was I had some very fun thing to say, but.
Well, I will say this. Coming up on Tuesday, we're going to be hanging out at My Hearing Center. Oh, it's about beanies.
Oh, yeah.
My Hearing Center, 8941 South 700 East. Make sure to stop by and say hi. Let's get you taken care of. Look, my hearing's shot. I've been wearing headphones my whole life. Yeah, exactly. You've been in arenas your whole life. The music probably did more damage than the basketball crowds.
Yeah, I'm kind of like Tommy Lloyd. There are no dog days in my ears.
Yes.
I just hear what I hear. But everybody can use better hearing
if
they're dealing with it.
Yeah.
So.
But you you may have hit the double nickel, but, dude, you're still rocking an impressive head of hair. You don't need to be wearing beanies. Guys like me need to be wearing beanies.
Well, I appreciate that, but I do wear a beanie because I like them. I think they're essential anymore in the wintertime. It just takes care of the old ears.
Yes.
You know, a hat was always my thing, but the ears are cold. So went to beanies years ago, and I go in about 2 hours before game time at Jazz, and I just like to go in there, sit in the same seat every day. I'm a creature of habit, and I like to watch all the guys warm up to a certain point, and then I go up and get ready for the show. So oftentimes I'll have the beanie. Oftentimes I'll have this big trench coat, which you wear as well, which I bagged on you yesterday about. But I was sitting there in my trench coat and beanie, and one Danny Ainge walked out and saw me, and he mouthed, and I didn't think it was very nice, but he said, "Are you homeless?" And I said, "No. I mean, this is a very fine jacket."
No, it's a nice coat.
Is it because I was wearing a beanie, you asked me, you think?
Oh, I don't know. But I think that was just Danny trying to get under your skin a little bit.
Well, he's definitely that. He's always trying to look for an edge.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Don't play golf with him, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, he's a heck of a stick.
And he knows how to work the
play the mind
rulings.
Games? Oh, I see that.
Yeah. He doesn't lose a lot.
That's not out of bounds. No.
No, can I get a ruling?
Yeah, exactly.
Austin, come here.
Yeah. Crew, I need your thoughts on this one. Hey, Corey's hanging out with us. He is the owner here at Bar W Beef, the grill, the steakhouse, barwbeef.com. And, Bart's talked about community, and I know that's really important to you, the community aspect of this. And I want to go back to the craziness of COVID. What was it in your mind where you're like, you know what, we need to be providing some product here for local people here in the state of Utah with good quality beef?
That's kind of where the whole idea came from, was being able to support or to supply beef to our local people. When COVID hit, you couldn't process animals anywhere in the state, and we're like you said, we're very local oriented. We want to take care of our communities and build our communities, build things in our communities that's going to help our kids and even keep our kids here. So that's when it came out. We thought, well, we can do this and build the state of the art best facility in Utah, and we can even say in the Intermountain West, or even the whole United States. Set a quality and a standard, and just roll with it, and set up our marketing that we're pretty much a direct to customer facility. Everything that comes through there, we want to go direct to a customer, not through a wholesaler or anything else. And we stand behind it to the quality, as if you get our beef and you eat it, you probably aren't going to be able to go very many other places and try and eat the same quality of beef.
The thing that I love about what you've done here is everything's state of the art, but the traceability and the fact that you can have that same beef delivered to your house anywhere here in the state of Utah or across the country. Orders over 150 ship anywhere in the state of Utah for free. But you're so proud of that beef that you serve it at the grill, and that's going to be the same steak that you could get shipped to your house is going to be the same steak you're going to serve here at the steakhouse.
100%. Yeah. 100%, different ways of being able to get that steak or whatever it is in front of the consumer here in Utah. Right now we have a group of young men doing sales in St. George as we speak. This weekend we're trying to program to where they go and they sell quarters and halves and wholes door to door. There's a lot of other programs that have done really well with that, but trying to figure out different ways that we can get that product into every house in Utah. They can see the quality. They can support local feeders, local farmers, local livestock producers all through this program that we're put together.
The way you've built this thing here, too, is the fact that because you've cut out so many of the middlemen, people think, okay, you know what, it's the 14-day dry age and processed here. They're going to think there's a price tag that's going to be escalated because of that. If anything, it's cheaper. I mean, Bart was just talking about racks of ribs that you can get prepared, ready to go for like $18 a rack, which you go anywhere else, that's going to be a $30, $35 rack of ribs. Like what you've been able to do and the pricing that you've kept it has just been remarkable and a big bonus to the state of Utah.
Yeah, and we're competitive. There's more that goes into producing that beef. Like you said, the dry aging, the cooler systems, everything else. All the other beef they get through the other stores within like 48 hours, that animal's been processed and packaged. It's full of moisture. It's not dry aged. You can always do that. Go buy a Bar W. It's a great thing to do. Is go buy a Bar W steak and then go buy a wet aged steak and you throw them on the grill together, and that wet aged steak shrinks.
Yep.
Or hamburger shrink. You're like, what? This thing was. Well, that's because of the quality, and it's not going to be as flavorful. It's not going to be as tender, and I guarantee you're not going to remember that steak.
Scotty and I got a sneak preview at the dining room, and man, what an awesome! It seems like such a homey place. If you're driving along the freeway, why should people stop here and have this opportunity to have this great beef?
So the steakhouse, once it's finished, it completes our pasture to plate experience. And that's what people want to experience. They want to understand, and everything takes place right here in Nephi or in Utah, where the calves are born, the calves are fed, the calves are processed, and then you can experience that, have a great amount of understanding of where it comes from for traceability, so our beef's not coming out of, South America or, a lot of beef comes out of Canada. And so it just ends the whole story and it kind of wraps it all together. And the quality that you'll find at the steakhouse is the quality you'll find clear through our operation.
Well, you did a great job in there. I'm excited to see it completely done, but it is you created a spot for people that they need to come see. For sure.
100%. People leave northern Utah, wherever they're at, they jump online, get them a reservation, and they be able to stop in, walk right in, and that and we've been supported immensely by locals, but overall state of Utah, we can't believe you run into people all over. Oh yeah, I've stopped there, and it's just amazing.
Well, Bar W Steakhouse is going to be a prime destination location that's going to serve so many people in the state of Utah. But there are so many people that I know already, and they're friends of mine, but they're also about the quality. So they'll go somewhere once if I tell them to, but if it's not up to snuff, they're not going to keep going. And I've got so many friends, so many neighbors that have places down in St. George or go to Vegas or take their family to Disneyland, and it's now become tradition that they won't grab a bite to eat before they leave. They won't grab a bite to eat in Utah County or Salt Lake on their way down. No, they're going to wait, and they're going to make it to Bar Dub Grill, grab their burgers, go run the kids out on the playground a little bit, try to wear them down a little bit, get some food in them, so hopefully they'll fall asleep on the rest of the trip down. But it's now become a tradition for a lot of people. Like, that's where we stop midway. We go to Bar Dub Grill and grab a burger, grab a shake, and rest the legs a little bit, and then get back after it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the whole design.
I love it. I love everything you've done here. I'm such big fans of this. You guys have treated us so well. But go to Bar W Steakhouse. Get your reservation. March 3rd is when things open up, so you can get a reservation. Also, keep in mind that the Bar W Grill is open, and if you want to have that beef shipped right to you, go to barwbeef.com. There's so many ways you can try this beef. I just want you to experience and support local farmers, local producers, and a great local company in Bar W Beef right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends.
Nice.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on back, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, I know this is going to break every radio rule known to man, but I'm going to allow you to go a little Ron McBride, the late Lavelle Edwards. I'm going to let you try this spud nut live on the air. That's usually a big no-no, is to eat on the air, but the audience needs you to experience this for the first time.
Do I need to talk like Mac too?
Yes, yeah, there you go.
Okay, this is a really good spud nut.
There's a little bit of Rick Majerus in that.
I know. I get him in there. It's in the brain. Oh, my goodness.
I know, right?
The crunch.
I know. It's incredible.
Well, the problem is they brought me ice cream and a spud nut before the main dish.
That's all right. You'll have
like
room.
That. I was a Cubs fan.
The ice cream will just kind of work through the cracks, and you'll be fine. But that's the thing. Like, you get the big spud nut, and you got like it's the shape of a donut where it's got the hole in it, where they're like, well, you still deserve what was in the middle of it, so you get the donut and the donut hole on the top of it.
I need to practice my Hans commentary on food, like how he'd go, the crunch, just the right amount of butter, the glaze.
Yeah, it's the moans in between it too. The real guttural reaction. All right, joining us now, you is a big part of the Utah Jazz organization, helping out on the broadcast side as well. And, of course, you know him and remember him as a longtime member of the Utah Jazz, CJ Miles. CJ, how are you?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm good.
CJ, Timmy, how are you, man? I appreciate you jumping on short notice.
Yes, sir, for sure.
Had the opportunity to do a full pregame with CJ and got to know him pretty well a couple weeks ago. So it's great to have you on. I just wanted to get your thoughts on, I guess, the first and foremost, the big news. Jaren Jackson Jr., a couple days now, but what's your thoughts on him coming to Salt Lake City and the fit?
I think it's a great trade, honestly. Like, obviously, you hate to see guys go. Like, especially for me, seeing Walt go in that trade, I thought there was a lot of promise for him, but I think it's also going to be good for him on the other side. But with Jaren, just he checks a lot of boxes, right? Like, obviously add some more length, add some versatility, and spread the floor some, great shot blocker. He's a tremendous talent, fits the age group that they're in, right? And fits the trajectory that we thought this team would be on the next couple of years, and they showcased it by making this trade.
How much of a statement is that this long rebuild process might have an end date to it, that, like, finally you can really focus on winning games? Because I don't know if you had the interaction on Twitter with a lot of fans, but there's a lot of celebration going on with the feeling like, okay, finally we can get back to business.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things you look at with it is it also is a testament to the work of the coaching staff and the players that allows them to make this move, to see just the expedition of the guys and their talent, right? Seeing guys get better, seeing Keontae's jump, seeing the guys off the bench getting better, even seeing Laurie when he's been healthy, being an all-star here, doing these different things, and just being able to see pieces clearly is what allows them to be able to go make that trade. So it's a big, big congratulations to, like, the player development and the guys being willing to work on themselves.
CJ, as we talked while you were in studio, and I think this is pretty widely known, but you've got a really great and unique relationship with Keontae George and have had his whole life. Would you kind of just go through this jump from your eyes like you did that night for those that didn't hear it, and just what Keontae's had to do for this to be a reality?
I think the biggest thing is just seeing his growth mentally, right? Like, it lets you know more about what type of person and young man he is in becoming, right? Because you see a lot of talented, skillful guys coming to this league. And over the past few years, with the injection of a lot of younger players, guys with the opportunity to become great players in this league and just not being able to put the pieces together. So I think him really having a vision of who he is and who he wants to be is the main part of this. And then allowing the bumps and bruises to be turned into wisdom and not weight on his shoulders and worry on his shoulders. He took every hit and everything into his summers and broke them down and turned things that were deemed as weaknesses into strengths, and started to see how defenses played him, and started to listen to what Will wanted from him, and started to see how his body language was affecting his game and the people around him, and all these different things. And you just see a conscious effort of making those things strengths, because if you want to be the leader of a team and a star player in this league in a long time, you have to take the hints. You have to take the commentary and the coaching the hard way. Like, a lot of guys come in now because they're such big stars their whole lives, they aren't able to take that readjustment period that it takes to become one at another level.
And just so everybody knows, you played high school basketball at Skyline in Dallas with Keontae's father, correct?
Yes, I went. So his mom and dad both went to Skyline High School, played basketball. So I'm friends with both of them. And me and his dad played together. And his dad went on to have a decent college career and play overseas for a long time.
Awesome. And, of course, Skyline High School, home of L.J., Larry Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, Grandma.
I didn't know that. Michael
Yes.
Johnson. And
Michael Johnson.
Wow.
Yes.
And C.J. Miles,
And
who
C-
is
and C.J. Miles,
is not
absolutely.
just a great basketball guy, but one hell of a photographer. You got to check out his stuff. Yeah, I've been impressed,
I
C.J.
appreciate
I've been
that.
watching, man.
Thank you so much.
You know, CJ, I want to go back and pretend for a moment that you're a senior at Skyline High School, but it's the current landscape of college athletics. Would you have gone to Texas for a year?
Yeah. And I don't even say that because of the NIL situation and stuff like that, I just say that because of just knowing what I know now, right? Like, just I'm not saying I regret anything, but I know what I could have benefited from it. And I know what that year would do for me as just a human being, right? Like in preparation for going to what I was going to. But yes. And then because of the NIL stuff also, I would definitely go.
You would have a little more quid, man.
Yeah. I definitely would
you ain't hurting. I know that. But you'd have just a little more.
But just the landscape of it. And it allows you to build a certain type of equity also, right? Like, and learn the landscape of making deals and doing certain things and kind of set your trajectory. Like, coming in past years, like, you're kind of trying to figure out what things align with you. And a lot of times when you're young in your career, you do things just because they're paying you. When you're coming up through on an NIL, you're able to kind of like map out things that align with your personality, and people start to get to know you, and you can align with certain brands that get calls from other brands and things like that. You don't have to make as many decisions just off of, let me make as much money as fast as I can because I don't know how long this will last.
It's a great point. CJ Miles joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. CJ, when you look at this team and you look at the talent level on this team, throw in Jaren Jackson, and let's just assume Walker Kessler is back next year, and then Ace Bailey continues his development, and then you throw in, hopefully a top 5 draft pick. Just how good could the Jazz be next year? Not long term, but just next year.
I think we see a tremendous jump, and I think they're on a trajectory that we see great teams that build from the ground up go through, right? Like, next year you start to insert expectation, and there's going to be still. I know we're going to get excited, and there's going to be some things that we feel like they should be able to do because of the talent level that they're still not going to be able to do because there's going to be an adjustment in the mindset and approach to the game. Because there's a lot of things from the last couple of years that you have to kind of like let happen because you're trying to get guys experience. So now we're going to have to address a lot of bad habits that we used to let go. Like, I used to leave a guy in for not doing something 2 times. Now I got to yank him, because I got to show him the importance of not being on the nail or not being over in help side or not communicating on the screen or a bad shot. I have to like heighten his senses to what's good and bad now, because down the stretch, that's what's going to make the difference in winning now that we have the talent. Because everybody in the league has talent. Now it's the mental side that's going to change. The conditioning is going to change. And we have to build that up next. But they're going to be so great. There's so much length. I got to think about the different types of lineups, because you can play Keontae off the ball with Isaiah, or you can play Keontae with Ace at the 2, Laurie, Kessler, and Jaren. Now you have this big lineup. You have all these different things you can play with now and these pieces, and we don't even know who the pick's going to be.
Yeah, that's the comment I made after the move, is that the thing I see watching, and I was a college coach, so I watched college, most of my life and watched the NBA recreationally, but now over the last 6 years, I've literally watched 82 games every single season. You see the trends, you see what's going on. But with what the Jazz have, in your opinion and mine, they can play matchup bingo all night long against rosters that aren't constructed right. And they're going to try to put a 6'4" dude on Lowry, or, and that's the one thing Will's shown me in the time that I've watched. He knows how to attack the weak link on the court and does it often.
Yeah, he's a student of the game, obviously, from that pop tree. All those guys are, right?
Yeah.
But I think the roster that's built, to your point, they're building something capable of any storm. And that's been the biggest key with the league now, is the versatility. And there's not a lack of players that are versatile now also that you can pick from. There's plenty of 6'8", 6'9" guys that can play different things and do different things, and that's what's coming about. And they're putting the right guys together, and it's been great to watch.
Do you ever look at the league right now and think to yourself, man, if I was 25 years old in the league,
all the time, he's just going to finish it
all the time. All the time, I was too early. Even when I first came in the league, because we were a part of that wave of even the Jazz changing into playing faster and doing different things, right? Like, just the way that I was raised up playing basketball, and the creativity that came from just kind of the freedom. There was still a lot of systems in the league at that time, and that was this adjustment to that, especially when you're a high school kid coming up who's been able to do whatever you want on the floor, not in a bad way, but just like be able to be creative because you've been given that, and now everybody puts you on a leash, right? And you're just like, man. And then they start shooting threes because you got guys. I told this the other day. When I was in Toronto, there were games I'd check in the game, and the assistant coach was like, you got to get 10 threes up tonight.
Yeah.
Like me individually. We were lucky if we shot 18 threes as a team.
Absolutely. I've gone back and looked at the box score. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just looking at your career stats, and your first, I would say, 3-4 years in the league, the highest three attempts per game was 2009, 2010, where you were able to get 3 attempts per game. But then, you mentioned in Indiana, and then later on in Toronto, you're like 6.5, 7. Because
and I arguably probably should have shot more.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the crazy part, CJ, is there, like nowadays in 3 minutes before the first time out, like there's 4 guys on the court that are squeezed off 3. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
The pace.
And we talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
That's why no games are really out of reach anymore because 3 possessions is a 10-point run.
Exactly.
If you do it the right way, and it's happening so fast. So like we can get 3 possessions, we can score 9 or 12 points in a minute and a half, if that. Sometimes.
By the way, you have any good Jerry Sloan stories? I can't imagine some of this stuff.
Hey, I was just going to ask you, CJ. tell the story you told me because I thought that was really just when he put you in the game and got a little resistant.
About him being fair. So like I always tell people like he's the fairest coach that I ever had. And there's no offense to any other coach. I love Bogle. I love Mike Brown. I loved Case. I loved them all. But he was the first one. I'll say the first one that I saw that worked this way. But there was a time when I was young and I was doing everything that they asked me to do. I was working my tail off in practice, having good practice, doing the extra work, doing all these things. And we didn't have the D League. The G League wasn't really what it was. We didn't really have a lot of player development. So there weren't a lot of ways that I could really continue to develop without playing. And we go to Houston. And it's one of the first times my family can really come to a game, and I'm actually dressing out. I'm on the actual active roster and all these things. And I remember the game's going on, and Jerry and Phil are talking. Phil did all the subs, and Jerry and Phil kind of get into like a little tiff. And Jerry's like, I hear Jerry scream out, he deserves to play. And he puts me in the game. And like he fought for me to get in the game, even breaking rotation. And then he ran like the first 3 plays that I was in the game through me. Like he put me at point to handle it one time and he did something else. I didn't play a lot, but just the fact that he went out of his way to do that and he gave his tickets for my parents to sit closer for it, the whole 9, like everything he did for me that night, like is one of the things that really sticks in my mind of just him like showing that he saw me, right? Like, and he was doing everything he could with what we had at that time as far as the way things were done, right? Like, and he's greatly appreciated. Like he's one of my favorites.
A lot of people think that Jerry was the bad cop and Phil was the good cop. Sometimes that was switched. That Jerry was the good cop and Phil was the bad cop. Yeah.
But, they definitely switched because there's a story. I think I told him the story about Phil, too. Like, Phil, I came out of the game from guarding Rip Hamilton back when he was in Detroit one time. And I come out, and Rip is, just giving me the business because he's just running me to death, right? And I come to the bench exhausted. Like, I'm head down. I'm pissed, right? And he comes over, and he's laughing at me. Literally hysterically. He sits beside me and I look at him. I'm like, what's the deal? This is like the end of the first quarter. And he goes, you look like Rip trying to guard Jeff Hornacek when Jeff was doing the same thing. And I'm like, that's funny and all, but tell me how to stop him. Like, don't laugh at me, right? Like, tell me something.
Oh, man. Hey, who in the league right now would you pay actual money for to watch that you're like, okay, I need to watch this guy?
And Edwards.
Okay.
Love him. I love KD. I love to watch KD play basketball. But and Edwards, KD, I love Shea. I love watch Oklahoma City play because they just play so hard and unapologetic, right? They don't care if they fouled you. Like they don't care.
That's exactly
they don't
right.
Change it. They don't change it if they fouled you either. It's like we know we got away with it, or we should have got, or we're just gonna play the same way. Wemby, obviously, and I'm down here in San Antonio, so I've done that multiple times already. Who else?
Jokic.
Speaking of Jokic, and then speaking of also on KD's team, the twin. I always mix their names up.
Thompson.
Which one is Thompson?
It's Amen there.
I love him.
Yeah.
Amen, yes, I love him. He's like to me, he's Ron Artest times 3.
Yes.
Like, and I mean the run out test that I met when I first got in the league. That was scoring, and that was the Indiana run out test, not the one
not
later
Meta World
with
Peace.
Kobe. Yeah, not that one. Yeah, Sacramento, Indiana, that run out test.
All right, so you've forgotten more about basketball than I'll ever know. So I need you to help. I need you to explain this one to me. Harden seems like he's going to take the ball. Donovan Mitchell needs to have the ball in his hands. It seems like that's going to be a little bit less in Cleveland. Do you think Cleveland got better with that trade?
I don't know. That one's tricky. But I do know that James has shown us in a real point guard role that he can do it and he has no problem doing it. I think he does add some different things than Darius Garland. And I think, they're different bodies, different experiences, right? But I will take James in the pick and roll over a lot of people in the league, though. And
the problem is going to be the other end, bro.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
nobody to guard.
So with the two bigs they have offensively in the pick and rolls with him, he's going to have a field day. But like you said, but that's the same thing. I'm no shot to anybody, but Darius Garland wasn't really guarding.
No, he wasn't. No.
So if he could, it could be better for them.
True.
Because you get a really prolific, the type of things that James is going to do. Not that Darius can't, but there's some added things that James has and has proven to have that Darius hasn't had the chance to yet.
You know, it's interesting. I got to imagine when you go down and you're watching a shoot around or you're watching, pregame warmups, and back in the day, it was Jerry, it was Phil, and then, a couple other assistants, and that was it. Now it seems like there's an assistant coach and trainer for each individual player. Do you kind of giggle a little bit when you see that?
Yeah, that we talked about that too last time I was up in Utah. Just like there's no coincidence in the guys being so skilled now. They've had trainers since they were young, and now then all the player development in the league, right? It's just about translating and understanding where to put the skill. Now everybody's got so much skill they don't know what to do with it. So they get in the game and they try to be everything. And a lot of guys aren't meant to be everything. But they work on everything, and sometimes you kind of got to be disciplined in the box a little bit before you get to expand. So we can get you these opportunities that expand your minutes to get to that. But, yeah, there's so much, and it's a great thing to see, but it's now guys get in the game and some of them don't know how to reel it in.
CJ, we got to do this more often, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us.
I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you.
Hey, and follow CJ if you don't on Twitter because you can see his awesome. He just posted 19 hours ago some cool pictures of Texas high school basketball at Moss Fresco.
And it's that on everything. Yeah, Moss Fresco on Instagram, Twitter, anywhere you look in, you'll find it that way. I appreciate the shout out.
The theme of the day has been authenticity, and you fit that bill. Awesome to have you on. Thanks so much on short notice for coming, and we'll talk soon.
For sure. Yes, sir. I'll see you soon. I'm back up there soon.
Let's do it.
Just give me a warning so I know not to get I got you.
I got you. All right.
See you, man. CJ Miles, I just like we talked about with Tommy Lloyd right out of the gate, the thing I've really enjoyed about my journey through 20-something years in sport is the people. Got down here to Bar W Beef today, and one of the first things I asked Bart about were some of the people I know in Nephi. And just so y'all know, the Lacombe name, the Lacombe coaching name in Nephi is a thing. My uncle Gary Lacombe coached at Juab High School. So I don't know if some of these people are scarred from him that are walking by, but if so, I apologize.
That seems to be about that generation there.
Yeah, I know, and I wondered if there was – I thought I saw a head pull you were that psycho's nephew. No.
Bart's hanging out with us. Bar W Beef. There's so many cool things going on right now. It seems like every time we come down here, there's something new. There's a new venture or there's something new on the menu. And I love the fact that Corey has told you guys, be creative. Let's have some fun. Let's do this thing the right way. Oh, okay, we got a great feedlot. We got a great processing opportunity. Okay, well let's serve some burgers. All right, we're enjoying burgers. Let's do some steaks. Yeah. I mean, it's just you guys just keep it rolling.
Oh yeah, it's so fun, and it's like a blank canvas for Corey.
Yeah,
and it can be dangerous sometimes when Corey has time to think and his mind just gets going, and then he comes up with an idea and he shoots it your way, and you're like, yeah, okay,
we'll do that.
The motto we have up on our office wall is, we'll figure it out. And that's essentially what it is. And the model in his office is, they'll figure it out.
Yes.
So, yeah.
What we need to do is.
Which means Bart figures it out, right?
No, we got a great team. There's just great people here at Bar W. It's so much fun, led by Corey and Emily, who lead the way with the right family, who just great vision, and they trust what we're doing, right? They're busy doing their stuff, and we're building this, and they share that with us, and our team takes it and we run with it. Whether it's building a processing facility, building a steakhouse, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out.
What's your favorite? Sorry, Scotty. What's your favorite part of what you do here? I mean, overall.
Well, that'd be the test kitchen, right?
We got the test kitchen sitting in front of me right now. I'm just waiting to take a bite.
Right. No, I guess the best thing is the freedom to try things that haven't been done yet. Right, like we're new at this. Our processing plant's only been open just over a year.
That's crazy.
And we're taking it to the market. We're trying to get it into everybody's hands inside of Utah, and then venture out past that, right, with our website and our pop-up events and being right along I-15. I mean, we're not a secret. People drive past this restaurant every single day going up and down the I-15 corridor. With billboards, digital marketing. So it seems like we have the freedom to be able to try new things, innovative things, to try to get our product in front of people. And that's what I love every day. I'm a creative. I'm the marketing guy. And so I like to look at that and go, okay, we've got a very powerful product that we believe in, and we've got some amazing people, and we've got an amazing culture and mission of what we're trying to do as a company. And if you've got those, that's a trifecta. If you do those three things, work's easy and work's a lot of fun. And with Bar W, we've hit it there.
The one thing though, at the end of the day, whether you can sound great on the air, and Corey and you guys can be all about community and all of that, which is awesome. But at the end of the day, if somebody comes down here and they try the burger, it's like, that wasn't that good. Or the steak's like, that's not good. It's over. It's done. Yeah. It's all about the quality of the beef, and that is the most important thing. And you guys have really gone all in making sure that, hey, look, you want a great steak? We're going to process it the right way, but we're also going to raise it the right way. We're going to be scientific with the grain versus grass and how we finish. And those cattle are only going to have one bad day in their life. They're going to get treated like absolute gold. And so with all of that in mind, you are producing the best quality beef, frankly, I've seen. I mean, there isn't anything out there that even comes close to what you guys are producing at this level.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We take a lot of pride in that. And to go along with what you're saying, consistency is key for us. Everyone knows when you eat meat, you may go to the grocery store if that's where you get your meat, or order it online from someone else. But if you get a ribeye 1 week and then 2 weeks later you go back and get that same ribeye, chances are it's not going to taste the same. It doesn't look the same. It's not the same size, and it shrinks, or it's just a different experience. And so what we've taken pride in is taking the approach of our cattle, our product, our beef. Everything has to be consistent. So if you buy something from Bar W Beef, whether it's on our website or whether it's at one of our events throughout Utah or whether it's down in a retail store, the beef is the same across the table. It's consistent. You're getting the same flavor, the same dry age tenderness, the same consistency. Everything's the same, and people are noticing it. And that's why we have so many repeat customers, is because of that consistency. And we're doing something that nobody else can do, or they would love to do. People would love to be able to tell the story that from A to Z, they can trace their cattle back to where it was born, what ranch it was born on, which one of our ranches it was grazed on, then which feedlot it went to of ours, and then to our processing facility, to our package, to our dry coolers, to our packaging delivered by us. Like from A to Z, it doesn't leave hands. There are no middleman needed. everyone wants to tell that story, and people try to tell that story, and they can only tell maybe 3 or 4 pieces of that puzzle. We can tell the entire story, and we take great pride in that, and that's why you get great product, great consistency, and overall great experience with our product.
I'm excited to take a bite of what you've ordered me here. I've got
hopefully it's still warm.
Those are awesome, man.
Absolutely.
That was the first thing I got here at the Bar Dub Grill. And it's absolutely impeccable. It's awesome. In fact, I'm going to go to break. You're going to try it. But what I want people to do, go to barwsteakhouse.com. The steakhouse will be open officially on March 3rd. You can get reservations right now for March 3rd and beyond at barwsteakhouse.com. And if you want to get in there in early March, I suggest you get to the website immediately because we were pushing people to the soft open next week. All those reservations are filled up. Those are gone.
Yep.
So you've got to get there quickly, make your reservation, get down here March 3rd or quickly after to try at a steakhouse. If you want the grill, that's available for you right now. If you want that beef, the same beef that they're going to serve at the steakhouse, at the grill, right to your house, all you have to do is go to barwbeef.com. What do you think?
Yeah, go there. Go there or come here because I just took a bite.
Yes, sir.
I'm starting to I get it. The mushrooms were a good touch.
I tell you.
That's incredible.
They're sneaky good, man.
Yep.
Incredible.
Bar W Grill, Bar W Steakhouse, and barwbeef.com right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now.
Let's go!
Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com. Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
For years I've said this, when it comes to the person you love, there are 3 dates you never, ever want to forget or overlook. 1, birthday. 2, anniversary. 3, it's Valentine's Day. And the perfect place to celebrate Valentine's Day with the one you love, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, of course, the best food you have ever had. But the ambiance, the wait service is absolutely incredible. And we have 2 locations. One, Hotel Park City, up in the mountains after a day of skiing. That would be perfect. And, of course, also in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South, West Temple. The steaks are divine. You're going to love the seafood dishes, poultry, whatever it is, cooked to perfection at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Be sure to make your reservations now for Valentine's Day.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tim Lacombe, the legend, hanging out with me. I'm Scott Gerard. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. By the way, let's start with the good. NFL honors last night. How about former Aggie Bobby Wagner named the NFL Man of the Year? The Walter Payton Man of the Year that goes to the player that's meant the most to the community and on the field. It's just like, it's the one of, outside of maybe Player of the Year, probably the most prestigious individual honor you can get.
And what a speech.
Oh, I know, right?
What a speech. Honored his mother. If you haven't seen it, check it out. But always been a big fan of him as a player, but almost more as a person. He just has always been that guy.
And by the way, speaking of Bobby Wagner's speeches, he will be the commencement speaker at Utah State coming up this spring.
You were last year, right?
No. I can't even, like there is
score.
There's no way they would let me even back into that room. Like that, like the arena and the stadium, they're cool with. Like you can be there, but anything academic related, no. You got to get away from there.
I would love to just go up and like put your stuff down. You know, people get themselves organized,
Yeah.
but just take 20 minutes with a lot of throat clears.
Yeah. All right, is this thing on?
That'd be very authoritative.
Yeah. So, there's your good. But it's just a great representative of Utah. Remember, this was a guy that he was recruited by, and Lloyd will remember this, and you probably remember this as well. This was the dark years of Utah State football. Brent Guy recruited Bobby Wagner, and then he got fired, and then some guy named Gary Anderson came in and took over, and he had Robert Turbin and Bobby Wagner, and both those guys end up getting drafted the same year by the Seahawks, and it was off to the races ever since.
You know, of all the people I know in the state, I've never met Gary Anderson.
Are you serious?
Mm-mm. And I've heard everybody would be like, oh, you guys would get along.
Oh, yeah. You and Gary get along really well.
So anyhow, you might need to make that happen.
I will make.
I've heard great things about the dude.
Gary is the best. I mean, he yells at me if I don't stay at his house in Logan on a snowy night after a basketball game. Like, he is literally one of the nicest people. Although, when he talks to you, it's in a very aggressive way, and so you have to sort through. But he is one of the most generous people you'll ever meet.
Like aggressive, like in your face or what?
Why
curse?
Why the bleep didn't you bleep and stay in my bleeping house? No, I'm joking. He's no.
Not like that. Not like that. But was that our guy back?
Yeah, that was Lloyd.
He was my classmate. Did I tell you that?
Yes, you did.
Oh.
How often did he skip class, by the way?
No, that dude was valiant.
Never.
Never.
Really? Me? Wow.
It was me, actually, about 3 times a week and say, Lloyd, can I get your notes?
But Lloyd was Mr. Automatic, huh?
But, of course, even though I was a little reticent to be part of the group, they made me the star of the show.
Oh,
I had to be the guy that knocked on doors looking for people to exterminate.
Well, you
it
were
was a very dark
older.
film.
A little older, it felt right.
Whoa, Lloyd.
That was a little low for a second day, Lloyd. What are we doing?
Welcome to the show today.
Welcome to the family. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
So Speaking of the NFL honors last night, Tiffany Haddish announcing the Coach of the Year. It was Mike Vrabel, well-deserved, taking over the Patriots, turning him into a 4-win team to a 13-win team and on the cusp of a Super Bowl title. But let's just say that he may not be a household name in her home.
The 2025 AP Coach of the Year is Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is busy preparing for the Super Bowl.
Oh, Verbal.
Mike Vrabel.
Like, aren't you going to check that?
2025
Wasn't that the name of the
Coach
dude in
of the Year is
Unusual Suspects? Or the
Mike
usual Verbal
Vrabel.
Kent? Verbal.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was
wow.
Vrabel. You're right.
Was she all over that or what?
Yeah, and then she doubles down on it. Mike Vrabel. If you're even remotely confused, like, yes, he is taking over the Patriots, and they're going to be playing in the Super Bowl. Oh, man.
What do you get? What do you get? The hard R, Garrard.
I get that
when
a lot.
people walk
Yeah.
around the corner for an appointment.
Yeah.
Scott Garrard.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, I understand that. It's no big deal. I'll say Gerard. But
I get Lackham.
Oh, I bet you've dealt with it.
I get Lackham, and I get Lancome. I'd love to be a Lancome. I'd have way more.
Well, that's what Siri says when you
money.
say ask Siri to call Tim. It goes calling Tim Lackham.
Really?
Yes.
Well, when I say call Lloyd Cole, it says, "Oh, that angry guy."
Yeah. Calling Super Mad Jerk.
Wow, that was
pronto.
That was,
hey, if you're coming at us, we're coming right back at you. We just got food in our bellies.
Oh, all right. There you go. Good, the bad, the ugly. Remember, this segment brought to you in part by University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org for you for life. All right. In the 2 o'clock hour, again, we will have a chance to go to the Super Bowl and catch up with Jeremiah Jensen. He will join us coming up at 2:05 from Santa Clara. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade. Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court. Right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz.
You know, one thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lauri Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen as your front court, they're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the back court.
You've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, advanced windows. There's so many reasons why you need to swap out your windows. If you've got old, decrepit windows, obviously you know you need to do it, but people think about the cost savings, and that is absolutely true. You're going to save a ton of money on your heating and cooling bill. That should be priority number 1. But priority 2 that a lot of people don't think about is the aesthetics of your home. How much improved your house is going to look with stylish new windows. And the great thing about advanced windows is not only they're giving you the best quality windows that are going to save you a ton of money on your utility bill, but it will also can be customized. You can go colors. You can do all kinds of different things to really make your house pop with those new windows. Advanced Windows is where you need to go. The great thing about them, not only will they give you every customization possible you could possibly think of, they will also make sure that you have the best service. They've been around for generations, and they will also, because everything is manufactured locally, they'll have those windows installed in your home in 8 weeks or less. Remarkable number. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com. They'll give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. It's Advanced Windows. Give them a call, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus in America.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live here at Bar Dub Grill, soon to be Bar W Steakhouse. It'll all be housed in the same building. And by the way, you want to talk about how important the priority in which they look at everything here. It's even the quality of the building that they built.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, this looks like an incredible farmhouse, and then you got a silo that's built right into the wall. I mean, it's crazy what they've done here.
They made it definitely homey too. Like that steakhouse is going to be, I guarantee you, that's going to be a destination location for so many people.
Yeah. So what you may have missed right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as you mentioned earlier, as we talked about earlier in the show, Jazz get some opportunities last night on the road against Atlanta. Another 48-minute performance by Isaiah Collier. And, I understand Keontae has had himself a great year. I really like the development of Isaiah Collier that we've seen.
I have too. I was a fan of him early because the one thing you look for with players is guys that can do something at an elite level.
Yeah.
And it was very telling even in Summer League, his ability to get to his spot on the floor and find guys. And, he's taken another step. I mean, he had his career high last night. The coolest part about last night, it was home. The night before, he had his jersey retired at Wheeler High School in Atlanta. And then to be able to go play in Atlanta against the Hawks, get your, play 48 minutes, get your career high in points. And much like I said, he's getting to a spot and finding the right pass. He's now getting to his spot, and he did time after time last night against a smaller C.J. McCollum. They attacked that mismatch. He got it right there in the sweet spot, and he's able to really score the basketball at a high level last night. So, there's a lot of those stories, though, Scotty, like a lot of guys making moves.
Is there a certain point where a guy is what he is as a shooter? I mean, can you really improve the shooting ability of a guy at Isaiah Collier's age?
I think you can get a little bit better. I mean, I think I watched his college film, and I didn't think there was any hope.
Yeah.
And he's actually really, it's when do you shoot him? You obviously get spots where the way that defense is guarding you, you have to take the shot. You have to put it on the glass, or otherwise it's going to get awkward. And so I think I wouldn't put anything past this Jazz crew, this development crew, because as I said, I go in there and watch them, and it's a tightly run thing, and they've got each guy on a certain protocol or program, and I'm bullish on Isaiah Collier, but I'm also I think there's a little bit of improvement left in his shot. I do.
And it's just, you always hear coaches say, well, back in the day, I used to hear this a lot, where it's like you get to a certain age and that shot is what it is. And now I'm starting to hear other coaches say, no, there's some things we can work on. There's some things we can do to get better. And so that makes me feel like, okay, you know what, in the right kind of time in the gym and everything else, that if that level comes up, then watch out for him.
Well, technology's changed so much. And I think at one point maybe that was the case, because you really only worked with certain people, right? The world's so big now. You can get access to people via, podcast. There's lots of different things you can do to dig into the mechanics of your shot, and then there's all sorts of people you can work with. So I think you can mechanically change your shot, but just like anything, it's got to be a mindset change.
Bart's hanging out with us. We're at Bar Dub Grill, Bar W Steakhouse. The steakhouse is going to open up on March 3rd. You can grab the grill. You knocked back the sliders.
Actually,
incredible, huh?
Incredible.
You made quick work of those.
I made quick work. I was just saying how much I like the fries, and it just actually
cowboy fries.
It actually speaks to how you guys do things just a little bit different. I love the crunch.
That's a double fry right there. I bet, to get that crunch.
It's the DF.
Yeah.
Double fry.
Yes, sir.
It's incredible. I loved everything that I ordered today,
awesome.
And I'm still waiting on that thing, because I'm going to eat that when I don't have to be presentable. I'll have it glazed in the goatee, brah.
Hey, I've got I every time I do this, I can see Bart, like, his respect for me continues to just plummet, because I got a salad, and
he did look disappointed.
I know. I'm sorry.
No.
But
Bar W lettuce.
But they don't mess around. Yeah, it's not barwlettuce.com, that's for sure. But no, I mean, the grilled chicken on it, even the little things like that,
yes.
like the attention to detail on everything is amazing around here.
Yeah. Our chef that developed the menu, top notch. I mean,
I'm a little bummed out that I missed him last
week. You missed him last week. We actually had him on the radio for a few minutes.
I heard it.
And yeah, he was great. And if you know chefs, they're very detail-oriented all the way down to every single ingredient that's included in any of the recipes, and he's no different, especially when it comes to the protein in your salads. And I know we're a beef company, Bar W Beef, right? Yeah. Bar W Steakhouse. At the grill, we've got, in my opinion, the best chicken that you can get. It's unbelievable. The grilled chicken or the country fried chicken baskets. The chicken is so good, and it's sourced here locally, local Utah ranchers. So it's awesome. We love it.
And you go to barwbeef.com, and you can get all of that sent to you. And at barwbeef.com, I do rib competitions.
Yes, I do.
In the summer, and I had spent crazy amounts of money trying to find great racks of ribs that I can enter in and cook up on these contests. And the one that I did the best in last year was Bart hooked me up with a few racks, and I mean they spend so much attention to detail. Like, the ribs can't be curved. Like, it's got to be specifically great looking ribs, and they're hard to find. But I looked at one rack here that was already ready to go, and I'm like, that's exactly what I need. I took it, I entered it, and had like a top 3 finish.
Look at you.
With about like 48 different competitors that knew their stuff. And it wasn't anything I did. It was the quality of the ribs because they're so hard to find that quality. But you're like, oh, no, I got this right here. I mean, everything is quality here. We talk about beef, but chicken, pork, whatever you got, you're ready to go.
Yeah, you agree. And if we're going to put our name on it,
yes,
it's got to be the best. We're not going to bring in any pork or chicken or even the seafood that we have. We're not bringing anything that's subpar, that's going to diminish our brand and take away from it. Because ultimately, if we're going to put Bar W on it, it's got to be the best of the best, and it's got to match the quality of our beef. And so, to your point, whatever you get out at our store at Bar W Beef, it's going to be that same caliber of quality. And whether or not you come to the steakhouse and you get, lobster or you get some of the chicken or the pasta, whatever it is, it's going to match. I guarantee it's going to match that same quality that our beef does.
All right. So can I air a little dirty laundry? I don't want it.
It wouldn't be a show if we didn't.
I don't want her to get mad. But this just shows you the attention to detail where Corey doesn't do anything half-a.
No, he does not.
And so he was looking at here and he says, I'm still bothered by the chandeliers not in the middle. And because he wants it in the middle, and they were talking and said, well, we wanted to maybe put 2 there, but it was, a lot of money.
Yeah.
And Corey's like, we're going to get 2 up there. Like, and just, and it just amazes me. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know what? Don't worry about the cost. I want, this is what we need to look like.
If we're going to be a destination, which we are, this facility is already becoming a destination along I-15 that people are planning their road trips around. If you're coming to St. George, or if you're going to St. George, if you're going to Las Vegas, Southern California, and you live here north of Nephi, you're planning your trip around coming to Bar W. One, to get food. It's the great facilities here, great way to have the kids stretch their legs outside in our outdoor eating area, playground, let the dog run, do whatever, right? This is becoming a destination where people are planning their trips around, which is what we want. Yep. And if we're doing that, we've got to make sure that the building, the structure of the facility, everything is top-notch. And if Corey, something bugs him, he's going to make sure it gets corrected.
We might need 3 chandeliers if I look at it.
Well, if Corey is concerned about a chandelier, imagine the amount of attention to detail to the beef and to the food. Exactly. And that just shows you the MO around here, that everything is under a fine-tooth comb.
I have a great idea for you as I sit here. I'm kind of a dreamer.
Yeah.
Here comes the
Build some dorms, back here. And have summer camp. Call it beef camp.
Beef camp.
And just get everybody down here. You've got them hostage for a week, and you just feed them. And just try the beef.
Well, hostage makes it sound like somebody doesn't want to be here.
Well, no, hostage.
If you're getting fed beef for a week,
enroll them in your program.
Yeah, kidnap me if that's the case. I'm down.
No, I would imagine it'd fill up quick.
Yeah. You're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, Bar W Steakhouse, Bar W Grill, and, of course, barwbeef.com. I'm going to get in trouble for telling that chandelier story. I'm really sorry, but I thought it just shows you what you have here.
Yeah, for sure.
She's already angry at me. No. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
From producers T.C. Christensen and Jared Hess comes an inspiring true story.
You were born different, so make a difference.
Stand Out, the Ben Care story.
Use what you've been made for and stand out.
Rated PG, in theaters now.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The loveliness of Paris seems somehow sadly gay. The glory that was Rome is of another day. I've been terribly alone and forgotten in Manhattan. I'm going home.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right. I know that a lot of media members down in the Super Bowl are getting all cranky because I guess like the team hotel or the media hotels in San Jose, then there's other things going on in San Francisco and the stadiums in Santa Clara. And so everybody's like, oh, woe is me, boo-hoo. But you know what? It's still a Super Bowl, and you probably shouldn't complain. I know one guy who's not complaining. That's Jeremiah Jensen. And by the way, Jeremiah, friend of the show, friend of the station, how are you?
Thank you. Scotty, I'm a friend?
Yes, you are a friend.
Of Scotty's, not mine.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I love you, bro.
Well, no, on Monday...
I love you too, Coach. It's an honor to be a friend, Scotty. I appreciate it.
Well, so I came back on Tuesday, and we got this name, and we're as we kind of work out what the show's going to look like going forward, and I got JJ and Alex looking at me like, so we're not friends? I'm like, no, you guys are friends. Absolutely, you're friends,
colleagues.
But more importantly,
I appreciate you making it official.
Peer.
Yes. What's the scene like down there? Have they got you guys spread out all over the place? I hear people complaining about it.
I don't know who's complaining. Let me tell you, we're doing great. It's obviously San Francisco. The city's crazy. Driving around San Francisco is insane. We flew in this morning. We got our bearings. We made it to the media check-in. We got our credentials. We're at the Park 55 Hotel in San Francisco. It's close to where the Jazz usually stay when they play the Warriors here. just right here in that spot. I mean, it is downtown as downtown gets, which is probably what a lot of people are complaining about. It's just busy. There's just not anywhere to park, or the traffic's terrible. But we're here. The media center's there. We're going to be fine. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, we got to go do our live shots tonight in Santa Clara, which is 45 miles south. We'll figure it out. It is a little bit of it's congested. Things are spread out where you need to be and go. It's just unfortunate that stadium's so far away, and I'm not sure why they put people downtown when the game's in San Jose, basically. But that's okay. I mean, we're grateful to be here. It's an incredible experience covering a Super Bowl. I'm grateful to be here, and we're ready to have some fun.
How many Super Bowls have you covered, JJ?
This will be my fourth.
4.
So we do every Super Bowl that's on KSL TV, they send a crew out. And so it's funny, the first Super Bowl I covered was Patriots Seahawks.
Wow.
In Glendale. That was my first Super Bowl in person. So it's kind of weird that I get that same matchup again. But yeah, it's number 4 for me, and it's an incredible experience. And I have to keep that in perspective that no matter all these people complaining, it's kind of funny to me because they're all getting paid to come here and be a part of something that's incredible that the entire world's watching, and you can't lose sight of that and be grateful for it.
All right. Would you rather cover a Super Bowl or what Sam's doing at the Olympics?
I've done both.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about the Olympics. It's incredible. It doesn't happen very often. Every 2 years for the summer and the winter, I had the opportunity to go do Tokyo during the pandemic, and it was wild. I was in quarantine for 9 days when we first got there. We had 15 minutes to leave the hotel, go to a 7-Eleven, get our food, and come back. It was a wild experience. Once we got through quarantine, I got to experience the greatest city in the world. Tokyo is unbelievable. The flip side of that is you're away from your family for 25 days in a foreign country. They work you to the bone around the clock because of the time differences. It's a grind. It is a hard work. So when you're watching our KSL crew on TV, yes, they are standing there in the Dolomites, at the base of the Dolomites in Cortina. It's unbelievable what they're seeing and experiencing, but they are working 24/7. It's crazy, the demand of the Olympics. So I would rather cover a Super Bowl because I'm not going to be here for 25 days.
Well, JJ, hang out for just a bit. We've got another caller coming in right now, and joining us from Milan right now is the owner of the Utah Jazz. That is Ryan Smith. Ryan, how are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing?
What's going on, Ryan? How's things over there? Are you holding everything down on that side of the world?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a good view. It's people are getting ready. It's starting to feel the Olympic spirit, which is good, and it's pretty daunting and exciting that we're going to have this thing in Utah again. It's real. It's becoming real.
Well, you're in a 5-letter city, Milan. We're in a 5-letter city, Nephi. I drove down to Nephi this morning. I'll tell you what, it was a beautiful drive. Yeah, just a little different geography between the two of us. Hey, big stuff this week with the Jazz, and obviously a major move bringing in, just a phenomenal player in Jaren Jackson Jr. Your thoughts?
So first of all, I mean, I think we've said we'd be patient. I mean, I think it's, the NBA is an interesting thing. I think you're seeing a lot of change that's happened in the NBA over the last few years around player movement, around value, around teams kind of not wanting to be in the middle. And, we've said we'd be ready. We said we'd be opportunistic. I don't think you could predict timing. Jaren's someone that we've wanted and inquired about for a few years now. I know Danny's liked him for a long time, and the window opened up very briefly, and, Austin did an absolutely fabulous job. So I thought he handled the deadline as well as he could have. He did incredible, and for us to land someone like Jaren, who fits perfectly with Lowry and Walker, it should be pretty exciting for everybody who follows it. They're going to take a little while to get to play together, everyone, as Walker's out for the year. And, I think, we'll kind of see it all gel, but it's pretty exciting.
How much of the accelerated progress of Keontae George this year allowed you to pull the trigger on a trade like this?
Yeah, I don't think, I think when Jaren comes available, you definitely look at Jaren and, you hope you're the team that, can make it all line up. And a lot of these things you don't know. And, we've had our nose in a lot of things, as a lot of teams did this trade deadline. And, some were happy, some weren't. You just got to be putting yourself in position, and more than that, have the assets that, to be honest, other teams want. And this one worked out in our favor. But, Keontae definitely helps that. I think if you look at the way he's been growing, the way he carries himself, his energy, his competitiveness, his drive to win, his big shot moments, I don't think there's anyone who's watched Keontae that isn't just kind of amazed at the steps that he's taking. And he's doing it all the right way. I mean, he'll have multiple games where it'll be 20, 25 points in the first half. And, a lot of players at his age would be coming out and chucking the second half. And he actually passes the first 5 or 6 times he touches the ball. And that's just a level of maturity that he's developed. But, Will Hardy is one of the greatest talent developers that we've got in the NBA and in basketball. And if you look at the development that's going on, even if you look at the last couple of games with Cody now, and you're looking at Isaiah, he's got a talent for that. And we're fortunate to have him. And, that partnership between him and Keontae, him and Lowry, now him and Jaren, him and Walker, it's special. And we can't wait to kind of put it all together.
I mean, I run into you every now and again because you're so crazy busy, but I remember seeing you before the season, and you just said, watch Keontae, bro. I think that's what you told me. How did you know? I mean, is that just something – I know you got a pulse on everything, but what were the signs that, that it was coming back a little bit different?
Well, I mean, Keontae has he has it. I mean, there's just no way around anyone who's around him. He's just got it. He wants the ball. He wants the moment. He's there. For me personally, I remember I was there during this draft workout. I knew the moment Danny fell in love with him. He was doing a drill. We have one of our guys who's about 6'7", 6'8", and he had cones on his hands, and they were blocking him. So he was standing reach about 10-3. And Keontae went around, and this guy just swatted the ball out of the way. And then the next play, Keontae's like, I'll just shoot a quick 3, and he blocked his shot from the foul line. And there was another guy working out too. But the third time, Keontae literally lowered his shoulder and put the guy about 5 feet under the hoop and laid it in and had some choice words for him.
I love that.
And came back with the ball. And I just looked over at Danny, and he was like, all right, that's my guy. And so I think, but for me this year, it's just watching Keontae's work all summer long. No one asked him to do what he did. He just wants to be better. He wants to get better. And, he's a leader. He's an absolute leader.
I'm always fascinated how trades come together, and I know there's some that there's a lot of conversations for several weeks, and it's got a slow build. This one with Jaren Jackson felt like it came together pretty quick. Is that a fair way to categorize it?
Yeah, I mean, Austin, like I said, Austin did a phenomenal job. And, I'm sure, I think he checked on Jaren for a long time, as did pretty sure every team in the league. And, he went with his gut. He put together an offer that was compelling. He listened, he collaborated, and he really partnered with Memphis to get something done. And, a lot of times you want to do a trade or you want to do something, but does the other team see what you're offering, help them for where they're going? And that can come in multiple different pictures, whether it's young players, whether it's this. And, sometimes, really trying to understand their picture and understand how we can do what we want to do, but also help them, knowing that we're all going to have to sacrifice a little bit, is how truly a deal gets done. And I think Austin did a really good job with that. And, some of our young players we had to, part with, but that's just the way the business works. If you want to get someone like Triple J, that's how it's going to have to go. And, we had accumulated a lot of picks. I think what I'm most excited about is if you look at our core, where it's Deontay Walk, Jaron Lowry, you've got Ace, you look at Zay, Bryce, and to be in this spot where we've got a runway, but we also aren't down picks. And, we still have assets in front of us, is a pretty exciting position to be in, because that, lengthens the window that you have in the league. I mean, we grew up with, teams having 4 to 7 year windows. If a team can get a 3-year window right now, you've done something right. And, that's just the way today's collective bargaining agreement works, and the way that, we're watching. If you look at where teams have gotten really close and then have to tear it down, it's because they run out of cap space or assets. And, that was the case in the first iteration of the Jazz. There was just nowhere to go right when we took over. We were just, we'd already been negative picks. There was no place to go. I remember the year, we signed Mike Conley back. If we didn't get him, there was no cap space to even replace him. You were essentially replacing him with a two-way player at minimum. And that's typically what hamstrings teams. It's nothing more than that. But that's the rule of our league. And I think for us, what excites us, the youth, the flexibility, and now we're moving this thing forward, what we have in the tank.
Well, I want to make sure we give equal time, because the guys that play on that frozen stuff are playing pretty well lately, and you've got to be pretty excited about that, and we're all hockey people. I will say that the temperature in the Delta Center, I go in 82 times a year, whether it's home or road, to do those games. I never take my coat off anymore, because they got to keep that thing cooler. But give us your thoughts on where the hockey team is right now, and the Mammoth, and what's going on with them.
Yeah, look, I mean, if at the end of the day we'd be in the playoffs, I was proud of our team for making a really good push the last part of the break. It is weird that, because of the Olympics, they shut down. So the NHL is officially shut down for 2.5 to 3 weeks. And that's a unique part of, stopping the season right in the middle and sending people off to the Olympics. But it was pretty cool. I just got to watch Veggie, walk down and be there by his flag with his country. And that's a pretty cool thing to see, because you can see how much it means to him, and Veggie, JJ, Olimata, and obviously Pels are all representing the country over here. And so I think that's an important part of the NHL. But going into that break, I mean, it's competitive. We really need to win every game. And they did that. I mean, it's pretty easy for a team to get distracted the other night, where you're 2 periods away from going to Mexico or Hawaii for most of the team. And they banded together and, really put their foot on the throats of the Detroit Red Wings. And, that was a moment for us. And, they've done this and gone on this, 11 game, winning, 9 or 10 of them without Logan Cooley and, a banged up Gunther for a little bit of it. And they're just finding ways to win. And that's what good teams do. So I think for me, it's absolutely exciting. I'm just humbled at the way that Utah's, kind of rallied around this idea of hockey. And, it's been special. And it's it's pretty fun to think about where we're going to be with the Jazz kind of going into next year and where hockey is going to be. It's a good time to be a sports fan in the state.
Well, there's no doubt, and especially with what's coming up in 8 years from now with Salt Lake City and Utah hosting another Olympics. What do you hope to learn in your time over there in Milan? What's the goals that you can take and bring back so that this place is going to be rocking in 8 years, which I'm sure it will, knowing you and the other people that are involved. Showcasing this state at that level is a unique opportunity, and I'm sure you guys are going to do everything you can to knock it out of the park.
Yeah, there's a group of us over here, and, we all kind of have different roles. But, for me personally, it's really trying to understand a little bit of the strategy of the venues and, how we, including opening ceremonies, and just around how we help, understand the message of Utah that we want to get out there for the world. And really the experience of downtown Salt Lake. What's the experience from the time someone lands at the airport to, getting into their hotel, travel, logistics, to, the game fields and the venues that we have. I mean, we're hosting hockey at the Delta Center. The new downtown development will be done by then. And, we're here, just wrapping up opening ceremonies right now and seeing, okay, how's that going to work? And, they've got 3 different venues that they're doing, some sort of opening ceremonies at. And, I think the other thing is trying to understand, how do we have Utahns have an Olympic experience, not just the 45,000 people that can get into Rice-Eccles or whatever that number is. And, I remember being in college and, I couldn't afford to go to the Olympics. And so what are we doing? How are we treating events? How are we doing it different? And there's a lot of innovation that's happened, with LA 28, for example. Opening ceremonies are going to be at SoFi, which is where the Rams and the Chargers play. But something that's super interesting is aquatics are going to be there as well. And so basically they built a swimming pool to do swimming in front of 65,000, 70,000 people. And that changes the entire experience of the Olympics. They're raising the field 15 feet of, where USC plays, to be able to do different things. And so the innovation that's happening around the games to open up the aperture of these experiences, to highlight our state, it's pretty neat. It's exciting. It's fun. We've got a lot of great people that are helping out, and it's a labor of love for everyone. And Utah's a special place because there's just so many people that care about their state. So.
Hey, you should have called me back then. That was the one time I could have hooked you up financially and got you a ticket, because I was, I had enough money to get into those venues back then. I had some connections, right? You should have known me then, but it's okay. You'll enjoy this one. Hey, thanks so much for taking time, man. I know you're so busy.
No worries, guys.
We sure appreciate it, and appreciate all you do for the state. And
absolutely,
we're behind you, bro.
No, it's going to be good. We're going to go on a big run here, so I hope everyone's excited.
Oh, yeah.
I know Jaron is, and it's kind of a piece, and I think from our side, I mean, the exciting part is definitely the young guys, watching Isaiah and Cody and Ace fly all over the court last night. Duncan, I mean, I stayed up 4 a.m. watching the game, and it was impressive watching our young guys play. And so now's a really good time for them to get a lot of run and grow. And, these are NBA players, and, it's amazing what happens to NBA players when you give them a shot.
Ryan, can't thank you enough. Appreciate it. Enjoy your time over there, and look forward to catching up again here very soon.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, Ryan.
There he is, Ryan Smith, owner of the Utah Mammoth, the Utah Jazz. He and his wife, Ashley, and, boy, I tell you what, like, that trade, the way the Mammoth are playing, things are really starting to click right
You can
now.
see it.
Yeah, the momentum's there.
I think playoffs this year for the Mammoth, and I think Jazz will be back out. We'll be out on the plaza doing games before playoffs next year. I think we're in that mode.
Well, big thanks to Jeremiah Jensen. He's going to join us. He kindly stepped aside for a moment. We'll chat with him coming up next segment. Bart's with us. We're live here at Bar W Beef, Bar W Steakhouse, Bar W Grill. I mean, the sky's the limit. Whether you want a quick burger or you want a steak, you're going to have those opportunities right here in one building.
That's right. It's a one-stop shop right here,
March
Bar W.
3rd.
That's right. I'm excited that I was able to come on after Ryan. I mean, I'm sure he's still listening right now.
Oh, yeah. No.
And he's a big fan.
Yes, he is. And
Right.
He doesn't miss the show, honestly. Milan or Minsk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
was from Seinfeld.
I know, right?
Okay.
He had to explain to you that was. Are you not a Seinfeld fan?
No,
Scotty?
I'm a Seinfeld fan.
Okay. You knew it.
I'm not.
I'm the world's biggest Seinfeld fan.
I knew I liked you, Bart. I mean, I loved you because of the
Milan
food.
to Minsk.
I just tried this. So I did the beef. I did the ice cream. I just took my first bite of the spud nut. And heaven's sakes,
Yes.
that thing is. I'm saving it for the car, but you got just about everything anybody would want here.
We do. Whether or not you're coming down I-15, planned a trip to head south for the weekend. It is
Everybody
a Friday.
does that.
Everyone's
Yeah.
leaving on Friday,
Yep.
skipping out of work early. They're probably getting in their car right now, tuning in to 97.5, 1280.
1280. We got you covered
Right.
both ways.
They got you covered, and they're like, I need to plan this trip. Well, make sure you type in the old GPS or whatever it is, the Bar Dub Grill, Bar Dub Steakhouse here in Nephi, Utah, exit 222, the easiest in and out that you will find along I-15. It's a quick, like 30-second drive once you're off the freeway to come right here. Come grab some food if you want, something to go. We've got bakery items, we've got desserts, we've got ice cream, shakes, you name it. We've got you covered. Whether it's from a burger or just an ice cream, we've got you covered on your trip down south this
And you
weekend.
can see it right off I-15, as you mentioned. It's just 30 seconds off the freeway. So you see this beautiful building, the attention to detail, and that same attention to detail in this building has gone into the food. And I got to imagine the amount of entertainment it's been for you guys just to say, you know what, let's try a burger and let's throw a beet. Let's throw a little slice of pineapple on it. I mean, the Aussie burger, you can go straight old school bacon cheeseburger, but you can also have some fun with some menu items down here.
Yeah, there's a pretty fun, versatile menu here. Got you covered from the Aloha burger to the Aussie burger to the Outlaw burger to just a basic all-American burger. We've got you covered. The Aussie burger is my personal favorite because it's got a fried egg on there. I'm part. I love Australia, spending a few years down under.
Yeah.
And so was able to give a little bit of inspiration to that Aussie burger on the menu.
Does the egg need to be runny?
It's got to be a little bit of both. It's got to have a little bit of runniness to it, if that's a word, and a little bit of hard firmness to it. So it's not like 100% all runny, so it's just going down.
But there's
the
a sweet
burger.
spot there.
But there's that sweet spot where it's just enough where it's not going to just all over the burger.
Because I've had both ways,
but
it's been both extremes. I've never been able to find that real sweet spot with a fried egg on a burger.
Yeah, and they've been able to nail it back there. Yeah.
That's going to be our next item.
Maybe you should go on for the trip to Laramie since you went with a salad earlier, man. Come on.
Yeah, for sure. But we've got you covered. I know that Friday's a huge travel day.
Let's go.
And we've got you covered also for the weekend as well. If the grill's not your thing and you wanna try some of our beef, you can't make it to the retail store, you can hop onto our website barwbeef.com. We'll ship whatever you want anywhere in the state of Utah. If it's over $150, we'll ship it to you for free. If it's outside of Utah, it's a small shipping fee, but we ship all over the U.S.
And by the way, that ground beef that you're going to get, same treatment. It's the same dry age, the same quality of beef, the same local source. They're not just taking a bunch of scraps and throwing it through a grinder. I mean, this is some of the best ground beef you'll ever have. I catered a wedding over the summer.
Yeah, what don't you do?
And
it's a Swiss Army knife.
And I used Bar W beef for it and the burgers to do some burgers, and it was incredible. Absolute hit.
In the vein of Seinfeld, to bring it back full circle, you should have no shrinkage. You should have a shrinkage, like a patty that's
I don't
smaller.
know how you walk around with that.
Yeah, smaller. Just the patty's smaller.
It shrinks? The patty shrinks?
So
well, if you wet age, it does.
the wet age. Yeah, you got to
explain
explain
it
it
to
to
it shrinks.
Because you taught me something today. I always wondered why. Because that's what my meat, that's what it's always done. And now I know I'm buying it the
like
wrong
a frightened
spot.
turtle is what
Wrong
happens.
spot. See? We've done it.
Hey, we're at Bar W Grill, Bar W Grill, Bar W Steakhouse, barw.com. Get here now. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade. Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court. Right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz.
You know, one thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lowry Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lowry Markkanen as your front court, they're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the backcourt.
You've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ, I'm sorry. I felt bad about that. But
hey, some friends are more important than others.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
It's all right. Don't apologize. I get it.
I saw in my mind, I saw the hook like they used to do in the cartoons.
Yeah.
You're like in mid-sentence.
Oh, man.
I feel horrible.
But you know what? You know how I feel right now? I feel like a comedian, a stand-up comedian in the 1980s that finally landed that opportunity to be on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. And he waits the whole entire show, and he's ready to go. He's got his act ready to go, and they tell him, sorry, dude, we don't have any time. Burt Reynolds went too long.
Well, in this case, it was
right
start with your monologue and right in the middle of it.
Yeah, right in the monologue, we had to. Oh man, Lloyd.
Even worse, right?
Yeah,
even worse.
Lloyd sent me the text. He's like, Ryan Smith is on the line. I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be really awkward and uncomfortable.
Hey, in all seriousness, that's awesome. I'm here, and I wasn't ready to go. I wanted to hear it, but it's awesome you guys got Ryan, and I'm sure he was great.
Yeah, he was. He's awesome. But, all right, so back to the Super Bowl. The scene is set. Seahawks, Patriots. You and I are old AFC West guys, so we have a hard time cheering for the Seahawks, but yet everybody hates the Patriots. But here's the thing. It's not Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Has that made New England a little bit more likable?
Yeah, because it doesn't feel like the evil empire anymore.
Yeah.
But the brand is still there, so it's throwing me off.
I know, same.
Like the Patriots dynasty lasted forever, and now they're back, and it makes me a little nervous because forever we had the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Forever the Patriots are great. In fact, you look at history. The last time either the Patriots or the Chiefs weren't in a conference championship game in the AFC was 2010 when the Steelers were playing the Jets. So it's just always felt like it's Patriots, it's Tom Brady, it's Patrick Mahomes, it's the Chiefs. And as a Broncos fan, it was a lot of fatigue. And obviously we got to enjoy Peyton Manning in there for a little bit, for a small window, but it was a very short period of time. In between then, it was just the Patriots and it was the Chiefs. So to see the Patriots back again, yeah, it's not the same old guys, and this is a fun bunch. It's a team that wasn't supposed to be there. I do like their coach. I think he's a really great dude. He's got some great culture going there. He's really found something with them. And Drake May, how do you hate Drake May right now? I mean, he's a great story. So it's hard to hate the Patriots, but I imagine if they win on Sunday, a lot of those feelings will come back because what's stopping this Patriots group from doing what the previous did?
So is there any part of you that just wants the Patriots to win so Alex suffers?
I'm not that evil.
Okay, I'm just checking. I know you, but I don't know you to that level, so I had to ask the question.
I don't need to torture him. I don't need to be tortured that much. He's already he's a Mariners fan too, so he's already very tortured. So I kind of feel bad for him, especially after the World Series. So I think he can have this one.
We had John Breach on yesterday and talked about the Super Bowl, but one of the things that fascinates me is, and you brought up Drake May, but just the different, I guess, experience has been for both of these quarterbacks. One in Sam Darnold obviously came out as, a guy that was going to be everything, and 11 years later he's been through just a little bit of everything, and now as a journeyman, he's got a team in the Super Bowl. And then you mentioned the greatness of year two Drake May. Talk a little about those two things.
Yeah, I already talked about Drake and what a great story that is, and you can tell where this is going with him. He's just built for the success that he's enjoyed this year, and he's only going to get better. You look on the other sideline, though, Tim, and it's just we love watching sports because we love people when we watch storylines, and we love to see when somebody comes from nowhere, or we love to see somebody who overcomes adversity, who is down and out and then figures out a way to come back and become great. And you look at Sam Darnold's career arc, getting drafted by the Jets, we know how that goes. Everybody knows how that goes. And it's basically a curse, and it's a curse on everybody that goes there. And it took a while for Sam Darnold to get that stink off, to be quite honest. And once you struggle in league, it's tough to get that next opportunity. And especially if you're drafted that high. And sometimes, guys, you'll see guys that are drafted that high won't not only get that other opportunity, but because they're looked at as a first round pick or whatever. They don't even get those backup opportunities sometimes. And Sam Darnold bounced around, went to Carolina, went to San Francisco. But this is a guy that's won a lot of games the last 2 years, 14-3 in back-to-back seasons. That's insane. I don't have it in front of me, but I think he's one of the first, or he tied another quarterback. Maybe it was, I can't remember who it was. It's the first quarterback to have back-to-back 14-win seasons. This is historic, the kind of success he's having over the last 2 years. And you're wondering, what were the Vikings thinking when they let him go? I know that playoff game didn't go well last year, but look what's happened to them this year, the drop-off that they had. So you now look at what Sam Darnold has done, especially when he's in a good organization, surrounded by great talent. And trust, he's got great talent. He's got a great running back, and running backs, plural. One of them's out for the Super Bowl, but he's got a great backfield, and he's got Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's one of the best receivers. His tight ends are solid. The offensive line is great, and you got a great coaching staff. And what happens when you put a talented guy like Sam Darnold in that position? He's going to succeed, and that's what's happened here. And it's a great story. If Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl, it kind of reminds me of the Alex Smith's career arc. Remember how Alex Smith was considered a bust? San Francisco wasn't very good at the time.
Yeah.
And he finally got a chance to prove himself with the Chiefs. It kind of has that similar effect, but this would be going all the way from that and winning a Super Bowl. It would be a heck of a story.
So we all know New England shouldn't be there because the better team did not win the AFC Championship.
Right.
So that being said,
the snow. It was the snow's fault.
Well, and Bo Nix's ankle.
It absolutely was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Well, I mean, that had definitely had a part in it.
But I just have a hard time thinking that this is going to be a game. I would love for you to see some drama. I'd love to be knocking back my Bar W steaks coming up on Sunday and enjoying a really, really close game. I just don't see it happening. I just think Seattle wins and wins big in this thing.
So there's an interesting stat, and this is a little nerdy, so I'll get through it quick. But a lot of the NFL analytics guys love this stat, and it's explosive play margin. And what that measures is a team that has the most explosive plays on offense without giving up as many on defense. An explosive play is 20 or more yards. And the teams that made it to the conference championship game this year were top 4 in that stat. It's a very telling stat, especially in today's NFL with the new kickoff and everything. The explosive plays are so hard to come by in the league that when you get them, it has a huge impact on games. And if you're watching games, you're like, why don't they take more deep shots? Why are they throwing all these short routes? And why do they play the way they do? It's because they're too safety high, and they're not there. So those plays are rare, and they don't happen very often. But when you get them, they're very impactful. So the Patriots have the best explosive play margin on offense. The Seahawks have the best explosive play margin on defense in the league. So you're getting those two teams with the most contrast going head-to-head. Now, which one is going to win out? I don't know. But the thing that concerns me about the Patriots, guys, and to your point, Scotty, is Drake May has been turning the ball over in the postseason.
Yeah.
And if he turns the ball over against the Seahawks, they will punish him. And guess who's not turning the ball over in the playoffs? Sam Darnold, which used to be one of his issues. So the way the Seahawks are playing right now, with that defense being so tough, if Sam Darnold takes care of the football like you, Scotty, I cannot see the Seahawks losing this game. But if the Patriots offense can get some of those explosive plays against that defense in a game that could be really low scoring, that could be the difference in the game. So when you're watching on Sunday, watch for those explosive plays. Those will be the difference. And on offense, can the Seahawks get a special teams explosive play from Rashid Shaheed? He's been a huge player in this postseason. So there's a lot of those things to look for. I think the Seahawks can control those things, and that's why I think they'll win. But it's an interesting contrast going head-to-head in this game. Which one will win out will determine the winner.
And to me, because I looked at that too, and I've always felt like Super Bowls, games that those chunk plays, if you think about it, those chunk plays are everything in a Super Bowl. And I do believe with Smith and Jigba and with Rashid Shaheed and then Kenneth Walker, like that guy can break one at any point, and he actually may run someone over first, like the power he runs with. But I do think that the Patriots numbers are a little bit inflated because of their strength of schedule. You know what I mean? They played.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, second. So numbers are always interesting, and it's honestly the stuff that, as a coach, that makes you stay up at night before a game and wondering if you've covered everything, because the numbers can be, depending on that team's experience, their schedule. You got to take all that into account. But I'm with you. I think chunk plays will be the thing.
and I'm glad you brought up that personnel, because when I'm looking at it, I kind of feel like the trenches are pretty even with these teams. The Patriots defense is pretty good too. But which team has the better skill position players? I would give that edge to the Seahawks. I think they have better receivers slightly. Obviously, Jackson Smith and Jigba has an argument to be the best. Stephon Diggs and Keyshawn Boutte are pretty good, but Jackson Smith and Jigba is the best receiver in the league right now. So I'm going to give them the nod, and I think they're just slightly better in the backfield as well, although they got a nice young running back in Travion Henderson for the Patriots, who could break out in the Super Bowl. I don't know. But I trust the skill position guys of the Seahawks more than the Patriots.
JJ, we can't thank you enough. You have been far and away the best guest we've had today. You've had the best you're the best guest we've had this week. We can't thank you for your kindness and your willingness to work with us. Thank you.
I don't have to be the friend. I'm just happy that I'm a friend, guys. I love you both.
Hey, we got to go. We got another guest.
Stop.
Hey, have fun out there, man.
What big name's on the phone now? Who's ringing in right now?
It's crazy. You won't believe it. But, Bear Tierney. No, I'm just joking. No, we're good.
Hey, you're supposed to save him for our show.
I know, right? Hey, thanks so much. We'll see you. There he is, Jeremiah Jensen, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll wrap things up and get you ready for, well, not JJ and Alex. It'll be Alex. JJ is in San Francisco, getting you ready for the Super Bowl. So we'll get ready. We'll set the scene for them coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. I want you to go off a little bit more about how the rebuild is over. A trade like this hits harder when your team has come as far as the Jazz have come, and especially County George.
What the Jazz did today was take a huge leap forward to the point of not only is the rebuild over, this is who we are. We have potentially 3 All-Stars in our starting lineup with young players who have the potential to also become All-Stars, Ace Bailey and whoever they're going to take in this upcoming draft.
Right.
We're not only going to compete and try to make the playoffs next year, we're going to be a force. Take us seriously now. We have a lineup that you must take seriously. We're going to compete at a high level moving forward, and you don't have to worry about all this stuff and all this pain. The pain is gone. Now you're going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This team's going to be really, really good next year as long as they stay healthy.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCFatLoss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included. serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the PBR Salt Lake City, presented by Busch Light at Delta Center, February 6th and 7th. Tickets at deltacenter.com and pbr.com. Hold on tight for the ride of your life.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, so when I say this, I don't want, because there's a lot of people out there that'll be like, oh, my job's so hard, I have to do this and this and this, and everybody's like rolling your eyes like, yeah, shut up. Like these guys that are in the Super Bowl complaining, I've got to go to this city and then this city. It's like, you're at a Super Bowl, shut your mouth. So when I say this, just know I'm saying this because this has been one of the coolest weeks of my life, not complaining about anything. So on Saturday, I was calling a game in Logan, Utah State, San Diego State. Crazy, awesome game. The next day, I called the Jazz game in Toronto. And then on Wednesday, I was in New Mexico.
Like the Pit.
The Pit.
The legendary Pit.
One of the more iconic venues in
sure.
all of sports. Called that game, and Utah State just ran through New Mexico, just beat them up. Thursday, last night, I had a coaches show up in Logan, so I went back up to Logan there. And then down here in Nephi today, and I'm going to get my car.
This is the topper right here.
My Tim Daly Mazda, my 50, and I'm going to drive right over to Laramie, Wyoming, and we'll have the Aggies and Cowboys coming up tomorrow.
Should we put maybe a Bar W satellite in Laramie so Scotty will have something to eat?
Oh,
That's
no.
right.
Hey, look, I got my salad with
There's
me.
a place there called Sherry's that was always good to me, so check it out.
There's this one place, too, that had it's called Perkins that was really
Yeah. Cracker Barrel?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, it's nothing like this place.
No, it's not.
We got fed from the minute I sat down, and fed right, might I add. So, Bart, man, thank you for having us, putting up with me.
You were a
strange
great first timer here.
I
today,
sure appreciate it.
right?
I loved
Rookie
it.
here at Bar Dub, at least on the radio. You've been here before,
Right, but I knew what I was doing this
But
time.
doing a remote here, you did phenomenal job.
I know, right? Hey, told you, like, those are big size 15s we got to fill.
When someone can just, send a message to Ryan,
say,
hey, we need you.
Get on the air, Ryan. Come on.
And he answers the call.
We don't care that
That's
you're in
some
Milan.
clout.
Yeah, no doubt. Anybody can send it. It's the response that actually
right.
matters.
That's right.
Well, you're going to Laramie. I'm going to Minsk this
Minsk.
weekend. A red eye.
Hey, when you got such great food down here, man, I'm so proud to be a part of this in some way, shape, or form and just be able to experience from the ground level what you guys built. And look, I was there's a steakhouse, and I bet Tim's been there a bunch of times, in Indianapolis. You know where I'm talking.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
St. Elmo's.
St. Elmo's.
And I went there. Utah State was playing in a tournament, and because of different people I was with, I actually went back-to-back nights. First night, had the ribeye. It was great. It was really good. The second night, same exact order, completely different steak.
Really?
And it just, I mean, I'm like, this isn't the same place I was at last night. It was different. Because, you know, they're outsourcing from all over the country, and you never know. You can't have that grasp or that quality night in and night out. You may hit on one night. The next night, you might have shoe leather. You have no idea. But because everything is traceable here, you know exactly where it came from. You know what farm it came on. You know it was when it was processed, the care that went into it, the amount of time that was spent making sure that beef was raised properly in the way that you wanted it raised. You know exactly what you're going to get every time you get a burger, a steak, whatever the case is here.
Yeah, 100%. And that's our story. That's all we wanted to do. We wanted to control the process from start to finish, to control that consistency, because we all know what it's like when it hits, when the meat hits and it's good, and you're like, dang, I want that every time I experience, you know, either a nice cut of beef or whatever it may be. And the only way that we could do that was expanding and growing and building Bar W into what it is right now. Because if we wanted to, we could have just opened up a butcher shop and bought beef from one of the other beef suppliers with the big four out there, you know, and then just, you know, cut it up and put our label on it and sold it. That's what a majority of the people do, right? You know, and they have zero traceability. There's no story. If someone says, hey, was this a Utah beef? No, it wasn't. Or they'll say, yeah,
oh,
but 100% it's not, or they have no idea where it's coming from. I won't tell the story, but I had that experience here, you know, just up north a couple months ago, asking the same question. They had a beautiful picture of, like, this farmer's family up on the wall in the grocery store. You know, you buy beef from here. And I asked the butcher, I said, I want to buy beef from that family, right? Because they had, like, 4 pictures up of different farmers they supply. I said, I want to buy beef from that family right there. And he laughed at me. He goes, that's the story.
That was a stock photo we found online somewhere. Yeah.
And what's great is we can actually tell that story. You know, when you're buying beef from Bar W, you know where you're getting it, where it was born, where it was raised, what it was fed, where it was processed, where it was packaged. So we just appreciate you letting us amplify this message. And the relationship we have with you guys is top-notch. We appreciate you guys coming all the way down here to Nephi to let us talk about beef and food. And so we appreciate that. And if you're traveling along I-15, all you got to do is just stop, and I promise you won't be disappointed.
Hey, look, if you guys were in Minsk, I'd take a red eye. Like, there's no doubt.
From Milan to Minsk. Yeah. No, and honestly, everywhere, you know, I go in places, I dig in, I look, I watch, I take note of everything going on, and I will say the things that stand out to me about this place: quality, incredible people, and I do believe people are the secret sauce to any venture, right? Yep. The people are the people that are ensuring that all the things you guys set as goals are getting done. So people, you know, the people, and then the quality, and then the just the overall experience. The minute you walk in this door, you got to stop, and it's got to become a destination for you, because it is different than anything else you'll try.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Bart, you're the best, man.
You guys are.
By the way,
it.
Seattle or New England? Who do you want, and who do you think?
Megan's from Seattle, and she'll be very mad if I don't say Seattle.
I already got on Megan's bad side with the chandelier story, so like I'm a little nervous. So go Seahawks. Yes,
we'll say that, but yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Okay, fair enough.
Just run the ball this time, though.
Look, run the ball. It's it's the goal line. Give it to beast mode and get the win. That's it for us. JJ and Alex coming up next, live here at Bar W Beef, Bar W Grill, Bar W Steakhouse, which opens up on March 3rd. You get your reservations right now at barwsteakhouse.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey! This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being with us on the program. Happy Friday to you. Happy pre-Super Bowl JJ and Alex version of the program today to you. Joining us on the program right now, sitting in for JJ, who happens to be in Santa Clara, California for, we can call it the Super Bowl because we're not giving anything away right now. Sly, what's going on? Stevenson Sylvester, of course, the our
pinch
dude
hitter.
who comes in and
Pinch hitter.
It's not just that, man. Like, you're the pinch runner, pinch hitter. You could just be all the pinch, please. That'd be great. So
you guys can still take the credit. I don't need it. I just like to play the game.
Here's how much Sly is in our studio too. You and me were a promo like last week on Instagram, dude.
Were we?
Yeah, it was like a back and forth. I start off arguing about something and I'm saying something, and then it cuts to you and I go, "Oh yeah, Sly, he deserves a promo. Absolutely, Sly needs a promo. Come on, man,
let's do it."
It was all about the college football playoff stuff and just how the committee didn't want to budge on anything, and the SEC and the Big Ten were fighting and stuff. The usual.
Hey.
The usual. So it's a fun weekend to have a guy who played in the Super Bowl sitting to my right. And, of course, JJ is out covering the Super Bowl in Santa Clara for KSL 5 Television and for us here at KSL Sports. And somebody's asking me, they're like, oh, my gosh, how lucky is JJ he gets to go to all these things? I'm going to be totally honest.
You're going to talk to JJ. He would not agree.
When you go to a lot of Olympics and you go to a lot of Super Bowls, you tell people it's a great opportunity, and then you also go, those are some hard days of work. Well, and so right now we have Sam in Milan Cortina. And so JJ's having to pick up all of the slack here back in Salt Lake City, and then they go, and also go cover the Super Bowl this weekend. So MVP award goes to JJ this weekend over Sam Farnsworth. It was the closest MVP race that we've had between the two sports anchors in 23 years. So we're glad that was able to happen. We were able to throw that down. All right, we're kicking off the show, of course, as usual with the cut. So why not start to get things kicked off here talking about the biggest event over the weekend? I'm not talking about the opening ceremonies, although those were pretty fun to watch.
Oh, talk about waste management?
I'm not talking about the waste management. I call it the wasted management, by the way.
Yeah.
Those guys are
great rename.
Pretty wild. Let's get going on the cut. Let's jump right to it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Joining us on the program right now, Brian DeArdo joins us periodically for us to, of course, jam on everything NFL related, and he's doing that again today. Brian, thanks for being with us today, man. We appreciate it.
Anytime. And I was watching the waste management. That looked like a course that it's fun to watch, not necessarily very fun to play, especially on the putting greens.
It does look tough, but everybody says it's an event, and it certainly is its own thing. It is definitely unique. And all the other tournaments that are going to be like, well, how could we be more like the waste management? And people are like, yeah, you don't want to know.
Augusta wants to be more like waste management.
Right. You don't want to know how they get there. But Brian, of course, covers the NFL for CBS Sports, and nice enough to throw in his rankings this week of the first 59 Super Bowls. How was it going through all 59 of those? Because I'm trying to figure out, I can barely even wrap my head around sometimes from year to year who was playing in the previous ones. But all of these are difficult. I know which ones were bad, including my Seahawks back in 2013 beating up on the Broncos. It started with a snap over the head, and it didn't get any better. Where did that one rank on the list? Because that was the first thing I was looking at. Like, I as a Seahawks fan, can tell you it is not a good Super Bowl.
It's about second to last, I believe. I believe the worst one was 35. Now, to answer your first question, I just have always been obsessed with Super Bowls. It's like a Rain Man thing for me. Like, my wife will tell you, like, I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, but if you tell me a Super Bowl number, I can tell you the MVP, the scorer, who played in it. I've always been obsessed with it. So when I got that assignment, I started about a month out. I decided to just summarize all of them first, then rank them together. The one thing I found, though, I feel like there's like 5 that are definitively better than all the other ones. So it's kind of really, to me, doesn't matter what order you put those 5 in as long as those 5 are in the front.
Well, that's what I was wondering is like how, because obviously you look at it and go, well, it was a close game. That's what kind of makes it. I feel like that's just a piece of it because there's a lot that also goes into it. So what were the determining factors that gave you this definitive top 5? And I'll run through it real quick here for people who want to go and they can see where their teams are in this one. The Super Bowl in 2009, between the Steelers and the Cardinals. My co-host today, Stevens and Sylvester, played in that Super Bowl down at Jerry World.
No, I didn't play in that one.
Oh, no, you're in 10.
I was in 10.
You were the next year. Okay, well, I didn't want to bring up.
I was at the Sugar Bowl at that time.
I didn't want to. Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't want to bring up harsh feelings. But that was a good one. That was Santonio Holmes with the tippy toes.
Incredible
right?
game.
That was also the James Harrison oxygen mask game too. Yeah. So that for me does it. But what were the criteria that you got your top ones with?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was competitive games, start to finish, notable plays, performances, and then the enduring history, legacy, right? And, you know, you mentioned 45. That one was so weird for me. It was just outside my top 20. It was right next to the Super Bowl where the lights went out with the 47 Ravens and 49ers. Mm-hmm. Those Super Bowls are so weird to me because, like, they were really good games. Like, Packers-Steelers was a great game, but it's just never really remembered in the pantheon of greatest Super Bowls. I'm guessing the reason why is there was no lead changes. Green Bay led the entire way. There were some drops in there. So as far as like the cleanliness of the game, there really wasn't much of one. And then the last drive for the Steelers, there was really no drama. Green Bay kind of ended it pretty quickly, but it was still a great game. To me, and this is the craziest part, I picked 25 Giants-Bills missed field goal. I had a lot of insecurity unnecessarily for like 48 hours because I scanned the globe and the internet for any other ranking that ever put that number one, and it was unanimously no. So I'm sitting around like, why am I putting this game? Nobody. It's always in the top five. I feel like 42 Giants, Patriots, the upset.
Right.
That one, the Patriots comeback, and the Cardinals Steelers Super Bowl. Those are kind of always unanimously, and the 49, the interception, Malcolm Butler, Patriots, Seahawks.
Yes.
Those are kind of always top four with this one right behind it. But again, with my criteria, this game start to finish, 4 lead changes. It was never, a blowout anyway. The missed field goal at the end. The great Giants, strategy with control the ball for 40 minutes. The Bill Belichick game plan to basically concede the running game and not allow the Bills passing game to beat them. It just had all the elements to me to be number one.
Yeah, Scott Norwood, man, broke a lot of hearts that day.
Oh, yeah, he did, for sure. For me, I got stuck with the first 10, from 59 to 50. How did you even finish this, bro? Because, like, for me, it just brought me back to my childhood when I'm sitting 3 feet away from the TV screen watching NFL films and seeing all these games. So it's so many memories.
They run all together, yeah.
Yeah, how did you even finish this? Because I'm like, I got stuck. I remember that game, that Raiders and Redskins. That was a crazy game on NFL films. It was dope, this, and this. I didn't even know how you got all the way to one. You said you had a month. It would have took me a year to get down to the criteria. But, you said that you're just a nerd with all this, which we all are. We're all sports nerds.
Yeah, not to this level, though.
How fun was that, just being assigned to this and then going through it and making all that happen?
Yeah, not to get corny, it was literally a dream come true for me. I grew up, again, like John Facenda, Steve Sable, like you're talking about, those Super Bowl highlight videos, like that to me used to be Super Bowl Sunday. Like I don't even watch all the pregame shows. My Super Bowl Sundays were forever on. Yeah, ESPN too. It start like the Saturday night, like they'd start Super Bowl 1, and then you literally would go all the way through. And the crazy part is, Brett Favre, the morning of Super Bowl 31, was watching all that stuff. Was watching 24th Montana with the when he called an audible, and then he's playing in the same stadium later that day against the Bill Belichick defense, and calls an audible, which was the same audible because they had the same offensive system, the West Coast offense with Mike Holmgren. So to kind of tie it all together. So again, if you were just a kid back then, 80s, 90s, with those Super Bowl highlights, it made football like a Star Wars movie. It made it more than just a game. It was a cinematic experience, ballet in slow motion, you could say. And yeah, but to answer your question, though, the thing that I always told myself, the biggest thing with 59 to 50 and 49 to 40, for me, it was a lot about competitiveness. Mm-hmm. How long was the game competitive? So 40 or 22, for example, it was 35-10 at halftime. So it wasn't close after the second quarter. However, all 35 points by Washington were in the second quarter, which is a Super Bowl record. You have Doug Williams being the first black quarterback to win the Super Bowl. So the game in itself was a rout. However, the historical elements moved it ahead of other games. So 48 for, like the Seahawks-Broncos game, that was a blowout. That was ranked ahead of that one because there's just many more historical elements. But the other thing I also said, people aren't going to nitpick it that much from 42, 41. What really you got to nail down is that top 5. And I took a risk with 25. Not everybody's going to agree with me. I could have been safe and picked 42. The Giants, Eli upset. But just for me, start to finish, I just got 25. And you had the Whitney Houston national anthem.
Oh, of course.
You had the back for dropping the ball forward. There was just every single element of that game checked the boxes. Now, Scott Norwood makes that field goal. It's number one. Nobody argues. But I'm not going to hold it against this game that he missed it, right?
I'm looking at this too, and my brain always goes to the worst games sometimes. Like, it's easy to pick the worst games. It's easy to pick the best ones. But the worst games, we've had a lot of blowouts in Super Bowl history, man. I remember when I was a kid, I was living in Dallas during that reign of the Cowboys, of that streak of 3 that they, when they won 3 out of 4 years. And it was that 52-17, Leon Lett could have made it 59. Was it Don Beebe who ran him down? So that game was a blowout. There are so many blowouts that I've witnessed here, and I'm like, how do we get to the Super Bowl and get blowouts in the league that has the most parity in the history of the game?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Well, right, but back then, as we all know, the parity really wasn't quite there anymore. Because that Super Bowl right there, Super Bowl 27, that was right at the end of right before the salary cap era, right? So you had Dallas with those stocked rosters. I think, what did did Jimmy Johnson have during that point? He had 51 different trades during that period to build that dominant team. So, and I think Buffalo lost Jim Kelly in like the first or second quarter in that game. So you have that major injury, the 9 turnovers that the Cowboys forced. But I think to your point, though, and it's an amazing point. The craziest thing is when you're doing this list, basically almost every great Super Bowl is in this century because of the parity and the salary cap. Roger Goodell said it earlier today, this week, which blew my mind. 8 division winners this year in the NFL, 7 new ones, including the 2 in the Super Bowl. So again, to your point, harder to have those blowouts. And that's why it was weird to have number 1 from the 90s, 1991 specifically, because that was right in the middle of all these blowouts in the NFC's reign of 13 straight Super Bowl wins.
Yeah, man. So who was the most, going through all of this, and I was actually just looking at, like, all of the crazy MVP winners, and I was surprised. I thought Tom Brady only had 2 Super Bowl victories.
Those quarterbacks they get the MVP if they don't want to give it to anybody else.
Right. So we going through all of this, like, who was the most unique MVP that you've seen, right? Like, from, like, defensive guys, from Jake Scott, and I seen that the Redskin ones, and
it's got to be Larry Brown from the Cowboys.
Larry Brown and Cowboys, against my Steelers. But like, what was the most unique MVP that you came across with putting this list together?
That's such an amazing question. I've never been asked that. I would say probably, you could start with Chuck Howley, the first MVP from a losing team, and the only one from a losing team, the Cowboys Super Bowl 5, had 2 interceptions. Here's a weird one, though. Dexter Jackson was the MVP of 37, Tampa, Oakland. He had 2 interceptions. However, Dwight Smith, his teammate, also had 2 interceptions. They were both pick sixes. So it was like, why did you pick one one defensive back over the other one? But yeah, I think it's because Dwight Smith's interceptions were so much earlier in the game. But I think another one that I've always kind of been interested in as far as MVPs, Terry Bradshaw, the MVP of Super Bowl 14, even though he had 3 interceptions. John Stallworth, a lot of people have always argued that he should have been MVP. He only had 3 catches, but he had the 73-yard game winner and a 45-yarder that kind of put the game on ice. And both catches were pretty incredible. So those are just kind of 2 that stand out right now. But there's another one that I got to say they weren't the MVPs, but Joseph Adai and Dominique Rhodes I always thought should have shared the MVP, and it was 41. Peyton Manning's one. Manning played well in that game, but Adai and Rhodes had both. They should have been co-MVPs in my opinion.
I think that we were looking at the Tom Brady one because we were like, I think he's won 5, and he did. He's won 5 MVPs. Yeah. And I think the first one was funny because Sly was like, I think he threw 145 yards and 1 touchdown, and you go, I don't know. I think everybody was just kind of impressed that the guy
actually did it.
Well, he was coming in, and they're like, oh, yeah, that's the backup dude from when he was a backup in college, too, and he came in and did it. So there's also that part, and there's a little bit of maybe some history in the making with Sam Darnold, of course, in this game. When you see this matchup, and I'm a guy who rooted for the Seahawks a lot growing up, grew up in that area, and I even recognize, too, that this doesn't feel like it has the same edge as some of these other Super Bowls of late have had. Have you gotten that same sense, or are people excited about this one as much as they are about every Super Bowl?
No, I can see my page views and our page views this week. They're down. People aren't really as fired up for this one. So I don't know. It's funny because people always say there's Chiefs fatigue, but this time last year we had a lot more excitement, at least for our website around this game as far as viewership. So I do think that there is not as much excitement. That being said, because again, what are games driven by? What at the end of the day, it's about entertainment and star power, right? It's like an action movie is going to be better in the day if Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sly Stallone's in it, right? It's not going to have the same appeal if I'm in the movie, right, or one of us is the leading man. So I think we need in this game. I'm sure they would love if Drake May kind of came out of the woodwork and kind of had a game that kind of put him on the map. But here's the guy I'm hoping does well for a few reasons. A, because he went to my alma mater. Jackson Smith-Njigba, he had 300 yards in a Rose Bowl a couple of years ago when Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson up there. Oh, you Utah guy? I'm so sorry, man. I need better self-awareness.
We were both at that Rose Bowl
game, though. That was an amazing game.
I want to share with you, and I take this as a compliment. And I hope I'm not throwing salt on the wounds. I'm an Ohio State alum. I was there right after, in between national championships. Mm-hmm. That was one of the most satisfying wins of my life because of the fact that Utah was such a good team, and they had all the momentum. They were winning basically the entire game, and we didn't have Olave and Wilson in. And I remember just sitting there thinking, man, whoever is in this game, I hope they win because it validates that these games still matter.
Right.
That it's not all about national championships. You see a lot to see Jackson Smith and Jigba step up and C.J. Stroud step up. And whenever Buckeye fans ridicule him for not winning anything big when he was here, I always point to that game. So, again, no disrespect to Utah. And really, it's nothing but love for me because it was such an amazing game and they were such a great team. That is one of the most underrated moments for me as an Ohio State fan in OSU history. And I think Smith and Jigba could have another one of those games. I get Jerry Rice flashbacks sometimes watching him play because he still gets the ball, even though everybody knows he's going to get it. And just like Rice, he makes a lot of his damage in slam passes over the middle.
All right, can you go a little bit, going back to your list real quick, in Super Bowl 25, you got, the Giants and the Bills and Whitney Houston winning your top spot there. A little bit more into what that game really brought to get it to number one over some of these other ones like the Giants-Patriots matchups or even the Giants-Falcons matchups. And, of course, the drama is what really gets to it in the storylines. But in that top one right there, what really brought you to that decision?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think for me, 42, the Giants-Patriots, 17-14. There wasn't enough scoring for me. Mm-hmm. There's 30 minutes plus in that game where both teams scored on their opening drives, and then neither team scored again until the fourth quarter.
Right.
So to me, the best Super Bowl ever, and it wasn't like it was just great because I love defense, but it wasn't a very clean game by either offense, really. I mean, and so for me, 25, it wasn't, the offenses played well, the defenses played well. There were no turnovers, but there was the Bruce Smith safety. It was always close. There was scoring at every element of the game. And I just think, again, you had the Whitney Houston backdrop, the Gulf War. People were in tears before the game even kicked off. Everybody was so emotional. And it was similar to 36 after 9/11. I think America just needed something to feel good about and get their minds off of everything that was going on. And 36 did that, and 25 absolutely did that.
Right.
And I just think also, the fact that the Giants had a backup quarterback. They had a backup 34-year-old running back in Otis Anderson. They weren't supposed to win that game. You have two Hall of Fame, should be Hall of Fame coaches, Belichick and Parcells, who just come up with this amazing game plan that we're just going to control the ball. We're going to have, control the ball for 40 minutes with third down completions. And Mark Ingram, one of the most underrated plays in Super Bowl history, the 3rd and 13 conversion, where he breaks 5 tackles to get the first down. You've got the Bills and Thurman Thomas. It was an unbelievable performance in a losing effort. The last drive, right down to the wire. Like I said, the only thing that's really missing from this game is a last-minute touchdown. The last score was with 8 minutes left. But, again, I don't know if there's ever been a perfect Super Bowl, but I just think this one just checked all the boxes from a drama standpoint, an entertainment standpoint, a competitive standpoint, and a memorable standpoint. And I think that really set the bar for all the Super Bowls that came later.
All right, Brian DeArdo. He talks about Super Bowls like we talk about children. He's like, oh, man. Yeah, I remember fondly 31. Referring to them as numbers is actually a different level, too.
Yeah.
I'll talk about maybe the years that they were in, but, the way you talk about these things, I love that you said it's a dream come true to put together these Super Bowls because you can hear it in your voice, and we love having that. Appreciate the breakdowns, and I hope that this one turns out to be one that is for the ages as well. At least keep it close so we can get it in the top 10 for next year's list, Brian. We appreciate it.
That's right. And speaking of kids, my 3-year-old's been in the car the entire time while I've been doing this, so I'm going to reward her with a cookie now. And, yeah, it's always good to be on with you guys, and let's hope we have another great game.
There you go. Brian DeArdo. It's a good market to have the kids on the phone with, by the way. People understand. They get it.
Or the dogs. You went ham on the guy with the dogs the other
Who
day.
had the dogs?
I forgot.
It was it might have been Pete Futak.
Yeah.
He had all those dogs. I was like, now, hold on a minute. Tell me those dogs' names. Have they been good boys today? I do. I'm all about it. When I heard the 3-year-old in the background, because I have a 3-year-old, and she's in the background all the time. There's a lot of Teams calls that I have for work that I'm like, oh boy. Good thing I can put this on mute while somebody else talks. Yeah. It's difficult, so we get it. All right. Let me see here. We got to let's take a break. We'll come back. We're going to have Sam Farnsworth on at some point here in the program. I just trying to work it out scheduling wise for him as he's in Milan Cortina. Such is life right now. It's almost midnight there on the continent, so we're going to get some thoughts on the opening ceremonies, thoughts on some of the biggest athletes here, of course, from not just the state of Utah, but also Team USA overall. The games are underway. Of course, that's how it works. They are already kicking things off, and we're excited about it. So we'll let you know when we get Sam available as well. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got early unusual northbound slowing in Ogden from the 21st to 12th Street exits, but the drive on I-15 up to that point from downtown is looking just fine. Several spots of reduced speeds in Salt Lake County on southbound I-15 are already starting to develop between Murray and Draper. Keep that big event energy big. Take UTA and skip the parking lot. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit culliganslc.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your Jazz at 30 update right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Rookie Ace Bailey on how good it's been to have Isaiah Collier back in playing again in Atlanta. What a time to be together.
I mean, we both played in Atlanta, even though we was rivals. I mean, it's still good to have two Atlanta boys on the same team, so that's always fun.
What you love to see, a close game that may have ended in a Jazz loss. But yeah, here's your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by U of U Health. University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's University of Utah, uofuhealth.org, for you, for life. More to go around the corner. Stay right here with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 East KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Stevenson Sylvester, Sly sitting in for JJ, who's out in Santa Clara. We're going to dip in with Sam a little bit later in the program. From the site of Super Bowl 60, I don't know, like, in my mind, maybe it's not, like, it's just wild for me to think that you played in a Super Bowl, Sly, because, like, wrapping my head around just, like, getting excited about the Super Bowl as a fan is wild enough. And you get excited, and I'm just thinking to myself, it's your rookie year. You go and you play in the Super Bowl, and when those flash bulbs are going off, because that's the thing. Like the Super Bowl, they always say, they go, watch the beginning of these games.
It's the most amazing thing.
Peyton Manning even said, he goes, I'm watching when Devin Hester returned that touchdown against them in that Bears Colts edition of the Super Bowl. It was funny because he goes, I just wanted to see, because they hadn't been to the Super Bowl, right? That was his first time there. He goes, I had to turn around and watch all the flash bulbs go off because I know that that's like a thing. And sure enough, they're showing it in slow motion. He goes, gosh, it's just amazing because as soon as the ball gets kicked off, that's when they start all popping. When they gets kicked off, boom, they all start going off. And he catches the ball, and he's looking around the stadium. Peyton's looking around the stadium going, just an amazing sight. And then he looks over, and he's at the 50, the 40, the 30.
Oh, wait.
20, 10, 5
nobody
touchdown.
stopped him yet.
And then he goes, all right, well, this is great. Like,
All right,
he goes,
Tony Dungy.
I got to
the man again.
We're going to kick right at him. That moment, pretty crazy. I was thinking about gutsy calls in Super Bowls. And I think that, and I don't like this guy in particular, but when Sean Payton came out, I think of the Philly special, right? That's a great call, right? And to turn the Patriots on themselves, right?
The 2009 Super Bowl.
Yeah, to have the Philly special where Nick Foles caught that touchdown after he had handed it off, and he's the backup. It has a little bit of a vibe of this game too, where he comes in, he takes over for Carson Wentz, who was like having a phenomenal season. And I think about those things. I think about all that stuff happening. I'm like, man. But Sean Payton, when they did the onside kick to start the second half against the Colts,
Super Bowl 44.
In the next time around, when the Colts are back again, that is crazy to go for an onside kick.
At the beginning of the half.
See, and this is the stuff that the dynamic kickoff doesn't allow you to have anymore. That by itself should be an argument like, yeah, but we can't get this wild, catch you off guard kind of thing.
Man, for me, I think about that all the time. And because when I was playing is when they started changing the rules, from because I remember guys used to have XFL runs to catch the kickoff. They could line up 20 yards deep and get a head start and hit it on the run. And I was always the 11 and 12 yards, get my head start, and then I'm rolling. I'm all the way down. And then they make you go down the 5 yards. So they were continuously changing. And for me, I think a lot of guys made their hay on those special teams plays. And kickoff's very different than punt and very different than other things. And so you got special teams guys, you're taking away a lot of their stuff. And honestly, with this new model, there's been more kick return for touchdowns than I thought there were going to be. And so, of course, there's always ways to scheme everything. But, yeah, changing those rules, and especially in the Super Bowl, I was on kick return in my Super Bowl. So I was able to, hopefully they kicked the touchback. And so it was great. I was able to I wasn't watching the ball. Normally I watch the ball on my drop back. I was watching the crowd. Man, those flashes are incredible.
It's wild to see, huh?
It's incredible, and it's one of the biggest things about the Super Bowl.
Well, but nowadays, I don't know, Christian, you're one of those young people. Who's got a flash on anything these days? There's not a soul in that stadium that's got a flash bulb on there, unless they're just doing it for the effect. Everybody get your phones out. Everybody get your phones out and take a fake camera picture.
Right, make sure the flash is on, Christian.
Yeah, wait. How were they doing it before?
Oh gosh.
These little things where they go click. Those ones. I guess they all had their own Kodaks out. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe they did it maybe it's like now they just pass out the LED bracelets like they do at the Taylor Swift concerts and go, hey, everybody, here's your fake flash.
How do you know what a Taylor Swift concert involves?
Stop it. I collect the bracelets. we don't need to talk about this. But that's what I'm saying. They want to have that effect still, so maybe they have a fake version of it. But looking at the Super Bowls and looking at how these things kind of get shaken out over the years, it is funny to try to guess on or to try to determine which ones are the best games. Mm-hmm. It's very subjective because obviously if you've got a dog in the fight, that's one thing. And speaking of dog in the fight, did you believe Tom Brady this week when he said, I actually don't have a dog in this fight?
Yeah.
Because all of his former teammates and even former non-teammates are pissed and they're calling him out and saying, you're lying, dude. You have a dog in this fight. You played for that Patriots team for 20 years.
He don't care. I truly believe
you think he doesn't care.
I think he does not care.
He's just trying to do the down the middle thing as a broadcaster now. That's crap.
I mean, I do.
He even owns a team. So when the Raiders are in it, he's not going to have a dog in the fight?
I mean, that's
Does he
different.
potentially have more of a dog in the fight for the Raiders?
That's a different fight.
No way.
He already had angst when he left New England, right? And now that they have the potential of being the team with the most Super Bowl wins and setting all the stages, and Drake May in his second year going to the Super Bowl and all the narratives changing, and Tom Brady essentially, you can't. The guy has 7 Super Bowl victories and 6 for New England, of being a forgotten thought. But, I honestly think that he doesn't care. I don't think he's cheering for the Patriots at all. He's won his last Super Bowl with a different team. He's got to be happy for Vrabel and that coaching staff and, of course, New England. But at the end of the day, he's a Cali guy. And now as a broadcaster, I'm pretty sure he's sixes. He wants to have a great game to call.
There's no way he's sixes for any of this. I don't believe it 1 second.
I do.
First of all, you know what he is? He's pandering. He's trying to be like, oh, I love everybody.
Of course, the narratives that are coming out if he said he had a dog in the fight?
But no one would say, how dare he have a team that he would want to win over the other. He's not broadcasting the game. It's an NBC game.
Right.
So it's not like he has to be like, well, I got to be neutral for the broadcast. I could see him not saying anything about it, no comment. You know what I mean? And everybody can guess. Guess what? The team who made him famous or who he helped make famous.
But it's the same thing of what we're doing now as him saying he doesn't have. We're all speculating anyway.
So I guess the equivalent would be, let's say you played at Utah your entire career, just as a hypothetical. You didn't try to transfer somewhere with the NIL money getting big. I can't believe you turned all those zeros down, man. It hurts, doesn't it, to talk about that era? Like, you're like,
really,
if I was just born
does.
10 years later. So that's like saying when a game kicks off at the College Football National Championship and you're working for CBS Sports and Utah is firing it up against Alabama, just to really accentuate the fact that there's a history there, you would absolutely have a dog in the fight. So don't do this thing like, I understand where he's coming from. I get it. You would absolutely have. You're the guy who still says we about Utah. You can never drop it.
You're right.
You'll never be that. And so why would Tom Brady?
I don't even hesitate when I say we.
That's what I'm saying is like there is not a. So why would this be any different? A guy who obviously played 20 years at one place and won 7 or 6 Super Bowls and 5 Super Bowl MVPs of the team. Nah. Who's playing? That's interesting. No, I really don't have a team. I don't have any friends on that team anymore. It's like, get out of here. Get out of here.
Okay.
Nobody believes you.
You
You're
made a
pandering.
very strong case right there because you used me as an example.
I know. And so you're like, I get where he's coming from. No, you can't because you would never get there in your head either because you're too loyal.
Right. I get it. I don't know. It had to be how I departed from my.
Right. And Tom isn't. Oh, yeah. That. You know what? That might have actually affected him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not like his time there ended like
graciously.
Bed
He
of
took so
roses.
many pay cuts to get everybody in, and Patriots didn't do him any justice, and he still was top in the league. If he just had his 2007 type team,
interesting.
Year after year, how many more Super Bowls the New England Patriots would have won? Yeah, man, I don't know. You make a brilliant case because I'm Utah all the way, but yeah, man, I don't know. This is just an interesting matchup.
But you played for the Steelers and you're not Steelers all the way. Like you'll go.
Right.
I don't have a dog in this fight. I mean, yeah, I played for Pittsburgh, but Mike Tomlin's not there anymore. Like that makes a difference.
Well, this whole NIL stuff and money stuff makes things differently. You don't have the same fealty that you used to have back in the day. There's a lot of pride that went into your collegiate teams, and that carried over into the pros. And when you go into the pros, the way the business is and how they can drop you and the way they treat you and this and that, it's easy to, I don't care. It's whatever. It's not the same as college and the grind that you did with all of that, man. So I would just say the times have changed, and now college is probably more like the pros. And so you get these guys who maybe they were at Utah for a couple years and they move on. They don't have that same pride as me who went there on my 4 years and all of that. So I think the business of the NFL probably gives Tom Brady that type of feelings.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. I've got a would you rather that you're not going to want to miss. So we'll bring that up. We'll chat more about that. I think we're anticipating the top of next hour to talk some NBA. That's when we'll get to some Utah Jazz as well, who came off of that 2-point loss just at the very end. Darn it, getting nicked by the Hawks last night. They were this close. The ESPN percentages had them all the way up there. They fall short, but quite a game. So we'll talk at the top of the hour, more NBA and much more to go around the corner here with you on a Friday edition of the program, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the PBR Salt Lake City, presented by Busch Light at Delta Center, February 6th and 7th. Tickets at deltacenter.com and pbr.com. Hold on tight for the ride of your life.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour returns for part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified phenomenon Post Malone. Live at Rice Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets this Tuesday at 10 a.m. at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it's your Mammoth at 50 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Of course, the Mammoth taking a little bit of a break here as the Olympics get fired up. These guys get a little bit of a chance to get right. Dylan Gunther talking about Logan Cooley coming back possibly after that Olympic break.
Yeah, I think because we've battled through with injuries. I mean, we haven't played a full game with our full roster. I think a lot of teams will probably be back healthy. I mean, Coles is a huge part of our team, so I mean, that's a big player loss, and I thought that collectively we've stepped up and stayed in the race, and now just can't get complacent when he's back. I think just keep pushing.
Here's your Mammoth at 50 update. We've got a Would You Rather around the corner. Stay right here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everyone, welcome back. Happy Friday to you, the Friday before the Super Bowl, the opening ceremonies of the Olympic Games in Milan Cortina. Officially in the books. I always love watching them parade around. And it's really funny because I'll go, I wouldn't have gone with that. I wouldn't have gone with that with that ascot, Chechia. I don't know if I would have worn that. Oh, those berets, tacky.
Oh, God.
What is that, Canada Roots? Come on.
Who's their stylist?
It is. It's like, I think Roots does all their stuff.
Bag of chips.
It's like going through the home show and you go, this 14,000 square foot place, I could have seen better. I'd have done better in this room. I probably wouldn't have put that TV stand there. We do that.
Oh, they use Maytag? Are you serious?
We do that.
2026 and they're still using Maytag.
What's funny is that I see those go through and like Ralph Lauren is obviously like the big
right.
Clothing provider for Team USA. What's funny is you look at it and you go, that's a cool jacket, man. Let's see. Oh, $991 online? Okay. No thanks. It is like there are multiple $1,000 things you can buy that are part of the Team USA getup. A lot of teams this year going for the full length, like hole in the bottom sleeping bag. You know that look? You know what I'm talking about? The sleeping bag with the feet on the bottom, with the holes on the bottom?
Yeah.
It's like a sleeping bag robe. Lots of countries go in that direction. I get it's cold, but you don't need to look like your Nana walking through like you're trying to get a snack in the early morning.
Hey, man, every Nana's...
the Nona, sorry, not your Nana. It's the Nona.
The Nona's moo is legendary.
We were talking about this before the show because they did... we had some Italian sandwiches, some Italian sodas down in the thing. We're celebrating the kickoff here. Some guy had the guts to tell me as he walked through, he goes, this isn't Italian. This isn't real Italian. I was like, buddy...
Hey, Jimmy John's is as Italian as it gets.
Valters was not available. I'm really sorry about that. Would you have at least gone with the unlimited salad, soup, and breadsticks at the Olive Garden?
Hey,
make you feel more comfortable?
Nobody better talk smack on the OG. That's my spot.
The OG.
Hey, man, I got gift cards over there.
They're like, Mr. Sly.
Oh, you back again?
No, they don't have an accent. Who am I fooling?
We have your table ready for you.
Some girl from West Jordan's like, hey, Sly, you want your usual table? I've asked them to put...
Me and the boys are going to party at the OG, all right?
I got your request. We'll put more American cheese in the Alfredo sauce. It's fine. All right, so I've got a would you rather here.
All right, let's do it.
I've got in front of me the most that Americans consume food across the entire year for different things.
Across the year,
across the
Super
year.
Bowl.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So, hilariously enough, so you think about what are the big ones? The Thanksgivings, your Christmases. New Year's is actually ahead of Christmas when it comes to
parties,
the food consumption. Thanksgiving is obviously number one. Number two is the Super Bowl, and then it goes after that to the rest of the other ones. Like I said, Christmas is fourth.
July?
Third is 4th of July is in the top five. They're number five. That's a lot, right? But they're saying Mother's Day weekend is huge. Easter weekend's huge. Get the ham out, right? And then there's National Prime Rib Day. That's a big one. I need to start celebrating that. I've never celebrated it once. You, Christian?
What
no?
What day is that?
Oh, you don't know? It's the day Sir Prime Rib was assassinated. April 27th. Yeah, April 27th is National Prime Rib Day. National Pizza Day is right around the corner here on February 9th. So.
Oh, is that?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
All right, so my question for you is, would you rather have a Thanksgiving feast or a Christmas feast or the Super Bowl food that you get? I'm going to make you answer this too, Christian. Think about it.
I'm Thanksgiving.
Because everybody's
Thanksgiving is my number one holiday. I'm a fatty, bro. I love the food, the variations, the different stuff from I love vegetables from green beans to mashed potatoes to like whatever.
You haven't heard my sermon. You haven't heard my sermon on how Thanksgiving is actually a fake. It's a phony.
I don't even care.
Turkey sucks. Pumpkin pie sucks.
Yes, I agree.
I'm saying in comparison with what we could be getting. Christian, what are you? A Thanksgiving?
Could be getting. What is the alternative?
Super Bowl.
I
you like the
all those
snacky
holidays,
stuff.
trust me. But yeah, if I'm going, all you can eat of any of those holidays, I'd go with the Super Bowl. Route.
What's the Super Bowl like thing? Are you the chicken wing guy?
Oh, wings, the buffalo dip, the sliders.
You're taking that over Thanksgiving?
I'm with him.
Dude,
I'm with him. You know
Are
why?
You serious? You can have that any day of the year.
So you can have Thanksgiving too, but you don't. You know why? Because it's actually garbage food, and this goes to my next point. When was the last time
You're talking about my cranberry over my dressing?
You only eat it once a year for one reason.
Wow,
it's because it's actually overrated.
You know what? I won a bet against my wife, and I told her I wanted a mini Thanksgiving in the summer. So you know what? I can have it whenever
I love the idea of Whitney having to put some turkey on the table.
Oh, she was pissed.
You at least make it some smoked turkey. Right. Yeah, I'm with Christian on this because, look, it's a customized smorgasbord.
Yes,
it's a fat guy's dream.
Jalapeno poppers.
Oh, come on! I love how you did the inflection.
The accent. You heard that? You heard that too? Wow.
I'll have the jalapeno poppers. You wrap them in bacon?
Either or, man.
Okay.
It's the same thing as 4th of July.
4th of July, great, but it doesn't. I don't think it touches the Super Bowl.
I'm actually sending you a video of my meatball subs this weekend. It's on the menu.
All right.
We're doing that.
All right.
I agree. You could have a lot of variety with Super Bowl Sunday, but you know what? Nothing tops Thanksgiving weekend and the leftovers that you have.
If you wanted to find out what food celebrations are happening in our country during the month of February, they celebrate National Bubblegum Day, Eat Ice Cream for Breakfast Day, Super Bowl Sunday, of course, National Pork Rind Day.
Who makes these things
for those who celebrate? Oatmeal Monday. Nobody needs that. President's Day.
I love oatmeal.
Big anyone. And then my favorite is on the 27th of February, which is National Tartar Sauce Day. Come on. We got to do better, America. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. And we've got a lot going around the corner. We're still going to get to some hot jazz talk and hot NBA talk because Jared Weiss is going to join us. He covers the NBA for The Athletic. He will jump on here. It's been a busy week for a lot of teams, including our own franchise here in town. I want to get the national writer's perspective on what this thing looks like
outside,
Come on, I like to see what's going on. So Jared's going to join us next. Stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Beehive Meals, of course, is your meal prep service that does all the work for you. Now, you have the tough job of opening the package and putting it in the slow cooker, but that's the extent of it. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to be able to change the way you guys have dinner together at home. Beehive Meals, local company. They started off just delivering these things out of their garage, and then guess what? It turned into something a little bit bigger. Started delivering to their friends. Then other people started to hear about it. Pretty soon, they were delivering to all of Utah. Then they were delivering to 7 states and then 23. Now it's 50 states. They're shipping all of their awesome Beehive meals to because it works. It makes mealtime an easy planning situation, but you don't have to compromise on the freshness. You don't have to compromise on feeding your family junk, and that's what you're going to be able to do. Plus, for us, we've had more meals sitting down together since we've been getting Beehive meals than we've had in a long time. If you're a busy family like we are, all you have to do is get yourself on this Beehive Meals. Go to beehivemeals.com. and go see for yourself. We've got 2 full-time parents and 7 kids in my house. We need this. You do too. Go check it out for yourself, beehivemeals.com.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event.
The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at the Delta Center on February 9th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in, everybody. It is, of course, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thank you for being with us on the program, everybody. We're kicking things off this hour. Jared Weiss covers the NBA for The Athletic and also dips in quite a bit with the San Antonio Spurs, if I'm not mistaken. And so, Jared, we appreciate you joining us. I love these trade deadline weeks. I'm trying to figure out if you guys as beat writers and people who cover the NBA, if you love trade week, if you love the end of the trade deadline.
You know, it's conflicting because it's the most exciting time and it's the most exhausting time. I'm not kidding. I haven't said this in a while. My thumbs are my right thumb is actually sore, and I think I need to go ice it. Just from the amount of texts and calls that I've been on, my throat hurts. Everything in my body is exhausted because we were literally on the phone and texting nonstop.
Yeah,
it's like being a radio host in Salt Lake City.
Well, that's but see, my voice is basically calloused over. It's been 20 years of talking for 3 hours a day. But I was looking at this and I was just thinking, it's called Woj thumb. I think that's who originated it. That was It's like a Liz Frank. You got the Woj thumb. Those are real injuries. So you saw this thing shake down, and here in Utah, we were particularly ear to the ground to see if Danny and Austin Ainge and Justin Zanuck would pull the trigger on something. And sure enough, a couple days before the deadline, Jazz fans were treated to quite the trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. to get here to Salt Lake City. That was a big move for them. But what does the rest of the league look at that move in bolstering this roster? Because here it's being touted as the end of the rebuild. Is it going that far? Is that going too far?
It is not the end. I don't know what y'all are talking about. This is Danny Ainge, Austin Ainge, like that. I think that you're going to see another move. As there's going to be some sort of reformation here. And it's not going to happen right away. I think there's going to be, like, Utah's not going to leap into contention right away. Probably. Save that one. Maybe a year from now, you guys are going to be laughing at me for saying that. Who knows? But, like, it's going to be a process just to teach a team how to win. The fact that the playmakers on the team are kind of younger, like, this, it's going to take some time for this team to figure it out. But you can see, especially, like, if Bailey really develops the way that Keontae's developing, like, you've got a starting five there that's got, like, serious contention potential in the near future. But like, one of the big questions is, like, Lauri Markkanen, when he has played, which is not that often, like, the numbers he's putting up are phenomenal. I just was having lunch with someone in the league today who we were just literally talking about, like, how much of a killer Markkanen's been when he's been healthy. And so now the question is, like, what happens when you kind of ramp him back into, like, all right, he's, like, not only is he playing every game, he's playing, like, seriously, he's playing defense, he's making the decision on offense. There's going to be a period here where it takes this team to break in. And then there's going to have to be an evaluation by the front office of, like, is this going to go in the direction we really think it's going to go, or do we need to make some other big moves? They have the assets available. They have, some young potential all-stars there. They have a lot of things they can do to change things. And also, like, how is this team going to work defensively? Like, is it just going to be unbelievable because of the length, or is there going to be some sort of disconnect between all the length they have and the ability to stay in front of the ball? So there's a lot of things they answer, but it was a good value deal. Like, you look at how much all-star players have cost in the last few years, even like fringe all-stars,
Right.
They got pretty good value there for Triple J.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I don't think the Jazz are done. I think there's a lot more things that need to move, but I definitely think this was a big move in the right direction, especially with Jaren Jackson. He's supposed to be a defensive guy, so you get help there. And,
defensive player of the year a couple years ago.
And he can
really good.
And he can score on the offensive side of the ball. He's pretty young, so I think they're moving in the right direction. But you say it's going to take a while. You don't think that they could have a Mike Vrabel type of turnaround here? Like, kind of jump back into contention, kind of how they were before the Donovan Mitchell days? Keontae George is talked about as having that type of potential on this team. But is that not a thing that in the NBA where you can have a turnaround like that?
You can. I just think, like, it takes some time to learn how to win. Like, but I think the thing that fans often forget is that failure is a very important part of success in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you need to come up short a few times, usually, to both get the desire to understand the nuances of the postseason and just to, like, figure out how you need to improve to get over the top. So it's just rare that a team can go from completely out the mix, like, very obviously tanking for a long time, to having that winning culture actually working right away. And we'll see how next season they put players with championship experience in the mix of, like, the back end of the roster to help these guys understand the nuances of winning. Like, it's a layered process, but I think, like, the most important part of the process is, do you have the core guys in place that you think have the talent to really carry you? And I think it certainly looks like the Jazz are knocking on that door if they're not there already.
Well, I'm going to ask you one here before we cut you loose, because I know you're on the road and it's been a long week for you. But Jared, what were your thoughts on the James Harden deal to Cleveland? We're trying to convince ourselves. I'm sure Donovan Mitchell, a guy who we know pretty well here in this market, I'm sure he's trying to convince himself this is a great move. But is it ever a good move to bring James Harden to your team?
It's a great question. By the way, I think I got another 5 minutes or so before I hit the TSA line, so we should be okay here. But, they decided as a front office that they had to move off of the Darius Garland situation. And they love Darius Garland. It's just that his toe has been an issue. His health has been an issue. And they really want to convince Donovan Mitchell to stay. And I'm sure you guys are familiar with what it's like having to do that, just being in that situation before. They really want to convince him to stay. And so they need to show him, like, a good playoff run this year. They need to cleanse the first half of his regular season and demonstrate that they can win, but they can at least potentially make it to the finals and keep them. And, we see this when you're a smaller market club, having a superstar player isn't just about being able to win ball games. It's also about the commercial aspect. Like, when you have one of these great marketable players, and Donovan Mitchell's a very marketable guy, he's a great guy, he's a fascinating player, he's entertaining, it allows you to sell luxury suites. It allows you to sell courtside seats. It allows you to sell brand partnerships and get sponsorship money. Like, they don't just lose the money of, like, ticket revenue. There's all these other lot of reasons why Cleveland really wants to keep Mitchell around. And also, like, I think he's a great player, and I think they could win a championship with him potentially. And so I don't know how Harden is going to fit. Harden has been a consistently great regular season player who has continuously had struggles in the postseason or even just completely thrown in the towel in the postseason. So I really don't know what's going to happen here at the end. But listen, they needed a healthy guy, and they got one.
Yeah, so that's crazy. The NBA's been funny, this whole trade stuff. What was the most unique trade that has happened here the last couple weeks? Of course, the end of the day was a lot from Anthony Davis going to the Wizards. You got Luke Kennard going to the Lakers, and one for
maybe
me.
Maybe it's Giannis not going anywhere. Too.
Yeah. Like what was the most unique storyline here? I mean, for me, I Jose Alvarado for nothing pretty much there. Going to the Knicks, that's a huge asset for the Knicks that they acquired there at the end of the trade deadline.
I mean, just personally, as someone who's covering it, it was really surprising that Jeremy Sohan didn't get moved by the Spurs, just because it seemed like an obvious one. But we won't get that one's not as exciting, so we'll get into the big ones. The biggest one that was just a shocker was the Mavericks being willing to just salary dump Anthony Davis for a menial return and draft the compensation. And just honestly, I think it's impressively bold that they were willing to do that. Because, obviously the value that they got out of the Luka deal now is just, tragic, right? And it's officially the worst trade in NBA history, probably sports history at this point, unless we're kind of like Bill Russell back in the day. And so, for them to be willing to make that convicted of a decision because they really believe in the franchise's direction if they can move on from the situation, and just seeing the value that they got from just having peace of mind from moving on from the situation, it's just amazing to see it's worth just losing all value essentially, or most value in a deal like that. And so that was probably the boldest move of the deadline. And it wasn't the Bucks being willing to keep Giannis, which we all knew was going to happen. They weren't, they were never going to get good value for Giannis. We always knew that. Yeah. And then the other one is the Zubac deal. The draft pick that Indiana gave up, where it's top 5 protected or top 4 protected, and then 10 through 30 protected, Indiana was willing to give up a really premium pick, potentially in a premium draft, to bring this guy in, hoping that Halliburton comes back in full force and they're somehow able to get this great return from an Achilles injury and go straight back into contention. Their roster needs work even after this. They really mortgaged their future on this for a guy that's a really good player in Zubac, but not quite a franchise definer. So that was probably the most surprising and boldest move.
It's been pretty funny to watch. I always love I always love the grades after draft stuff too. It's just we got to give grades. You know why? Because our grandfathers did it. They gave out they gave out trade grades back in the day. So we're just going to continue that as well. Obviously, it's always yet to be seen if somebody inside of an organization can work. Here in Utah, it's not easy to get guys to come in here with big names, but if you do it at the trade deadline. And they certainly did with Jaren Jackson Jr. So, we're going to cut you loose here. I know you got to get through that amazing airport line because everybody loves being at the airport, especially this time of year. Jared Weiss covers the NBA for The Athletic, and we appreciate you jumping on here, Jared, and giving us your thoughts on this week. And we'll talk to you again, man.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
There you go.
Boy, it must suck to be Nico Harrison this past year.
Somebody get a beat on him? Is there anybody heard from Nico lately?
I
got to check in on that guy.
Does he have a job? Because that was terrible. How do you trade Luka Doncic?
Well, I'm gonna see if I can find him on LinkedIn.
And think that Anthony Davis was. I mean, I'm a Lakers guy, and I still thought that was just
open for work.
Hashtag looking for a move or whatever you say.
Oh my gosh! You got to go to another country, start managing some international
hashtag open
teams.
for work. No, it isn't a LinkedIn deal. It's Mendoza's got the LinkedIn deal now, right? Him and Nico Harrison should start teaming up, doing some LinkedIn stuff here. Yeah, it's crazy to me that in a day where you have a guy like Nico Harrison, and then you have the Vikings general manager who made a bad deal sending Sam Darnold. But I think everybody else looks and goes, yeah, but sending Sam Darnold, especially after they lost the playoff game the way that they did,
it's not like a Luka.
It's not crazy. But the thing that was crazy about that GM were the allegations that he was looking at. Where was he getting his draft stock from? The Vikings GM. It was something fun. Oh, it was on. He'd go to Pro Football Focus and be like, "Oh, what are the grades on here?" Yeah, when zero work done by himself.
You literally have.
He was just letting
scouts for your team.
The keyboard warriors were giving him hints on who he should draft. He's like,
gosh.
oh, "That's a great move. Maybe I'll do that." You're a GM in the NFL.
You're listening to
looking up Pro Football Focus grades.
Jim Harbaugh talk about freaking.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Well, so the NBA is funny because I think with the Jazz and the Jazz are an interesting team too because and you just heard him kind of laugh it off and go, no, rebuild's not done. I thought he was going to go, no, this team's still going to stink for a while. But the direction he went was, and this is pretty interesting, right? He goes, no, Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge, they'll have stuff up their sleeve still. I don't know what it is. I don't know when it's going to be. Obviously, it's not a trade deadline situation because it passed, but getting creative in the offseason on how to make this team even bigger, that is a total Ainge family tradition, right? Where you go, you thought that Jaren Jackson Jr. deal was pretty cool. How about I blow your mind with this one? Now, if it's not there, they don't find it, and they don't get it. But if it's there, Danny Ainge will find a way. And so you went all these years. And, Christian, I was telling JJ this week, you remember how much we heard the term big game hunting? Like, we stopped using it. You remember that?
Yeah, we had to put a ban on it because everybody said it so much.
Everybody said it way too much. And one, because it was like, Danny probably hated that he said it. Because as soon as he said it, everyone's all, oh, where's you said big game hunting, and I just want to know where this big game is coming from. And it never panned out because timing-wise, it didn't work out. So when the Jaren Jackson Jr. thing comes up, and they go, this is what he's talking about, and he can get out from underneath that whole idea of we're just going to go out and find these big names.
Yeah.
And people obsessed over that, like, make a big trade. Go out there and make a big trade. Hey, win the lottery. It's saying go out and get a big trade is as worthless as saying, hey, just go out and win the lottery in the NBA. It doesn't work like that. And so bringing a guy in, and I was listening to Jake and Ben this week when it happened, when they kind of rolled it out. And my initial thought was, I don't know. I mean, I always wonder, because we have this, like, Utah insecurity, right? Like, I wonder if they're going to like it here, or if when he traveled here, if he hated it. Did he get good enough food when he was here? Or is he going to get a cool apartment? And it's like, do you like us? You know, we want you to like Utah. We want people to like Utah. And it was good to hear that he's a character guy. They don't make that move if he's not. You know what I mean? They don't make that move if he's not.
Right.
And so I think from a locker room building situation, all of the
I trust Ainge's assessments of guys.
All of the negative stuff that they say about Jaren Jackson, you're like, yeah, but he doesn't rebound very much. You see his assist percentages? Second worst in the league. I'm like, oh, that's why they got him, so he could really dish the ball a bunch. Like, that's not what. And by the way, the rebounding thing, you got Walker Kessler, and by the way, Kyle Filipowski is a phenomenal rebounder. Like,
yeah, he is. Yeah, Flip is good.
So when you get guys coming in, you go, no, we're not asking him to do that. That's why his best year in Memphis as a defensive player of the year was when he played along with Steven Adams. Was when he had next to him. That's why they drafted Zach Edey, because they're like, we're not asking
get the
Jaren.
Best out of JJJ.
We're not asking Jaren Jackson Jr. to get 15 rebounds a game. Right. Let Zach Edey do that. You know what we want him to do? Be an absolute terror to people around the rim and to contest shots that most guys in this league can't do
because of their size, but his athleticism plus size can on the defensive side of the ball.
It was the thing that made Rudy Gobert so good. And a lot of times it didn't show up on paper because guys, the adjustments that they had to make to try to shoot.
Defensive MVPs here.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, but even though they didn't end up as blocks sometimes, the amount of times that guys would shoot and they're like, oh, that was a terrible shot because I had to adjust so bad to this guy who's got an 8-foot wingspan. So I'm pumped about it. I think that the moves like that.
I thought it was great. I text you. I was just like, this is good.
No, of course it is.
This is good.
Because trade deadlines are also really good when you watch and you see teams make moves that make their teams better. And then, in contrast, you see the absolute desperation out of really crappy franchises. That's just as fun for me to watch, too. You watch these teams. You watch Washington. That Anthony Davis move.
What are you doing?
Is
Trae Young, Anthony Davis.
So dumb.
What resurgence is happening in this nation's capital?
Somebody made one of those fake cartoon movie trailers based off of this trade coming this summer. 5 years too late, and it had Anthony Davis and it had Trae Young, and Trae Young was like this like miniature of a person. He's like, we're gonna go out there and beat him. He's like, yeah, maybe. Actually, I'm hurt. He's like, actually, I'm hurt. So yeah, I mean that's what it is. They're trying to capture some lightning in the bottle that hasn't been there for either of those two guys in a long time. Could it fashion itself, of course, at some point and come back? I don't know. Are we going to see it again? Highly doubtful. Highly doubtful. The best of what we saw out of Anthony Davis was in New Orleans, not even in L.A. And don't give me the bubble title thing. Like, I don't think he hit the best version of Anthony Davis was when he was playing in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And that first year or 1 or 2 years in LA, he was good those first 1 or 2 years in LA.
And then after that, he got the reputation of never being available.
He got paid, and then he just sat on his hands. Did not do nothing. I don't know. Off season was atrocious. I'm like, what are you training for, bro? You just got paid. You ain't got to do nothing. You got like people like build some dang strength around those things. Like, what's going on? I don't know. He pissed you off as a Lakers fan for sure. Because, like, you should be easily getting better, and you're not. You got 40-year-old LeBron who's training his butt off in the offseason, and you're nowhere to be found. You don't have no training videos. What are you doing? You dribbled a couple times and went to the ice tub? Like just terrible. So, yeah, bad investment long-term as the Lakers extended him.
All right. We'll see, though. Again, you can give out as many draft grades. We can even talk about how great Jaren Jackson Jr. is of an add to this roster. Until we actually see if Walker Kessler is going to end up.
If it works, you got to see if it works, right?
Yeah, and I think the best version of this is obviously if they're able to get Walker back, a decent deal during the offseason, during restricted free agency. And that's not a guarantee. No. But we'll see. All right, we'll come back. When we return, we've got more, including, I think we're going to get Sam Farnsworth from Old Italy. By the way, this next Wednesday is a Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. You can win tickets this week. Here's what it is. You ready?
Let's do it.
Brian Regan to the Delta Center on Valentine's Day. That's right. Clean comedy over here at Delta Center. Get your tickets today, SeatGeek.com, or you can win them all day next week as well. Okay, we'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic is stacking up southbound I-15 in Utah County thanks to a crash on the entrance ramp from Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. The ramp is actually closed while the crash is being cleared, with delays for southbound I-15 itself backing up to Lehigh's Main Street. Elevate your dining at the Roof, now serving lunch and dinner. Enjoy ambiance, city views, and favorites like the bacon fig flatbread, steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Reservations or menu, visit theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade. Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court. Right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz.
You know, one thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lauri Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen as your front court, they're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the back court.
You've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz head coach Will Hardy talking about Isaiah Collier, how much he's been chipping in, playing a ton of minutes these days too.
Proud of our young group. I think we're continuing to show signs of getting better. I know a lot will be made of Isaiah playing 48 minutes again, but he's a young kid. And, yeah, I'm not going to talk about load management.
I'm not going to talk about load management. Get that drop. All right, well, whose paycheck am I talking about? That's the other drop he had too, right? I love it. That's all brought to you by University of Utah Health. U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's University of Utah Health. For you, for life. Sam Farnsworth live from Italy. From the games of Milan Cortina. Next, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that thigh!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. Happy beginning of the Winter Olympic Games of 2026 in Milan Cortina. We saw Team USA along with all the other nations marching through for the opening ceremonies, all showing off their really cool outfits. That's part of the deal. It's basically the runway for how cool you look. Sam Farnsworth, KSL 5 Television, of course, one of our correspondents over in Italy, joining us right now on the program. Sam, the opening ceremonies, was it all it's cracked up to be? I mean, it's basically like a fashion show, man.
It was, right? I mean, they say Milan is the fashion capital of the world, so, right, I guess. The opening ceremonies, I enjoyed it the same way everyone else did back in Utah, which was sitting on my chair in front of the TV while I was getting some work done. I mean, they don't let the press into opening ceremonies. Like maybe if you're the top of the media world, but for the most part, we are left on the outside looking in.
Man, I know NBC kind of put you up there. You just got your pass. You forgot to read that email. No. So how many Olympics is this for you? You've done the Olympics before. How many times is this for you?
Yeah, I was in Paris for the Summer Games. The last Winter Games in Beijing, I was supposed to go, and then for COVID and safety reasons, about 5 days before we were supposed to fly out, KSL decided it would be in the best interest of the company and our safety, I guess, to keep us from going. I was ready to go. My family was ready. Like, we had prepared. I tried to talk them into it. I said, no, let me go. But no. So this is number 2 for me covering it, really.
When you are covering such an event, the event itself is the thing that's the story. I mean, all the actual events, people love. We in Utah, we love, our Olympics of any kind. And yet at the same time, it's the actual it's not necessarily each individual event. It's the people that are a part of it. It's the people that are the background. Obviously, there's a lot of ties to here. What are the things that you have circled on the calendar that you're going to be looking forward to and covering? Because we're going to be chatting with you a couple times a week here.
I've got quite a bit on my calendar. In fact, today I spent too much time probably just going over the next week of things that I have on the plate. It's going to be, I'm going to have a lot of hockey. There's no doubt about that, both men's and women's hockey. I'm going to be in, let's see, what's today, the 6th. So right after the Super Bowl, pretty much I'm not going to be able to watch the Super Bowl because I'm going to be getting on a bus to a train and then on a bus to go all the way up to this small ski town called Livigno, northern part of Italy, where there's the freestyle skiing and the moguls, and where we just have dozens of locals competing up there. So I'll be up there for about 4 days, and then I'll get back literally straight from Livigno right to Santa Giulia Ice Arena for the United States' first men's hockey game of the Olympics. So it's going to be a busy week, and then we'll see what happens after that. I'll reassess after that for the last week and a half of the Olympics, but it's been good so far. I think the first event I really covered was yesterday. I covered the U.S. women's hockey team in their opening game, 5-1 win over Czechia. And I don't know how acquainted the listeners are with Hillary Knight. She's like the GOAT of hockey, especially women's hockey. But this is her 5th Olympic Games. There's not any other hockey player in the history of the United States who's been to 5 Olympics. She has 4 medals. She's going to get a 5th. And she lives in Utah now. She has for the last couple of years. She's been helping Alexander Kerfoot of the Mammoth out with some youth clinics specified towards young girls and helping them learn the game of hockey. And so that was really fun getting to know her yesterday.
Man, did you find a new Nona out there? We've been thinking about it over here.
I need to, man. I need to find a Nona that can cook me some good meals, dude. I don't know what the deal is with where my hotel is, but there is nothing around here. There's no restaurants.
My other question. That's it, because Italian is my favorite. What has been your favorite event thus far?
He said Italian is his favorite, but he also said that the GOAT is Olive Garden. Take it with a grain of. Take it with a massive grain of salt.
I'm not over there.
It's very offensive to the Italian people.
This far,
Olive Garden and Macaroni Grill, close second.
Yeah, Macaroni Grill.
Hey,
May it rest. I feel like it's not
Matt
around
Grill's
anymore.
great. Matt Grill's great. What's been your favorite event thus far that you've done? Not necessarily the sports events, but there's a lot of spectacles and stuff going on around there. What's been your favorite thing to do thus far?
Yeah, there definitely is a lot. For me, I mean, maybe it's just the recency, but again, just going back to yesterday's women's hockey game, that was just really fun for me to witness in person. The best female hockey players in the world on the ice, and then it was while we were in the arena. Here's a strange story. You guys probably heard about it, but we're in the arena. The women's game had just started when news broke that the next game was supposed to be Finland and Canada. The Finnish team. Women's team, they had to reschedule the game for a whole week because they had a norovirus outbreak in the team, and they only had 8 players that were healthy enough to skate yesterday. As of today, they had, I think, 16 total players on the ice. They're supposed to play the United States tomorrow. So we're watching that closely. Yeah,
I mean, hey, man, you go to the pickup basketball in the court, man. You don't need any subs, no line changes over there. You're good.
Right? Yeah. I mean, look, they're playing the giant of these games too in the United States. I'm not trying to say Finland's no good, but whether
tough,
they have a full roster or 12 people, I think it's going to be the same outcome.
I'm one of those guys that is a sucker for, because I turn on Peacock and they have that whole like Olympics button you can press, and I was watching the Switzerland-Czechia game in women's hockey today, and I was like, oh, and it was a shootout, and I think they had to go to like 10 different rounds before finally Switzerland won, and they'd come back. And I was just like getting some chills, and I'm going, I wouldn't care one thing about this game except for it's the Olympics, and that kind of brings that different tone there. Today, Lindsey Vonn has been kind of going at people on social media saying, hey, I'm not faking the ACL injury. It turns out that it is 100% blown.
People say they were faking it?
Oh, they're saying they're trying to make it dramatic and stuff like that. I'm like, is it not dramatic enough that she's 41 and is doing this? What are the chances that she does medal? I know that let's assume that her injuries are easily overcomable, I guess, just for this temporary time before she gets back to the States and has surgery. Where is she on the list of? Because I know she had a tremendous World Cup season. She still looks exceptional, but like this is a young person's sport. I feel like all these sports are young people's sports.
Look, I think in the downhill, it's all about speed, right? Mm-hmm. And if you can go fast, which she can, you got a chance to win, but you got to hold those turns. And that's where I'm curious to see where the knee comes into play. She looks great. She had a practice run today. I saw that practice run, and there's a couple of times where look, I'm no expert, but it kind of looked like maybe she was kind of trying to be soft and gentle with the knee, where she kind of cut loose a little bit on some of the turns. And her time wasn't great. Again, it was just a practice run. It was her first time skiing since she blew her ACL. So, there's no doubt about it. This is the story of the Olympics right now. And it may be the story of the Olympics for this entire stay here, especially if she ends up on the podium. I think she had a great chance to finish on the podium prior to her injury. With the injury, I still think there's a chance, but it's going to be one of those amazing Cinderella stories that they'll make a movie about in 20 years if she does get the medal, right? So no matter what happens, the world is going to be watching, because everyone wants to see not only what this 41-year-old who retired and came back and, it has been successful in the World Cup season to now being injured. Everyone wants to see what she's able to do.
Well, I mean, I'd love to see another Molly's game, down the road. Hopefully Lindsey Vonn can make a movie about that. No, man. Are you into curling? I've watched curling in the last few Olympics, and I'm like, there's a lot of excitement around that. I'm getting in it from behind the TV set. But are you into curling?
Dude, I'm telling you, like, I learn a little bit more about it every year. And this year, before we left, they actually had us all go out and do like a curling session and kind of get coached through it and stuff. But now you watch it and you understand the strategies a little bit more. And it's like when you finally understand darts and you watch the British people play darts and everyone going crazy. It's like, okay, I can see maybe why they're excited about it. But curling, yeah. And what's fun about it this year, I think, like, to me, when I think of curling, I close my eyes, I think of curling, I think of people who are in their 40s, still out at the Olympics curling, right? But this year, and I can't remember their names, but they're doing the mixed doubles right now. It's already begun. And the United States has this young couple, this young mixed doubles group that are probably in their 20s or something, and they're out there dominating. I don't think they've lost yet. I think
they beat Canada
6-0
today, right?
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, holy cow, the United States.
We're doing it.
Freebird, right? They play the song Freebird whenever the U.S. scores a goal in hockey. That's their goal song. I'm like, man, they should play that at the curling too. I don't know what's our anthem at the Olympics, but I'm telling you, the curling thing, it's going to catch the U.S. by storm if they finish on the podium.
Well, and it helps it. Because we've had some successful curling outfits that have come in, and then there's the added element of, I think these guys learned it when they were half drunk in Wisconsin at a bar, and they just got to be Olympians after that. Obviously, that's quite a stretch, but at the same time, it feels like one of those events where you go, oh, why does that guy look like me? Like, now they're very flexible, because I also couldn't bend over like that while they're sliding to send that rock down. But man, I look at some of the things that the Olympics stand for and how much fun this is going to be. And you've covered Super Bowls and you've done Olympics. I know the Olympics is a different beast because you're there for 3 weeks to cover the thing. But in terms of height of covering stuff in a sports career, where do those two things land?
Oh, man, this is a tough one. They're both immediately at the top, right? But I'm also one of those people who've said, you put me in a high school gym with 500 people that are very into it and excited about it, and I'll still get chills, like being in a good atmosphere. I don't care what the event is, what it is, and I'll be like, this is the greatest thing in the world, right? Right in that moment. I get that. I'm lucky enough to say I get to experience that often in my career, where I just feel like this is just an amazing moment that I don't want to forget. But there's no doubt about it. The Super Bowl, especially covering it for a fan base as passionate as the Broncos, I think there's something different about covering it when you go for your affiliate, kind of like what we do at KSL when it's just the NBC, or when you go and cover the team that you're actually there for, right? That you're delivering it to their fan base. So those Broncos Super Bowls were something pretty good. But tell you what, there's something about the Olympics too, especially back in Salt Lake, that people, they just love it. They eat it up. They get bit by the bug every 2 years, whether it's winter or summer games. Like you just said, Alex, you're watching, you're suddenly getting caught up. That's one of the great things about the Olympics. It doesn't matter what the competition is. We all get into it, and we all start, cheering for our country to win, no matter what the competition.
Yeah. And my kids get into it. It's a whole thing, man. It's awesome. You turn it on. There's a reason why Salt Lake is like the best Olympics market in this country, because we just we're suckers for competition, and if the flag starts waving at the end of it and tears start rolling down the cheeks of these athletes, it's even better. So
it's like the 4th of July.
Yeah,
all over again.
So from the let's go back to the hockey thing real quick, because I know Team USA is as highly ranked as they've ever been, and they're having quite a streak of playing some of their most exceptional international hockey. Of course, they won. I'm trying to think. So here in Salt Lake, Canada won gold. Yes, and
yes,
yeah. So that was.
Do you remember they took like a Canadian dollar?
Oh,
and put it on the floor, and they had the ice frozen over. So at mid ice of the East Center, the Maverick Center, they had like a Canadian dollar under the ice for the Olympics. I don't know who they knew to get them to do that for them, but Canada won those games.
But I'm trying to figure out if Team USA really does have a shot. I know we have one of the more talented teams, and we're pretty high up there in the rankings. I was kind of going through the IAH rankings throughout the year, and it's been Canada, U.S., Russia a little bit, but obviously Russia's not there. It's been a lot of these teams across the board, but this is as good as Team USA's ever been. Now, the women's team is phenomenal, and it's always a battle. Canada and U.S. are always right there. But what does Team USA have a shot at when it comes to medaling and maybe even getting at the very, very top of the podium?
Well, I think the expectation should be to medal. There's no doubt about that. I think they've got a legit shot at finishing on the podium. This team is talented. Just go back to the Four Nations last year, right? This is going to be pretty close to that because the rosters aren't that far separated from what we saw at the Four Nations. And if I remember correctly, that went to overtime to determine the champion. You know, you're just a couple of bad bounces away of the puck, a couple of saves of the puck away from the U.S. winning that tournament. You know, they haven't won a gold since that Miracle on Ice team in 1980. They won their first world championship last summer with Clayton Keller for the first time since 92 years. So the U.S. isn't a team that people expect to win it all, but they are a team that everyone expects to be right there in the Final Four, right? Finland's going to be great. You know, Czechia is going to be solid. Sweden's going to be amazing. And then, of course, you have Canada, who's just downright dominant, although their goaltending
went down, man.
Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. If the U.S. can get into a shootout with Canada, they might have a shot. So, but I think the U.S. I think it's reasonable to expect them to medal.
Sam, real quick, because I can't let you loose here on our pre-Super Bowl show without making you think a little bit about what really butters our bread here in Salt Lake, and that is American football. Seahawks versus the Patriots. Tell me your thoughts. Who wins this one? Give me good news here, brother.
Look. You know, if the Broncos were in it.
See, I was hoping to go this close without having to hear it, but I know you can't.
No, look, I'm going. When it comes to the NFL playoffs, I'm more of a recency guy. I go with the teams that are cooking, that are looking good, that are kind of rolling into the Super Bowl, and I feel like that's the Seahawks. And I don't think it's even going to be close. Ooh. So, you know, Debbie Worthen, she's out there covering the Super Bowl for KSL TV with JJ as well. She asked for all of our Super Bowl predictions, and I gave it to her yesterday. It was just the first thing that came to my mind. I spat it out, and I think it's Seahawks 34, Patriots 10. Mark it up. I don't think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be close.
Wow.
I can't I can't resign myself to believe you. Just because I just don't know. I know how this game goes sometimes. So.
Look, I don't know what it is with Sam Darnold, but
I know.
He's going to win himself a Super Bowl and be a hero in Seattle for the rest of his life, and he'll probably stink the rest of his career after this year. But, man, this year he's been amazing, hasn't he?
All you need is that 1 year, get that gold
awesome.
jacket.
Gold,
green jacket, gold jacket.
Let me see here. Sam, we're going to be dipping in, of course, a couple times a week here with you. So
sure.
keep us on speed dial. And, hey, enjoy the all-you-can-eat soup, salad, and breadsticks while you're out there.
Yes.
You and I can
delicious.
go to the OG when you get back and taste the difference.
All right. Sam, we appreciate it, man. I know it's late for you, so thanks for staying up late with us, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We'll see you.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Sam Farnsworth.
What do you think is
KSL
the most popular Olympic game? What is the 100-meter dash of the Winter Games?
I have a very, very, very interesting top 10 list that will answer all of those questions when we come back.
Oh,
how fortuitous of us. Okay, We'll take a break. We'll come back with the top 10 around the corner. It's Olympic based. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Don't cheat.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's a tough go right now on southbound I-15 from Lehigh to American Fork thanks to a collision at Pioneer Crossing, which is still closing the on-ramp there. A northbound I-15 crash near Beck Street is blocking a left lane and causing big delays for traffic coming out of downtown and heading north into Davis County. Attention Wasatch Front business and property managers, don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow service with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPave Utah. That is GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joe Mullinax, who does the Locked On Grizzlies podcast.
When Jaren has been at his best in his career, he has been able to play next to true centers. You have Walker Kessler, who can be that guy like Zach Edey was, and like Jonas Valanciunas, and like Steven Adams was. Jaren thrives where he's able to be a more perimeter-based big. He's one of the best isolation scorers in the entire NBA. He hits the three at a pretty solid clip. The rebounding thing, if you want your 6'11", 245-pound guy to rebound, that's going to make you mad. If you have a front court that could potentially be the biggest front court in the NBA next season, I don't know how much that matters, and that might be part of the Jazz's logic. They're interested in Jaren, the player, for what he is, not what he isn't.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself. In fact, I'm on the website right now. You know what you get over there at saltlakeCityFatLoss.com? You have a tab over there. It's an orange tab on your screen, and it says schedule a free 15-minute phone consultation. I can't recommend it enough. What that is just a 15-minute phone consultation with an expert at Salt Lake City Fat Loss who can tell you what the program is about. They even have a How It Works tab on the website. You can go through, look at the success stories that people have had, and also check it out because it is $200 off right now of the same program that helped me drop 65 pounds 2 years ago. I've dropped another 25 on top of it, but more importantly, I've kept it off this entire time. Hey, even Sly said I look good today. Look at that. Hey, I'm telling you, you can have those same results. You can also keep it off for good. Learn how to do it at saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at the Delta Center on February 9th. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the show today. Dylan Gunther says Corel Vamelka is a huge part of this playoff push for this Mammoth team.
We want to have individuals have success, and when the team has success, so do the players. And he's been a rock for us. I think he leads the team in wins, and just how he's able to go and perform every night because he plays a lot of games. So I think he just takes care of himself really well. And I mean, I don't think we're in the hunt without him. So
I've got an Olympic-themed top 10 coming right up. Stay here with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. with the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You heard Dylan Gunther talking about Veggie, how big of a deal he is. Of course, Karel Vemelko is going over to play for his home country. JJ Peterka is going over to play for his home country, Germany. Finland, of course, for Olli Mata. Team USA for good old Clayton Keller, of course. Am I missing anybody else? I think that's everybody, right? I might be missing somebody.
I think that's it.
I think I got everybody. Did you see what Nick Schmaltz said about this whole thing? He goes, oh, yeah, look, I mean, great, awesome. I love all these guys on my team. But when the Olympics start for these next 2 weeks, it's all Team USA for me. I hope all the other guys on our team going to play for all their other countries can pound sand. He said it. That's what he said. They can pound sand. I go, that right there. That's the edge. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Screw you guys. You're gonna take our gold medal away from us, man.
Hey, man, I'd like to come back to my locker room and brag. So.
You know what's funny is like, have you seen the John Hamm Team USA hockey commercials too? Like they're pushing hard, and they're all based around Team USA and this Team USA Team Canada rivalry. So I love it. All right, we're gonna dip in with Sam Farnsworth in just a little, or not Sam Farnsworth, the other KSL 5 sports host, and also my co-host on this program, Jeremiah Jensen, who's out in Santa Clara, California. We'll talk to him next hour. But first, I have an Olympic-themed top 10. You have the 60-second timer over there, Christian. You're also allowed to participate if you feel so inclined. And I've got to make sure I can find my list again here because I was...
Don't cheat. Don't cheat.
As soon as I brought up what the thing was, he was like, "Oh, that's crazy!" No. Starts clickety-clacking. One time, Sam Farnsworth, by the way, just straight up cheated. He was like, he's like looking at his computer screen. He's like, the 49ers. And I'm like, what are you looking at? He goes, what? I'm like, freaking cheater. You're like the clean as a whistle guy here at the station, and then you cheat as soon as you get the chance. The top 10 Olympic sports by TV ratings.
Oh, see, that was my question.
He wanted to know which one was this. So you've got 60 seconds on the clock. Both of you can make your guesses.
Just winter, just
summer,
winter, or all of
just
them?
Winter. Because I will just tell you, summer dominates.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Summer dominates.
This is incredible.
Winter specific. I have all top 10 of the most popular by TV ratings sports that people watch in the Winter Olympics. On your mark, get set, go.
Hockey.
Ding.
Snowboard halfpipe.
Ding.
Downhill skiing.
Ding.
Bobsledding. Cool runnings.
Ding.
Come on, Irv Blitzer. Irv Blitzer. No, there's no ping pong in hockey.
Speed skating.
What is it? Speed skating. Short track.
Ding.
Long track. Oh, figure skating. Michelle Kwan, baby.
Ding.
What else do we got here?
What's the ski jump?
Ding.
I said bobsledding already.
You did?
Luging. What is the curling?
Skeleton.
I just said curling.
Wait, what did you say?
Skeleton.
Ding.
Skeleton crew. Okay. Snowboard, downhill, skiing.
Slalom.
What?
That's part of alpine skiing. But
Okay, my bad.
Mhm.
All right. Shoot.
Ooh, we're getting there. I can feel it.
Oh, yeah.
I can feel my
It's
bones.
hurt-
The time's about to be up here.
Where is it at? This is a great 60 seconds. I love it.
Time's up. You guys I think you got
8, right?
Or 9. Number 1, figure skating. Number 2, snowboarding. Number 3, alpine skiing. That's the races. Hockey's 4. This one, I'll give it to you because I wouldn't have thought it was in its own category. But freestyle skiing, that's the one where they're doing the tricks and stuff.
You ever play the game
Number
Ski
6.
Free back in the day?
Yeah, of course.
Ski Free was my game, man.
On the on the old school, like on the Motorola phone.
Yeah.
You're like looking at it and going, ski free. Speed skating, you guys got it. Ski jumping, you guys got it. Bobsled, you got. Skeleton, you got. You missed number 10. Just number 10. Curling.
I said curling.
Oh, did he?
Sly said curling at the same time I said something. Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't hear it because you guys both. Okay.
Oh, don't you dare! You heard me.
He cheated. He cheated. I have it on. I have it on video. I got it on video.
I just talked to Sam about curling. I had to ask.
I know. That's what I was wondering. I was like, you can't mention. You got to mention the curling. Okay. Want to mention before we get out here.
Ping pong. That should have been on there. I don't know what the heck's going on.
My Hearing Center is going to be hosting Scotty on Tuesday from noon to 3. My Hearing Centers is located 8941 South and 7th East in Sandy. Go join Scotty and friends right there, noon to 3 on Tuesday. We'll take the break. We'll come back. Jeremiah Jensen, we're anticipating having a conversation with him when we come back. He is in Santa Clara for the Super Bowl. Stay here, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow, listen to the Utah Jazz in Orlando to play the Magic Saturday, 5 p.m. on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah State Aggies are at Wyoming to face the Cowboys at 7 o'clock. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And the Houston Cougars visit BYU. A huge showdown tips off at 8:30 on 102.7 FM. If you want to hear your company's name here, introduce your brand to thousands of potential listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets this Tuesday at 10 a.m. at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious, with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Been a fun show so far. Lots of Olympic talk, of course, with Sam Farnsworth last hour. And, that's a big event. It's cute.
It's cute.
It's a cute event that they're having over there in Europe.
In Milan.
But the big one. I'm so glad we don't have to save the big game when we're just talking about it. It's so annoying to hear all week long people calling it the big game because there's commercial stuff associated with it and they can't and blah, blah, blah. So
it's just
covering
the game, folks.
I know. Covering Super Bowl 60 for KSL 5 Television and also for us at KSL Sports. He is Jeremiah Jensen on the program with us. JJ, how'd the travels out to Northern California go for you, brother?
Oh, smooth so far, guys. Everything's coming together. And I'm just here to cover Bad Bunny.
All right, listen, I do expect, I know Milan is a big fashion place, but I'm looking forward to whatever wild outfit Bad Bunny's going to have tomorrow on during that halftime show. And you can't have an artist at halftime without having a little bit of controversy. That's half of the what you have to go by, the formula to win on those ratings. You think about Kendrick Lamar, you knew he was going to say some weird stuff, and he did, and it was phenomenal.
Weird or controversial?
Both. And and so there you go. You got a lot of it going on here, but we've kind of been talking all show, and you and I have talked about it this week. The Super Bowl feels like it lacks some luster here. Are we not giving it enough of its due?
The thing we're getting here is a great matchup, guys. Yeah, the star power, there's not a Tom Brady here. There's not a Patrick Mahomes. You're not going to have the celebrity interest in this Super Bowl. There's not going to be a Taylor Swift here watching her boyfriend play on the field, right? So that's a little bit different. Mm-hmm. But I think, guys, we're getting a better on-field matchup. Remember, last year's game wasn't great.
Yeah.
So I think the Patriots and the Seahawks deserve to be here. They played great throughout the season, the regular season. And they got it done in the playoffs, and it wasn't easy as both teams had different circumstances they had to deal with, especially the Patriots playing in the snow in Denver. That was not an easy way to get here. So they've earned it. They've deserved to be here. And because we have two teams that are so closely matched, when you look on paper, when you look at the statistics and all the analytics, we should get a great football game on Sunday, which is what we really want, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I know me as sports nerds over here. That's exactly what we're looking forward to. So playing on that, what should fans actually be paying attention to? Instead of all the spectacle of who's singing a national anthem or halftime shows or what Super Bowl commercials, as far as the actual game, what's the biggest matchup? What's the biggest thing that people should be paying attention to and wanting out of it? You said that the top-tier matchup here, but, why is that so exciting as far as X's and O's?
Well, there's so many great storylines. Let's start with Sam Darnold, a quarterback who was drafted by the Jets with a lot of hope and promise and a lot of expectation. And like every quarterback that goes to the Jets, it didn't work.
Right.
And everyone said, you're a bust, you suck, you're no good. And he just went along and found opportunities to stay in the league, took backup spots when a lot of guys drafted number 2 overall can't humble themselves to do that, and finally got the opportunity in Minnesota last year and played great. But they even cast him off, even though he won 14 games.
Right.
For him to come to Seattle this year and do what he's done, to win 14 games again, I think he's one of only 2 or 3 quarterbacks ever that have had back-to-back 14-win seasons as a starting quarterback. It's remarkable. And if Sam Darnold wins a Super Bowl this weekend, guys, he joins elite company. So I think if that happens, the way you talk about Sam Darnold changes. On the other side, you got a quarterback in Drake May, who's only in his second year and was in the MVP conversation. And to be a part of this Patriots turnaround, this rebuild that's taken place so quickly now in their 12th Super Bowl, when a lot of people thought the Patriots were going to take a back seat for a long time, has been pretty impressive. So those storylines, along with the actual matchup, there's a lot of interesting stats we can go over that may determine who wins this game. But you start with the quarterbacks, and right there, I think you have some intriguing storylines.
Aside from, the buzz that happens at these games, we kind of convince ourselves that, what the stories are going to be. Obviously, the Sam Darnold story is a big deal. A very, very close MVP race, which I was actually kind of shocked by, that Drake May gave a scare to the possibility of Matt Stafford winning that MVP, but Matt Stafford won it. But we were talking about that, and we were like, yeah, he got second in the MVP voting. But where is Drake May on the list of quarterbacks in the NFL if you were to put together a list of the top ones? Does that mean he's the second best quarterback in the league? It doesn't feel like it.
Probably not the second best quarterback in the league. I think he had the second best season for a quarterback. But to take that next leap, I mean, winning the Super Bowl would be a start. But you're going to have to do that over 2 or 3 seasons, I think. There's still a lot of great quarterbacks in this league. He's got to prove it more than one season that he's better than some of those names and some of those guys. But I think he's top 10, guys. Would you argue he's not top 10? Is he not among the top third of the quarterbacks in the NFL right now?
I guess I agree. Yeah. But because of how quickly the rise has been, it's like we aren't ready to put him on any lists yet because that's just the type of people we are. We wait for you to do.
Well,
I'm
a
show me
Broncos
more.
fan, Alex, and I don't know where I put Bo Nix.
Yeah,
but he just led his team to the conference championship game and a number 1 seed in his second year. So there's some great young quarterbacks in this league, and Drake May is certainly one of them. Is he top 5 yet? I'm not sure I'm ready to go there, but top 10, absolutely.
I don't know if he's top 10. I mean, there's got some. I think he's teetering top 10 though. But his second year, what he's been able to do with this team. A lot of people are talking about the schedule and how that benefited them. But for me, I think this is Super Bowls always come down to the limiting mistakes, right? It's the who never knows what mistakes in that first quarter is going to affect you in the fourth quarter. So in the battle of the mics, how important is coaching going to be in this matchup?
Oh, it's going to be crucial. I think there's going to be a lot of decisions that have to be made in this game because I think it's going to be close. How do they manage their timeouts? How do they manage some of those situations? How many times do they go for it on 4th down in this game?
Right.
A lot of tough decisions are going to have to be made. And with the NFL the way it is now, you see a lot of teams going for it on 4th down. As a Broncos fan, I watched Sean Payton go for it on 4th down, and that was a crucial play in the conference championship game, and it didn't go the Broncos' way. One of the reasons why the Patriots are here. So those calls and those decisions are going to be massive in this game. Which coach has the edge? I think that Vrabel is that rah-rah culture guy in the locker room. McDonald seems more of the analytically gifted guy. I don't know. I guess maybe that'll play out in the Super Bowl. But if you're looking at those type of things, that's kind of how I see those two coaches. But I could be proven wrong in this game. It doesn't mean they can't do both.
Right.
But the culture that Vrabel's established, it feels like he's inspired that Patriots team to overachieve. Whereas I look on paper, and that Seahawks team just needed a system and a way of doing things and some tweaks with talent that allowed them to make a quick rebuild. I think you look at Pete Carroll, and while he had a great run in Seattle, it's pretty obvious with his time in the Raiders that it was probably time to hang it up as a coach. And so you bring in new blood and fresh blood, and you get a quarterback that can win games for you, and you draft a receiver like Jackson Smith and Jigba, and you build a defense like that, you can win games at a high level. So I think on paper the Seahawks are the better team. They have the better skill position players. So coaching will matter. Coaching will have a big role in this game.
Jeremiah Jensen, of course, in California, covering this Super Bowl 60 here. Of all the Super Bowls that you've covered, which was the one that had the most hype going into it?
The most hype? Oh, man. Probably that Patriots-Eagles game. The Patriots at that point, Brady was getting a little bit older, but still considered in his prime.
Mm-hmm.
It was Tom Brady and Gronk, and they had won that game against the Seahawks earlier. And I think I'm trying to remember the sequence of years. If that
is that
was,
the Nick Foles? Is that the Nick Foles? Is that the Nick Foles year?
Yeah. I covered the Nick Foles Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think the year prior was that crappy. Yeah, the year prior was that crappy Rams game, like 13-3.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the Patriots were the defending champion, and here was another chance to win another Super Bowl. And you had the Eagles, who had never won one before, but had a lot of good players on that team. Obviously you remember the quarterbacks, the Philly special to Nick Foles. That's what that game will be remembered for, and the Eagles pulled off the upset and won a Super Bowl for the first time. So there was a lot of hype in that game because of Tom Brady. The last Super Bowl I covered was Rams-Bengals, and it was during COVID. It was weird. The Bengals obviously aren't a team that generates a lot of buzz, but that was a young Joe Burrow and a Bengals team that showed a lot of promise, and anytime LA is involved in anything, it makes a big deal. But I feel like that Patriots game was a big one with the Eagles, with the hype coming in with the Patriots and all the celebrity that was involved with that one. So, this is my fourth. I also covered the one that was also a Seahawks-Patriots Super Bowl. And Alex, I don't want to go into more detail, but we all know how that ended.
Well, what's funny is that I don't know what I think we have like NFL films up or something right now because it's
they're
showing
playing that game.
They're playing that game, and it's like, but every time they go in and out of the breaks, they just keep showing the Malcolm Butler play, and I'm like, man. Hey, so the I know. Listen, I get it. When it happened, what was crazy is I still can't believe it. You know what I mean? Like, I actually still cannot believe it. And I know a lot of Seattle fans feel that way. But we were going through the list of the Hall of Fame class for this year, and I was trying to figure out if we're okay with this list, how it ended up. And I'll bring it up here for you because, and I was telling Sly too, I get a little bit over the guys showing up at the front door, knocking on the front door. Like, when they do it a couple of times, it's great. Now everybody's showing up, knocking on doors. Dan Fouts showed up to Drew Brees' house. I don't think he recognized him, to be honest. He was just like, how you doing? No, deliveries around back. Like, if it wasn't wearing that gold jacket. No, but like, I love that these guys are making, I don't think people are, I don't know. I think it's funny that we limit it so much, but here's the class. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and the senior finalist was, of course, Roger Craig, who played all those years for the San Francisco 49ers, and he was part of that dynasty. And frankly, when they announced that he got in, I thought, oh, Roger Craig's not already in the Hall of Fame, but that's how it works. What are your thoughts on this year's Hall of Fame class?
I mean, it's a pretty solid class. I mean, Larry Fitzgerald was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. Sly doesn't have any sympathy, but it's a shame that Larry didn't get a Super Bowl ring. No. It took a phenomenal play by Santonio Holmes to pull that off. That was a great Super Bowl. One of my favorite Super Bowls to watch. But Larry Fitzgerald was an incredible receiver and deserves to be first ballot, as does Drew Brees. I mean, the stats speak for themselves. Right. A Super Bowl champion. I like Roger Craig as a veteran. When I was growing up, the 49ers were the dynasty, and Roger Craig was an important part of that, and he was solid for a long period of time there for more than a decade. So I think he deserves to get in that capacity. Obviously not being a first ballot guy, but being able to get in that way. I look at Bill Belichick not being in, guys, and I know that there's only so many guys they can vote in and all that kind of stuff, but how does the greatest coach of all time, how does somebody with 8 Super Bowl rings, with all the wins and everything he did, and you can love him or hate him, I don't care. You have to look at the accomplishments. How is he not in as a first ballot Hall of Fame coach? So that's the glaring omission for me. I didn't see a list of other snubs. I probably need to take a deeper look at that.
Eli Manning comes up a lot. Eli Manning comes up a lot because it was his second year to be able to get there. I think he'll get there, but it's just, that's one that people wonder.
But he had the rings, guys, but do the stats make him a first ballot Hall of Famer? Right. Not even close. So I'm fine with him waiting. I know it's dumb. If you're a Hall of Famer, you are or not. Why do you wait? Well, you need to give these guys their moment, and you can't do 20 guys every year. And there's years where there's going to be more than others. So I understand why they do it the way they do. And I also understand the other side of why people get frustrated, why this guy's clearly a Hall of Famer. Like, I think Steve Smith's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. To localize it.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And Steve Smith isn't in yet. Mm-hmm. But why not? Well, he's going to have to wait his turn. But, like, Torrey Holt's not a Hall of Famer.
Okay, that's what I was going to bring up. I've got a list of snubs in front of me. You tell me if these are people. Just tell me if they'll end up making the
go through and I'll
the
say
Hall
yes
of Fame
or no.
here. So Frank Gore.
He will make it someday.
I think so too. Elsie Greenwood, that's one of the senior class people, played for the Steelers for a long time.
Steelers.
It's crazy he's not in yet, to be honest. I remember the commercials when I was a kid.
Right.
Torrey Holt should be.
He's going to be. He should be a Hall of Famer, but
Eli
same deal.
Eli Manning.
Eventually, yes, but I think he needs to wait.
Terrell Suggs.
Terrell Suggs, one of the best pass rushers and linebackers I remember, part of those Ravens teams. He's a Hall of Famer.
Always playing second fiddle to Ray Lewis on that defense, right?
And I don't know why, because if you ask people around the league, and Sly will tell you, like, that dude was a menace.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the reasons why they were so good. So I think he should get in eventually, yes.
Reggie Wayne.
Reggie Wayne is still not in. All the catches he made with everyone remembers, Marvin Harrison with the Colts and Peyton Manning, but Reggie Wayne put up massive numbers. He should get in eventually. I get why he's not, though.
Kevin Williams.
Eventually.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. You play defensive tackle. He was all pro 4 times.
For the Bills?
Nobody remembers
Minnesota,
or thinks about the
Seattle.
defensive tackles
I know.
or the interior linemen, right?
Especially when you play for Minnesota for 11 years of your career.
Right.
Right. You kind of get lost. Yep.
Jason Witten.
Yeah, I think as a tight end.
Yeah, I think he'll be there.
Well, he just played for the Cowboys, so that sucks.
Darren Woodson.
I think he's being punished because he didn't win a Super Bowl with the Cowboys. And
For
that
sure.
whole group, Tony Romo, all those Cowboys underachieved, so I think that's why he has to wait.
And then Darren Woodson, also snubbed this year.
Darren Woodson needs to be in, and maybe next year's that year.
Yeah.
Darren Woodson's a Hall of Famer.
He had a 12-year career, and it was one of the best that we've seen at defensive back in Cowboy history.
And he won Super Bowls with those great Cowboys teams. He's got to be in.
Okay. Hold on. Let's take a quick break here. I've got some more Super Bowl questions, JJ. You cool to stick around for a minute here after we get back from the break?
Yeah, you bet.
All right, let's take another break. We'll come back. We'll dip in with our own Jeremiah Jensen, who's there in Santa Clara. It's a thrown together last-minute Super Bowl roundtable with a guy who played in the Super Bowl, a guy who's covering the Super Bowl, and a guy who eats a lot of food during the Super Bowl. So I think we got it all covered. All right,
easy on the wings there,
We'll take
Alex.
a quick break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 The Kids. Wait, before I get out, I got to tell you, I got to remind you, this portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. TrajanWealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Now we can get out. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've still got some big slowdowns across the valley. Southbound on the 215 West Belt from 2100 North down to a crash just past I-80. Heavy southbound I-15 delays from Ogden just before 31st Street down to Riverdale. Plus, southbound I-15 is also slow from 53rd South and Murray down to 7200 South in Midvale. Elevate your dining at the Roof, now serving lunch and dinner. Enjoy new ambiance, city views, and cozy favorites. They got funeral potato bites, scones, and signature steak, pork or salmon entrees. Visit theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder. At 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday throughout the NBA season. On your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Jazz at 30 update right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Will Hardy praising the coaching staff, getting these young players dialed up.
I think their consistency of their messaging every day to help these young guys grow has been tremendous. You know, we are and we will continue to reap the benefits of the work that's being put in by the young players and our assistant coaches.
That's your Mammoth 50 update right here. Did I say? Oh, no, sorry. That's your Jazz at 30 update. Yeah. Why did I just get mixed up there? That's not Andre Tourney. It's Will Hardy. Very different accents. Brought to you by U of U Health. At U of U Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uvuhealth.org. That's University of Utah Health for you, for life. We'll stay here with Jeremiah Jensen, who's live in Santa Clara, California, giving us his thoughts on the Super Bowl 60. More to go, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you being with us on the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We're JJ-less. We are Alex Napa-less. Christian Esparza spinning the hits over here for us today. Christian, we appreciate your help today, man. As always, phenomenal job.
And you know what? We're not JJ-less.
Oh, that's right. I'm just saying in the flesh. You know what I mean? We're getting virtual. We're getting AI JJ. I'm hearing that this isn't even the real JJ. He set up a phone and walked away. AI learned about his attitudes, and then this is what we're getting is AI JJ. Does that sound right, AI JJ?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's better AI JJ than JJ in the flesh. You don't want to see my flesh, trust me.
Very articulate AI.
It's that music, of course, is our NFL Blitz. No better time to have it than with somebody who's there in Santa Clara covering Super Bowl 60. I've got one for you here because this one, I think will be a good one for us. We talked about people who were snubbed this year for the Hall of Fame. I'm going to roll out people who are on this year's award winners at the last night's NFL top honors banquet that they have. It's like your high school banquet, you know. You have some food and then you get your letter jacket and then you walk off the stage. It's cool. So the 15th annual NFL honors ceremony. So I'm going to name guys and then you tell me if they are going to be Hall of Famers. Okay. So the AP most valuable player in this order went Matthew Stafford. Yes or no?
Yes.
Hall of Famer.
Josh
100%.
Allen. Or no, sorry, Drake May.
On his way.
Drake May first. Drake May first.
Way too early.
Very early.
Way too early.
Very early. Josh Allen on his way, you think? Okay.
On his way.
Trevor Lawrence also receiving a lot of votes.
Too early.
I'm just going to go hard no. I don't think he's going to make it.
I wouldn't say
his
hard
hair
no.
is Hall of Fame hair, though.
Hall of Fame hair. They'll cut it off and put it in Canton.
Sunshine hair. Wait till he cuts it off.
They'll cut it off and put it in Canton.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah. They have that big tall guy come in and go, Trevor, can I have a word with your hair? Not you. I need to talk to your hair. Christian McCaffrey.
I think he's going to be, yes.
I think so too. Yeah. So. I mean, we're guessing into the future, but some of these guys I look at and I go, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Whatever. How about coaches? Mike Vrabel.
As a coach?
Way too early.
I know. I'm making you guys project.
I don't know if it's way too early to project.
Oh,
that.
yes, it is.
He's had some great years. He went to AFC championships.
AP Coach of the Year twice. AP AFC Coach of the Year twice.
He gets a Super Bowl ring this year.
But also fired for being at Tennessee and not doing well. So that's a strike against you. All right,
it's a lot more difficult to get in as a coach than it is a player.
I agree.
Honestly. You have to stand out a lot more. You got to win championships.
Okay, I've got a handful of young guys. You can only pick one to make it to the Hall of Fame. Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, or Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald.
He's on his way, man. And what did you call him? Like Robo McDonald?
If you asked ChatGPT to make a head coach, he would come out. You could turn him out with some kind of AI generator.
He'd be 3D printed in your house.
He just looks like a robot coach, but he's good. He's really, really good.
All right, Offensive Players of the Year candidates. Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Do I think he's going to be Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I'm asking you to project. Don't say too early. You guys say yes or no. Okay. Drake May.
Yes.
Christian McCaffrey. You already said yes, right?
Yes.
How about Puka Nacua?
Yes.
Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Defensive Player of the Year nominees. Who's going to the Hall of Fame? Myles Garrett?
First ballot.
Myles Garrett, first ballot.
First ballot. Will Anderson, Houston.
Oh, yeah.
He's on the way, I'll say
He'll
yes.
be there, too, yeah. Oh, this one, I think you need to recuse yourself off of this one. Nick Bonito.
Nick Bonito, that's a tough one. Had a great start with the Broncos. There's got to be more longevity, and I can't put him in the category of a Myles Garrett. So I'm saying this as a Broncos fan. I have no idea. I guess I'd probably say no because he's still got a long way to go.
Okay, how about Micah Parsons? Michael.
No.
What? Aiden Hutchinson.
I'm worried about this injury. I don't think he's done enough before the injury. We'll see.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't. He hasn't done enough to this point. And what is he going to do after this? You're asking me a yes or no right now in their career. I would have to say no.
Okay, this is an even tougher category. The Offensive Rookie of the Year candidates. You got to really project here. Ted McMillan, he was your winner of it.
No.
It's how wide receivers got to do a lot, man.
I don't trust him long term.
Also on the nominee list, I don't know if he was there. He must have been at the party if he got invited. If he got an invite, you got to be there. Jackson Dart.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. I'm going to say no. I think he's going to have a great NFL career, but to be the elite quarterbacks, he's going to have to put up some massive passing numbers, and we haven't seen that yet from him.
I think if he goes to a different team, being in New York boroughs just sucks. So
it's tough.
If he goes to a different team, gets a good coach.
Become the next Sam Darnold. Get a reset somewhere else.
Right.
Trevion Henderson.
Ooh, I like
that's
that.
early. That's early, too.
I think he's going to be a New England staple.
Yeah, but you know what? Freaking running back. I'm just going to not put any running
backs. He's going to be
backs.
on a really good team for a long time.
Okay.
No, I didn't see enough this year to say that.
Yeah, and I think that running backs now, they have to do so much more to like turn the eyes. It used to just be
there's no Terrell Davis.
Longevity and B, massive numbers.
Yes.
And especially right after the gate, because your shelf life as a running back is very short.
Right,
so he didn't have that 1,000-yard breakout season his rookie year. He's behind the 8 ball.
Okay. Defensive Rookie of the Year. Carson Schweisinger got the win for the Cleveland Browns. They had a lot of guys winning awards for not actually winning very many games this year.
Yeah, really. Seriously. I'm going to say no.
Abdul Carter, Giants. I'm going to say yes on that.
Oh, man.
That guy's going to be insane.
Pass rushers, you have a chance to rack up a lot of sacks, and you get that notoriety. I'm going to say no, but I'm probably going to be wrong.
James Pierce Jr., Atlanta Falcons. Not enough.
No.
Comeback Player of the Year. Christian McCaffrey. He's a Hall of Famer. Come on.
We said
yeah, we've already discussed him.
Stephon Diggs.
That's a hard one.
We've
got a body of work, right, guys?
Yeah, he does have a body of work.
And up until this point, he had more passing yards and touchdowns in the postseason than any player that had not reached the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And now he's finally there. He's had a lot of success with 3 different teams now at a high level. He's kind of like that. We had that discussion about Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne and Steve Smith. It's really hard to get in as a receiver. I'm going to say no.
What? All right, so do you think here's a snub?
Does the pink cocaine make a difference in this deal? Is
Strangulation of the pink cocaine. What about Antonio Brown? Does Antonio Brown no Super Bowl wins?
AB.
Oh yeah, he does. He got a Super Bowl win in Tampa Bay.
I'm gonna go.
Does he? He's
eligible next year.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
I'm gonna say NO.
Next year.
You're gonna see the Hall of Famer. You're gonna see the Hall of Fame writers. If they're gonna leave somebody out, it's gonna be AB.
I mean, I'd leave him out just so he doesn't make a speech.
Going to keep him out, guys.
It's going to keep him out. He's going to be, because the writers don't want to feature a guy who's been a terrible person post-career.
Needs to get extradited from countries.
Yeah, I was going to say facing possible murder charges, I think, right now, allegedly. And let me see here. Oh, Dak Prescott. Ooh.
He's got great numbers.
He has amazing numbers. He leads the league every
great
freaking year.
Numbers, no postseason success.
He's the next
Tony
Romo.
Matt Ryan. You can't dock Eli Manning because of. I mean, there's flaws with Dak. There's too many flaws. I'm going to say maybe later on, like a long time down the road, unless something changes with postseason success.
Okay, Penei Sewell.
He will be at a Hall of Fame. Yes,
absolutely.
No doubt.
Now, the Walter Payton Man of the Year award goes to your very own Bob Wagner. That guy is there somebody who could get in earlier than a first ballot? Because it would be him.
Bobby Wagner is a Hall of Fame lock, and I will be shocked if it's not first ballot.
Yeah. How about Travis Kelce?
Yeah.
First ballot Hall of Famer, yes. You can argue he's the greatest tight end of all time.
Yes. How about this one after it's all said and done? Because he was the Walter Payton Man of the Year for his team. Garrett Bowles, your guy.
Garrett Bowles is interesting. I think Garrett Bowles is going to make the Broncos Ring of Honor. He only has 1, maybe 2 Pro Bowl nods. I don't know if it's enough to get in the Hall of Fame.
Let me see here. Derrick Henry.
Yes. Hall of Famer, might be a first ballot lock.
Okay. All right. There you go. JJ, what are you looking forward to most with this game on Sunday, man? And don't say being done, the live shot being done, so you can pack up and head back. Don't say that. You can't say that.
Outside of that part of it, I'm not going to let my work get in the way of enjoying this.
There you go.
And I'm going to enjoy it. I think it's a great matchup. I think we're going to get a really good competitive game. So an interesting stat before I go. The Patriots led the league in explosive play percentage on offense, and the Seahawks led the league in explosive play percentage on defense. And what that is having 20-yard plus explosive plays on offense or allowing them on defense. And so we're basically getting the most explosive offense versus the defense that does the best job against explosive offenses. Which gives here? Which is going to give? I think it's going to be the Seahawks defense that gets it done.
Oh, wow.
And I think the Seahawks are going to be celebrating a Super Bowl.
Am I the only one on
Alex,
the Patriots train?
You don't want me to say that because you think I'm going to jinx it, but I think the Seahawks get a win.
Sly is full on an AFC honk. That's what he's doing.
I've talked to JJ about this on Sunday nights. I don't know. There's a lot of things, of course, the Super Bowl, and you get top-tier matchups against top-tier teams like this. Like, JJ, you put number ones versus number twos and number ones in certain things, you're going to get a great matchup. And so I think this is all going to come down to experience and Vrabel, who's been a part of many Super Bowls and who's a nutcase himself about all this stuff, and this is his moment for me. And so I got the Patriots in this one. But, JJ, finish this statement for me. This Super Bowl is legendary if
Sam Darnold gets his Super Bowl victory. Because it's such a great storyline.
Make him the
MVP.
Make him the MVP too. Make him the MVP too.
Really? Sam Darnold's the MVP. It's one of those storybooks. Like that's why we watch the games, is to see somebody like that get that moment. So that would make it legendary. And if obviously you got to have a great moment or a great finish to become legendary in that game. So I think Sam Darnold is that guy to watch, and I think he can get it done.
I think
he got it done against the Rams. The Rams were a really tough game to win.
It was.
And he made it happen. He took care of the football in that game.
Dang muff punts. I think this Super Bowl is legendary if pink cocaine is dropped.
Oh my.
On the midfield line. On a route.
Well, if the Patriots win, you know there's going to be plenty of that.
Wow. Wow.
Where are you going after the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I was going to say, come on.
Not Disneyland.
I'm not invited.
I'm going to Miami.
Good.
What did Von Miller say? I'm going to strip joint.
Oh my gosh. That works for Diggs, man. All right. JJ, thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Thanks,
have fun
brother.
covering this one, and we'll catch you back in Salt Lake when you get here. I know you're going to be, I think, en route on Monday. We're going to have a short show anyway. So
yeah, we'll do this again on Monday afternoon. So we'll have a lot to talk about on Monday.
Yeah. All right. Jeremiah Jensen, thanks,
National
brother.
Pizza Day, JJ.
We'll talk to you again, man.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the weekend.
We'll do. There you go. Oh, JJ's the guy who likes the pizza, man.
Yeah.
Oh, we all do. I mean, look, I'm never going to discriminate against the pizza. But Monday is National Pizza Day. It's weird you do it the day after the Super Bowl. I think it's just like it's close enough to the Super Bowl because everybody orders pizza.
I think it's just on a day. Super Bowl changes.
I know, but you can't have it that close to the Super Bowl and then pretend
move it a day.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a man-made holiday anyway.
Man-made. Oh, you mean it's not natural? The Stars didn't give us National Pizza Day?
No, they did not.
Thank you.
The Aztecs didn't either.
They were like, oh, the lineup. The dog days of summer, and then you got the pizza days of winter. That's what you have. That's what the Constellations gives. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll put a button on this hour. We've got much more to go, so stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've still got some big slowdown spots across the valley, southbound on the 215 West Belt from 2100 North down to a crash just past I-80. Heavy southbound I-15 delays from Ogden just before 31st Street down to Riverdale, plus southbound I-15 also is slow from 53rd South in Murray down to 7200 South in Midvale. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal service right now with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joe Mullinax, who does the Locked On Grizzlies podcast.
When Jaren has been at his best in his career, he has been able to play next to true centers. You have Walker Kessler, who can be that guy like Zach Edey was, and like Jonas Valanciunas, and like Steven Adams was. Jaren thrives where he's able to be a more perimeter-based big. He's one of the best isolation scorers in the entire NBA. He hits the three at a pretty solid clip. The rebounding thing, if you want your 6'11", 245-pound guy to rebound, that's going to make you mad. If you have a front court that could potentially be the biggest front court in the NBA next season, I don't know how much that matters, and that might be part of the Jazz's logic. They're interested in Jaren, the player, for what he is, not what he isn't.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself. This is a program that JJ and I have used with much efficacy in our life. I dropped 65 pounds in the first 60 days of the program. The average person drops between 15 and 20% of their body weight in the first 60 days. But more importantly, this is a program you can stick to. And you know what they're not going to do? No injections, no supplements. They're not selling you supplements. You don't have to buy any meals. You know, some of those services, that's exactly how they do this. They get you in and then they make you buy their meals. That is not this. This is a program that teaches you how to follow along, and it also shows you the way to have success after you're out of the reduction phase. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself. Click on the free 15-minute phone consultation button there at the top of the screen, and you'll be able to find yourself with an expert who will tell you exactly how the program goes at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. And right now, you can get $200 off. So there you go, $200 off right now. Just go over to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. That's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us today. Andre Tourney, head coach of the team, says the depth that they have also means that they can have different styles of play.
The big thing is we have depth, but we have guys who are really good in their own ways. You know, if you look at, example, Jack McBain, he's a really good player in his own style. If you look across the league to get a guy who play with that kind of a pace, that kind of a drive, who can make play with the puck, who win big draws, who play on the special team and stuff like that, that's an example. It's the same thing for Barrett Eaton. Or if we go with Yami, who's depth, but he can play at any moment on our top 6 and or our top 9 and generate offense and win battles. So if I went throughout our lineup like that, we have that in our lineup. We don't have guys who just okay at a little bit everything. They all have something.
That's your Mammoth 50 update. We'll come back, give you a best and worst right now, get you to the top of the hour. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. I've got a couple funny things that happened over. So did you see Cam Scattaboo talking S to Shedeur Sanders?
S?
Fill in the blank.
Smack?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Got you.
So they're like filming this thing for whatever, you know, the Pro Bowl and Super Bowl week, all of it kind of wound up together. And they're kind of on like other side of the set. It feels a lot like, if you go look it up, it feels a lot like the reality shows when they all get together of the reunion, like whatever reunions there are. And they're like, and you told him, and I actually
know
said
so much about these
and you
reunions.
sense that, and you know that since I left the house, I've been in rehab twice. You know, like that, and they'd be like, "You disrespecting me," and they're yelling across the studio, like down a couple rows. You know what I'm saying? You've seen this play out.
I have not.
And don't act like that. Cam Scattaboo is like yelling at Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is like, "I don't even know who you are, dude. Sit down." He goes, "You were drafted in the 5th round, dude. That's broke."
Oh, I love
He
that.
goes, "You're broke." This is Cam Scattaboo.
Wait, when was Scattaboo drafted?
It's
It was like
second
or
round,
third,
yeah.
right?
He was
In
third
pretty
round.
high.
Yeah.
For a guy who looks like he would be doing your concrete for your pool, Scattaboo was drafted high, man. So, and they're talking trash like at one another, and he goes, "Hey, dude, you were drafted in the 5th round. You're broke." That's what he said.
I don't know about the broke thing. But
I don't either.
It's just the contract situation is different besides Shedeur's little endorsement deals.
Scattaboo was drafted in the 4th round.
I don't know. Listen, you had 1 round on him. That's why he felt good about it.
It's higher than Shedeur's. That's all that matters. When you're talking smack, that's all that matters.
When were you drafted? 5th round? Oh, dude, that
You
was
suck. That was so long ago.
That was 37 minutes ago, dude. Why would you do?
Oh, wow, you're a third there? You're a third there? Oh, that's crazy.
I just think it was funny that they're going through. Okay, the other best that I saw, staying in that vein, and he was dead serious about it. I felt bad for this kid. I'm gonna probably call him kid the rest of his life. But Jackson Dart was asked about the Offensive Rookie of the Year voting. Did you see this? And he goes, and he's like, he's downtrodden when they're asking him about it, okay? Because he had an outfit on. He was ready to, I don't know if he's ready to walk up on stage, but he wore an outfit. And they asked him about it, and do you guys know how many votes he got for Offensive Rookie of the Year?
8.
1. Right. So he got 1, and they said, "What do you think about that?" He goes, "I feel like I was just massively disrespected by all these voters. I just got disrespected." And I was like, I love this, because whether or not he actually thinks that or not, saying it out loud and getting yourself out there, creating the chip on the shoulder, is what every great quarterback and really any great competitor has ever done in the game. Now, I will never compare Jackson Dart to the best competitors in the game yet, but I will say, take a page out of the Michael Jordan book of slights. The Tom Brady
high school benching to not get an Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Right. Out of the Tom Brady school of go ahead and underestimate me. You know what I mean? Like, they go this route. People don't necessarily, like, people inflated Michael Jordan's, like, and Michael Jordan had to invent things too. Like, oh man, those guys slighted me. Now, the good news about Jordan was he lived in an era when Isaiah Thomas was playing in the league and Isaiah Thomas thought that he was honestly the best person that's ever been born on planet Earth. So he always had Isaiah Thomas getting in his ear saying, "I'm actually the best." And Michael Jordan's like, "I am going after this dude." But Jackson Dart felt disrespected when he was not just not named the Offensive Rookie of the Year. I don't think anybody thought that was in the cards. But
I want to know who told him to go.
The 1 vote to go.
You got 1 vote, but like you get understanding. Like, you have an opportunity to win this. Like, it's not as far out, but you got 1 vote, and somebody told you to go. I think going is one thing.
It's like the Oscars. They know there are a lot of people who are not going to get close to winning that Oscar who are in the nominee list.
Tetsuroa McMillan had 1,100 yards.
I know. I don't think he knew he had a shot. I don't think he had a shot, but he just. I think he's creating this. You know what I mean? All right.
Here's the thing. I created a lot of stuff. I mean, you saw Waterboy, right?
Perceived slights. Perceived slights. I'm gonna make it up in my head so that I have an edge to go after him.
Waterboy was classic, and that's exactly what football players do.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5